Sure. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to NECC. It's time for some Valorant. We're going to be starting things in the Champions Division. My name is Marks, and this is Mick. And Mick, how you doing this evening?
I'm feeling outstanding, man. I'm ready to get things underway. I'm ready to go ahead and see what exactly we got in terms of just these teams. And obviously with NECC kind of coming up into wraps here and playoffs coming up here soon, I'm looking forward to see the developments everybody's made so far.
Yeah, we love a little bit of character development. Team development? Yeah, that's probably the right phrase here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the current standings for the division. Like you said, we're already pretty far into things, and this is where all of the teams are standing. The match that we actually have in front of us tonight is going to be Champlain College Esports up against UML White. And so we're going to be having the number 8 seed go up against the number 10 seed.
Yeah, a little bit of a difficult road here for these two teams. I mean, all things considered, you got to look at the records. Obviously, 1-6, 0-7. Not really the best thing in the world, but anything is still possible with 3 weeks remaining in the season because, I mean, we know that the bottom two teams are the ones that are getting cut out when it comes down to those playoffs areas. So, I mean, things are definitely feasible. Things are definitely doable. But Champlain, if they're going to do it, it's got to start right here tonight.
Yeah, they're coming in a little bit of a rough season for them. They unfortunately haven't won a match just quite yet, but hey, you never know. We're almost at the end here. Let's see what they can bring to the table. And of course, let's take a look starting out with Champlain to see what their lineup is going to be looking like tonight. We're going to be having Sebi, OG, Z-Luck, my Canadian was slipping through there for a second, B, Benk, and Ashton starting out us on our lineup.
Yeah, just your typical roster that you're going to be going looking at. A couple, I would say, a younger roster obviously on the board as well. So for them to already be in the Champions Division is impressive in its own right. But sadly enough, you want to make sure to have this player kind of go off with their little rose tinted, their little red carpet walk on the way out and make sure they have themselves a good rest of the season. So you want to make sure to pick things up here, really get things chugging along for the rest of the squad. And Ash did a little bit of a switch up there. I will say that there's probably other names that people are familiar with if you're a Champlain fan, and even for UML as well. But a couple name swaps here recently got these players obviously feeling a little bit fresh, so maybe their shots are looking a little bit different too.
And yeah, you talked a little bit about UML White. Let's pull up their lineup as well just to see what the players are going to be today. We got Shizu, we got Pike, Lyra, Milky Doodoo, and Nerva coming in for their starting lineup.
Yeah, just once again, I mean, the roster that we're expecting to kind of be a little bit favored here in this matchup, but that's only just by a 1-game margin. It's not the biggest deal in the world when you look at these teams head-to-head. You saw there on the leaderboard, it's only a couple rounds differentiating these actual two teams in our reality. So everything's been close as possible. Everything's been kind of neck to neck, but I mean, it just comes into this couple scenarios, this couple frags, and this couple clutches that we really had to see come out here today.
Yeah, and well, we've been teasing up the fact that this is going to be quite an interesting match to watch, probably going to be nice and close, and we already have our map picks and bans, and things are about to get a little bit even more spicier, because the very first map that we're going to be queued up for tonight is going to be Lotus. Super excited for that one, and then we're going to be moving over to Haven, which is UML's pick, and if necessary, that third map just around the corner is going to be Ascent.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. I mean, Ascent, I love seeing that as a decider. I love seeing teams kind of go for that gentleman agreement of that map because you know that 9 times out of 10 is going to be within a map pool. But I just love that seeing these teams are catering towards their strong maps just initially. Actually letting that thing ride out, saying, Split, we want to get that out of the way. Fracture, not a big fan of that. Icebox, we're going to knock that one off the get-go, which that was a little bit odd, I'll say. But, I mean, to go ahead and have Lotus as a start, this is a very controversial map I've seen the collegiate scene specifically, just because I always say it again and again. I mean, at least 3 to 4 times I've seen this map, because it doesn't show up very often. But when it does, these teams, it feels like one side
Rays get a lot of play on Lotus thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Raze is a little bit of an odd pick there, but I mean, all things considered, I mean, if you're comfortable with that player and you know you can play into the play style of it and get that burstedness on the side, it can work for something like C and on the B, but for A, that's a little bit of a difficult thing considering that that's 9 times out of 10 where teams are hitting on the attacking side. So we'll see what UML can do with that as well, because they are going to be bringing out the Harbor, a fan favorite of myself, or at least a personal bias, I'd say, better yet. Because, I mean, what this guy can do on this map is just outstanding, to put plain and simple. I mean, he is just amazing in that regard. When you have also a Viper there as a backup, because he's a...
There.
Generally is a little bit of a substitute for bringing in that Viper, but we're going to be seeing the best of both worlds. Already we're seeing quite a bit of utility being traded just out front of A pretty classic Lotus move if you ask me, but meanwhile it does look like UML White are interested in getting a little bit more ground, at least that ultimate orb, before they decide where they want to attack around.
Yeah, they just want to go ahead and fill things out, going quicker. A little default there towards the beginning of the match to go ahead and kind of see where these players are stationing themselves. Whether or not that's actually going to switch up here over the course of the map, or whether or not you're going to actually see these teams sticking in their guns in these areas. But already some very close angles being held, a lot of information trying to be given away, but no real hits actually coming through yet until we see this full force going toward the C side.
All right, and it looks like the C hit might actually kind of work out. Personally, I'm a little bit more favored towards the C side because I do think that it is a little bit underrated, given the fact that you can pretty much expect only one agent to be around. Killjoy is a pretty bad one to try and hold down the site, but the engagement from Champlain is going to come through. Sorry, UML White.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to go for this thing as fast as possible, and they're actually pretty successful in that regard as well. Even getting a little bit of a random tap there through the wall for a second, so that's a little bit of free damage on the back of that towards KJ, but even then, you get a look at this retake. Everybody's playing out their lives. You want to go for that 5v5, and you're waiting for the lap to come around as well through spawn.
Nerva backline might be able to catch a couple people off guard. Here's the rotation, finds one, but gets traded out immediately. And Sebi just trying to trade a couple of those ghost bullets. Meanwhile, it's a little bit of a brawl happening on the site. Ashen walks in here. Option paralysis comes through yet again. Chizu able to scoop up a nice little 2K. It's now down to a 2v3. Bank trying to find something here, but that's going to be really tough. Goes for a nice little classic headshot. Finds two. Has to get the reload here, but time is starting to tick down. Chizu, the only person inside of it, goes into the Thunderdome, and Chizu's going to be coming out on top.
Yeah, back and forth with it. Not nearly as close as we were going to expect it to be, considering, I mean, that kind of little bit of a clutch moment you had coming out there from Benkei. But, I mean, there has to be some more out here, obviously, for Champlain. A sad first round loss for them, but, I mean, this is their map pick, and you expect this team to be a lot different, very much more dynamic when it comes to these rifle rounds, because this one they'll probably just go ahead and fold over. That Sheriff could do a little bit of damage, but that's all just completely theoreticals that we're working with here. The one thing that we know definitively is it looks like Chizu, after the back of those 3 kills on the last round, you're going to opt for a rifle buy in a situation like this, which is a little bit odd to say, but I mean, more credit to you. You want to get that aggression, you just cannot lose that thing going forward.
Ooh, oh gee. Blastpacks just misses that fault line. He's able to get a nice little angle onto this one, but I don't know that UML White are necessarily interested in that A site. Okay, Nerva goes for a swing, is at least able to find one, but immediately gets traded back. Jizu making that rifle work as well. He's able to get a second pick here, and you can tell this is really good read from the defense. Champlain, they kind of just hold their ground a little bit as UML White once again set themselves up to push on to C.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I mean, if it already worked once, why won't it work again? Just go ahead and give it your best shot. You already got yourself on the side. You just have to read out these players, and that's exactly what you do. But some quick exchanges going through, a lot of damage done right through that wall, and some easy pickings just going out on here in the field as you see a 3v1 going away for this retake.
Yeah, now Bank just needs to find one to make this kind of a win for Champlain. Obviously, when you come up to these pistols against the rifles and SMGs, it's not going to be great, but you know what? That would make the economy be a little bit better, but that's okay. UML White, they're going to take that win, and on top of that, too, be able to carry that Vandal into this next round. So they're going to be set up nicely to be able to bonus on this round.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what exactly Champlain can do once they get themselves the full resources in their arsenal and under their belt. Because, I mean, sure, we don't really have everything in the world there for OG, considering that you are sacrificing that armor, but Raze isn't really who I'm keeping my eyes on here in this defensive side. I mean, it comes down more to a retake scenario with that player specifically. Everybody else is really who I'm going to be looking out for because, once again, I mean, we're lacking a Viper here on the side of Champlain, which is very influential on this map, I would say. I mean, considering the wall and how large it is and how much area you can kind of cover, I mean, she's just as equally influential in Haven, which clear is getting the influence of their own already here on the start.
Hey. This is such a smart move coming in from UML White. You knew that Champlain, they were like, okay, they're going to toss out the utility, but no one ever comes through onto this A site. UML, this is their round. They're going to be moving right onto them, completely catching Champlain by surprise, and they're going to have this A site as the spike goes down very easily for the squad.
Yeah, and a nice little hold coming through as well. You're getting things kind of preemptively set up there for that harbor. And already UML have themselves an outstanding post play. You got to check these angles. You have everything kind of spread out evenly, just equally across the board, allocated almost perfectly. Not too much util there to really work off the back of, but you're not really concerned about that. You have the alert bot there to give you the intel to go ahead and swing off those kills as well, as you do get a little bit of even exchange, but you get some extra damage off that onto Luck as well, who's one of the only 2 players remaining standing and still is able to get one in that procedure.
All right. Defender's looking for something, but I think that this is just going to be a save at this point. They've got the rifles, and given the fact that so much damage was done right off the bat by UML White, yeah, they're just going to be backing off of this one. The question is whether or not they can take these rifles out of their hands. Ashton was going to be questioned for a second, but is able to survive, keeps that online. And so Champlain, they lose 3 rounds in a row, which is not ideal, but at least they're going to carry these rifles into this next round. Let's hope that they can put them to good use.
Yeah, you're putting on rose-tinted glasses here, all things considered. I mean, with that kind of whole situation, you're carrying 2 rifles over. And sure, that's just as good as you can make it sound, but there's also a little bit of a drag back to that concern that you're only bringing over 2 rifles from the last round where you bought up every single one of them, and you see UML walking away with so many free guns of their own to just exchange in the next one. So an operator is going to be out here by the side of Milky. A little bit odd there for a harbor, but I mean, all things considered, if you're comfortable with the gun, go ahead and bring it out, or go ahead and just mess with their brains a little bit. But I mean, already at a 3-0 start, a Blazestorm to work with. I mean, you were seeing confidence probably going to start to well up in these players here soon, over-aggressing some of these angles, and sadly losing those because of it.
Yeah, well, Lyra able to trade that one back, and aftershock can be invested as well. Chizu not as able to escape. Does take a little bit of damage, but not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Already, though, Zedluck is able to pick up that rifle, give them a chance. Champlain looking for something here. Well, UML White, they're just kind of biding their time, and they've been a little bit slower, albeit the last round they went extremely fast, but they've had a little bit of a slower play style, and I think that this is really smart in kind of confusing Champlain. They're making them have to spread out quite a little bit more, which allows these attacks to be just so much more successful. And keep in mind, too, UML White, they really don't have any agent that is able to give them any information. No Fade, no save, Sova coming in here. They're just kind of going for it, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, they're waiting for even then the opposing side to kind of expose their hand a little bit. I mean, when you consider that Champlain, they're playing very, very defensively. They're having to play extremely passive, considering that they're robbed of a lot of resources right now on a thrifty round. So you have to make sure to kind of make do with what you got. And these sheriffs could definitely get the damage done. But once again, they're going to regress onto this B because they're saying, well, maybe that's the unexpected thing. Well, it most definitely isn't, because you have already a player there ready to go, getting 2 kills in the meantime with the Rolling Thunder on the back of it.
That's going to be massive picks right off the bat. Pike goes down as well. And just like that, Champlain, they're able to scoop up this round. It's all up to Nerva, up against 4. On top of that, too, they're going to be able to get those rifles. So, honestly speaking, quite a great round coming in. And it was honestly off of that double kill with that Sheriff that really just put UML White into such a hard position this entire round. So, great job. And, hey, Champlain, they're not out of this one just quite yet.
No, they're most definitely not. I mean, off the back of a round like that, you're very happy. You just kind of went ahead and negated that last round that just happened and completely forgot about it. It never even happened. You have so many players that still have all this money looking in a good stance. So, and we're finally getting that equilibrium here where everybody has a lot of money in their back pockets. They're able to go ahead and buy up their entire kits. And we do have a lot of ultimates on the field as well. But that's because they're all on the side of UML. That's still one kind of differentiating factor that you really can't buy onto the board. Or you can't just work for. It has to just come to you over the course of the game, either in your kills or either your placement for farming those orbs out. So already with a Viper's Pit, that entire reckoning that's going to come underway, and even in a Blazestorm, you have an option for every single type of just push and every single avenue that you want to go for onto a site. So you're going to try and replicate that B once more. See if it's going to be somewhat of a wild card, unexpected. But once again, last time it was expected, but there's just no players here this time.
And already the reckoning gets invested into it. Now the Viper's Pit going to be used as well. UML White really looking to seal out this round, and this is going to be a pivotal one. Both of these teams, their economy on the bridge of being broken. OG able to scoop up 2 kills early, tosses into the paint shells as well. Milky Doodoo takes quite a bit of damage, but is able to at least take one. The Showstopper going to be online as well. Just going to shoot it into the back. This could be bad. It actually doesn't find anybody, surprisingly, as Lyra is checking it onto the side. They're good for 2, but Sebi staying alive in the chaos is going to be able to get this. Defuse as Champlain, they get their second round on the board.
And even then, off the back of all those ultimates invested in the meantime, I mean, this is a massive round for them. Even more influential than that last one. Sure, economy is great, but, I mean, shutting down the thing that you can't buy, that you have to go ahead and earn in the meantime, is going to be massive for the course of this game, especially when you get one of your own in the meantime with that Nightfall. So, I mean, this is looking good for Champlain, showing that they can hold down this B side. It's just more of a question now to kind of ask yourself and saying, when is UML going to learn that this B side isn't working out for them? I mean, they've already hit C side twice. Those are the first 2 successful rounds. Off the back of that, it was a little bit more of a awkward play there towards the A, but I mean, all things have worked out for him so far. And you're kind of saying, why haven't you been playing any of these ranges that you're starting to excel in? Long ranges, where you see right there in the A side. Well, they finally went ahead, brightened up, and said, you know what, we'll give it one more shot.
Good information immediately found as well. But still, the Nightfall doesn't get invested. Bladestorm is going to be activated. You see UML White making their way up. Lyra taking point first. Has to be careful. The Seas almost picks you up there, but now Rolling Thunder going to be online. It's going to be met with the Nightfall here. Lyra going into the back line, is able to find it, misses all of the knives, and actually has his wings clipped as well, as Zila finds one. OG with yet another. Chizu and Nerva clap back pretty quickly, and that's going to allow the spike to go down, but the defenders are coming in from behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a big wrap coming around. Even you still have that KJ coming there back from spawn to go ahead and create some noise back there. Doesn't really have all the utility in the world on the back of it, but you do have a couple kills there out of OG. So if you're looking for this retake, you want to make sure you clear these angles as almost perfectly as you can, but Chizu just clears them a little bit better. But it doesn't matter. You get two players there to exchange your body in the meantime. You know, you get that equilibrium and you get that tied up rounds on the board. And even then, you also have a couple guns to carry over in the meantime because at least two players have stood up.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important as we start to move things forwards as well, because Champlain, their economy is starting to look a lot more solid. I mean, obviously we saw UML, they won 3 rounds in a row, and now Champlain are just like, hey, we like what you did there. Let's see if we can iterate on that a little bit more. But this is going to be a tough one because UML, they're going to have rifles back online. Keep in mind though, last round was pretty expensive for them. They did use that Blade Storm as well as the Rolling Thunder to try and make their way onto site, and it was completely unsuccessful. As a result now, Champlain, they're gonna have at least the Cosmic Divide online, if not used as a deterrent tool, is really good and effective at trying to retake those sites. So let's see what UML White want to do here as OG goes for a very familiar Blast Pack setup.
And even then, already just looking for a little bit of an answer. A wall being pushed right through that A avenue, trying to go ahead and get a lockdown there, see if you can slow any players or catch them off guard. But I mean, you're not isolating anything. It's just all a ruse in the meantime to go ahead and see if that aggression is going to come through as you lap around to that C side. And once again, I mean, these things with a Viper, these hold these spots down extremely effectively. Well, guess what? A little bit of a pull and also a Nano Swarm grenade there could also do just as much damage. But you have a KJ shutdown coming through to go ahead and just counter all of it.
And Z-Look has to escape out of here if they don't take that lockdown. Otherwise, that Cosmic Divide not even going to be able to be used as a tool. Lyra goes up. Now the information is going to be known, but it is going to be enough to be able to get that detain as Chizu goes down, actually to a Swarm Grenade. Z-Look finally goes down as well, and Ashton just kind of hanging out on the back of the site is blocked off by this Harbor Wall. Here's the spike go down, but as soon as that goes down, Lyra going to be trading a couple of bullets there. Spots the gun barrel of Nerva, but not able to find anything while OG comes in from behind. But now the reinforcements are here, and it's looking good for Champlain.
It most definitely is. I mean, already you shut down that main fragger of Chizu on the attacking side right there initially, and you've already gotten the rest of the team to just follow suit like a stack of dominoes, just falling up back to back. So once again, Champlain College coming out, getting themselves a massive retake off the back of that. They're very happy with the results being given to them so far to get these 4 rounds all in a row just cohesively. So showing that they're a little bit more, once again, as I kind of mentioned earlier, a different team once you get those rifles in hand. The first one was a little bit of a fluke, but ever since then, they've definitely woken up and they've shown what they're made of.
Yeah, and on top of that too, keep in mind, just like you kind of predicted there, they got that lockdown available online and used that one to engage off of, but all of these ultimates are being used and they're still not able to pick up the rounds. So this is just very expensive for this team. While meanwhile, Champlain, they're having fun. They're being able to charge up these ultimate orbs. Already, OG is only one more ultimate orb away from getting that showstopper online as well, not even taking into account the fact that there is a lockdown available, which is a fantastic retake tool. UML White, they're kind of just scratching their heads here. And quite frankly, they have to do something. Otherwise, Champlain are just going to continue to roll forwards with these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I love the setup that we're getting out of Champlain already on this map. Pushing up towards that seaside. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, I'd say. But, I mean, hey, it's working out a little bit for you. You got your exchange. You go, hey, get out, go away, go home. You got your 1-for-1. Be happy with that because you still have those 2 ultimates. You now have a lead in terms of these rounds to work with. So, I mean, go ahead, take home what you can and make sure that you can hold on to these guns as long as possible because in a round like this is where really going to start to matter with UML having so much money on their back. They were able to buy up again and again and again. This next round will be the first one that they actually cannot buy up on. They'll have to finesse something once again like they did in that 3rd round. And honestly, they're capable of doing it. Maybe they'll force them to think a little bit more on their toes. But right here, right now, they just want to fight these fights right up front and see what they can get in terms of it.
Oh, good information. 2 people scouted out there, actually catches it off there. A lot going through there. Sebi and Bank able to find 2. Pike trades that one back. Spike is down now, so the information is at least known. Still UML White, they find themselves trapped, not able to really move forward. They know that Sebi is close by. The Hunt is going to be tossed in as well. No swing coming off of it, but Pike goes up there. Milky Doodoo able to find the trade here, but now it has to run things through, and Z-Luck just on the other side has that Phantom in hand, waiting for that. And just like that, Champlain now 5 rounds in a row, while UML's economy is not looking too good.
It most definitely is. I mean, this is going to be a situation they're very common or very kind of affiliated with. I mean, all things considered, they've had themselves so many buys back to back with especially the economy that switched up on that third round. Everything's kind of worked out for them so far, but that luxury is really starting to be just swept up under them like a carpet. I mean, you have to consider that all that luxury that was allotted to them earlier is just kind of going away, death by 1,000 cuts, it almost feels like, because ever since those 3 rounds, they just haven't really found the way onto a site, and even then off the back of it, better yet, these retakes, they just haven't been able to just go ahead and lock them out. They haven't been holding these angles like they need to, and not only is that concerning for right now in a post-hunt scenario, but for the defense better yet. So we have to see what they can do there. They got to go ahead and get a couple more rounds. They've got the bare minimum, I would say, with 3, but they've also gotten themselves 1 in this round so far, which is outstanding of a start.
UML White making their way onto site now. No one to be found, really. Yeah, Zila goes down. That's going to be nice and easy. Nerva able to find 2 this round, and the spike will go down. Keep in mind, UML White, they just kind of stormed in because Champlain, they changed up their defense. They rotated where their agents were around, and as a result, UML White had a much easier time trying to make their way onto A. Unfortunately, that gamble on rotating the defense around didn't quite work out for Champlain.
So, I mean, all things considered here, I mean, you can get some things done. You finally have a post plant where you have a man advantage already just coming into it. You just got to hold the right angles that play into the guns you got. And Milky had a great positioning problem. She just couldn't find the shot to go ahead and execute off of it. So Ashton's looking to clear these corners. Everything in terms of a man advantage is now gone to complete equilibrium. You just have to go ahead and press the trigger when you can. And there it is. I mean, you knew it was coming eventually. It was a little bit of a last-ditch effort, but hey, it worked out for him.
Oh, man. I don't know whether or not the Rolling Thunder went off as well. If that Rolling Thunder did go off for UML White and they lost that tool for this next round, that is going to be a painful one. Okay, it does look like it didn't fully go, even though we all heard the voice line. It still technically is in Nerva's pocket, and that's going to be instrumental. Once again, we're seeing UML White. They're going to have these rifles into hand, but they must win this round. Otherwise, they're just going to be forced back into another save. And we're getting closer and closer into that half. Only 3 more rounds left. And right now, it really feels like Champlain are starting to just run away with this scoreline, and they're looking to push that advantage as much as they can.
Hey, I think off that, I mean, they're going to go for a round just like this where they do invest a lot of these ultimates, because you look at the 3-3, I mean, UML, they're looking for just a little bit kind of more into the just stage where they can actually have themselves a tie game once again. But already Champlain with so many ultimates, all 5 available to him right now. And this is going to be another rifle round before going into a budget. You say, go ahead, let's force things out. Let's make sure we can guarantee this, get some kills off initially, and go ahead and follow it up off that. Problem is, though, you lost 2 players in the meantime. Every player, keep in mind, does have an ultimate, but how effective are these going to be for the retake? Cosmic Divide doesn't really do all that much in the world, but the shutdown and the Nightfall can definitely do some damage.
And look at this, UML White. They're so scared moving in. They were just, despite the fact that no one was there, obviously they didn't know that, they're just moving in slowly. And now the Reckoning is going to be online just to make sure for extra assurance. Doesn't matter though. Zlook able to find Chizu, and now the lockdown gets invested. Milky Doodoo though, still going to be trying to get that spike down, and I don't think that there's enough time to really destroy the lockdown, so at least one. Okay, never mind. Hey, you can't get detained if you're going to be in the afterlife. And now look at this, Champlain, they're already retaking the site. They just gotta have to stick that spike, as a Rolling Thunder is going to be coming through here. I don't think they have the utility necessarily to re-engage.
No, they most definitely don't. I mean, with that smoke right there, you kind of go ahead and have a double-edged sword come out of it. So you can definitely engage out of that. Problem is, you're going to be going absolutely blind at it because you have no follow-up. You have no real initiator alive anymore, and that hop wasn't available. So you are praying that this can work out for you, but I just don't think you have the time. You have all this initiating power being thrown at you by a breach to where you just can't close it out. So Champlain around that I feel is somewhat of a must-win, especially with all the investments you were making. You just don't come out, but I mean, it was only 1 at the end of the day. That shutdown, UML, they had a little bit more to put in, and they also got a little bit more out.
Vic, I was getting frustrated watching that because it's just like, oh man, it's just in front of me. I just need someone to peek me. Doesn't matter. All of that initiator utility coming through. This is why you bring a breach in. And on top of that too, honestly, just a good read from Nerva to be able to at least hold 1 more of those flashes, as well as the aftershock to just really play that post-plant positioning. It is very tempting to use that aftershock to clear out those corners, especially too on a C site where you want to force the enemy team back as much as possible, but just kind of good discipline in order to make sure that you have that tool available for you. So a must-win round for UML White. They come out on top, and now they're looking to potentially bring it back. We do see Champlain's on a little bit of a split buy. It's not exactly all SMGs across the board. Some of them do have rifles, but still, the weapon advantage very clearly in UML White. Let's see if they are able to convert off of that and turn this round into yet another win.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly it could definitely be feasible here, but you got to consider the kind of money and even in the weapons in these players' hands. Champlain, we haven't really seen them be all that well in these budget rounds. I mean, we've definitely seen UML already go ahead and kind of win out 2 of these where they were definitely at a disadvantage in terms of money invested. But already, I mean, it looks like Champlain, they're trying to invest these ultimates to compensate, and it's working so far. At least in terms of utility. But the problem is you got to see those guns. You're going to have to rely on those eventually because this utility will run out completely at one point or another.
Oh, but look at this.
Oh.
Viper Spit just completely gets nullified. They can't even push in onto that thanks to all of the utility just got tossed through. Never mind, Z-Luck actually decides to go in anyways. And just on the other side of that Cosmic Divide, finds all 4 members of UML White just kind of hanging out and chilling. Now the engagement is going to be coming through. Going to be seeing a little bit of Fade utility get tossed in there. Find a Rolling Thunder as well, so it's going to knock him up there, and it's just going to be a spray through, completely blind. It's going to be going very favorably for Champlain. You can tell as soon as that Viper Spit fell down, UML White were like, wait a second, what do you mean our cover's down? And it was just easy cleanups for Champlain.
Yeah, it was just the positioning there. I mean, all things considered, you got to look at these players and kind of think about what order of operations you're going to have in terms of pushing onto a site. And Chizu being at the front as a Viper when your pit is active wasn't exactly on my checklist. And I don't really think it was on UML's either, but it's ended up happening. Because, I mean, keep in mind, whenever you're a Viper and your players, your opposing side is going through that Viper's pit, they're losing HP. So you don't typically want to hug the edges unless you know you're on the opposite side towards your spawn where you're guaranteed, or at least have that illusion of a little more safety. Being right there towards that spawn to where as soon as they cross that threshold and they take almost no HP at all, you're fighting a full gunfight where you're already at a disadvantage. So a little awkward there, and even then, speaking of awkward, there it is. OG going down a very, very weird style, but I mean, you just couldn't get those blast packs off. This would be expected, but even then, there's a couple more players on site to go ahead and retaliate possibly if the moment presents itself.
Sebi in an excellent position. And is going to take the duel. Milky Doodoo actually wins that one out. Actually, I'm pretty sure at the beginning of the round, Sebi got in the way of those blast packs, which didn't allow for the proper blast pack positioning from OG. But regardless, UML White, they take the site by storm. Lockdown is going to expire here, but they have the numbers advantage, and the spike is now firmly down. A lot of utility being invested as well, but Lyra is looking for yet another kill with these knives as Ashton, the sneaky little killjoy, goes in and is not able to, okay, is able to secure the kill, but gets traded out. Now Bang is going to be moving in from the bottom as well. Could be looking for it. Ashton's not going to be coming up. Killjoy utility going to be popped there. Z-Luck goes through. Jizu finds the head nice and easy. Flash is going to be utilized. Doesn't quite find anybody as Ben has to take this in a 1v2 fashion. Should be able to at least find one pick, but looks the wrong way. Never mind. Jizu goes down to a nasty little headshot, but Ben, now 27 HP, has to take this swing here and gets kind of the run and gun in. All right, do a little bit of a drive-by, but unfortunately, doesn't look like that there is going to be enough time, so that's going to be UML White taking yet another round.
Yeah, just go ahead and bite out that time as much as you can. I mean, you had yourself a very, very well fought attacking side. I mean, already going ahead making sure it's 7-5. I already said it earlier that these teams don't typically cross the threshold there because we get such a massive lead earlier. We're finally starting to break this mold, it seems. I mean, these two teams, at least in terms of how they match up against each other on paper, you're expecting this game to be close, and I'm very happy we're keeping up the tradition there. I mean, that these two are going at it and they're holding things down, especially for Champlain for their map pick. We're not getting a collegiate special there either, as they've already gotten themselves a lead for this first half to work off of. And I would say even then, on the side where it doesn't really feel like they're kind of favored. You only had that KJ for the defensive side. You didn't have a Viper as too much of a setup. So for you to be really efficient on those retakes there towards that latter half of that first orn, then I mean, you can go ahead and really nail things down. But we just got to see them win a pistol round. We hadn't seen them done that before, and I just want to see whether or not it's more of a consistency thing, a map thing, because we're going to have to see it in the next map as well, just regardless.
Nice and slow, but it is going to be a seaside hit. Using the snake bite to be at least slow things down. OG does take quite a bit of damage here. Is able to get through, but is going to be nice and alone. Chizu gets the spot there. Now knows that this is going to be a full seaside hit. Going for the rotation. They just have to be able to deny the spike for a little bit. The aftershock gets invested into the back of sight. It's a random spray through on both of the smokes, but Nerva is able to come out nice and lucky. Nerva looking for yet another, but Ben is going to be trading that one back. It's just going back and forth. Very similar to how that very first pistol round went. Sebi down to a sliver of HP. Ashen just on the other side. Is great with those bullets. The Sheriff has been absolutely key, and Ashton has been doing a fantastic job at Sebi in such a pivotal position as Milky Doodoo tries to deny the spike plant. Ashton now down to a sliver of health. It's going to be one bullet per person, a 1v2 scenario. Let's see how they want to take this. Milky Doodoo, only 9 bullets left. Goes around the corner, finds the first one, just has to find the second one. Spots out the elbow there, and it's going to be a nice little wall bang. Milky Doodoo with a nice little 3K on the pistol as UML White get the second pistol round as well.
Perfect lineup there, just going ahead being an absolute mosquito, just kind of buzzing around. You can't really do too much about it, and it's just slowly taking blood away from you again and again and again. So, I mean, well played there by Milky to go ahead and just kind of elongate that timer, make sure that spike doesn't go down, because you know that, I mean, especially in a position like that, that C site is so difficult to lock down once you really get there. But problem is now on this defensive side, you got to go ahead and give props once again to UML and what they're going to do here, because Shizu's going to hold down that C side. You're going to have an alert bot there. You're going to have nano swarms possibly to go ahead and off the bat of those snake bites, and those things absolutely melt, especially with how thin of an encounter that is. So you're going to make sure to see really where you can squeeze around the map and what you can get done here. And it looks like they're going to opt for B. Almost taking a note out of Champlain's book earlier.
Keep in mind, Pyke has the utility. The swarm grenade could do an excellent job at deterring it. Nerva also going to be tossing out the aftershock to really just close the door on that B side entry. Speaking of doors, we're going to be seeing a rotation come through. They're going to be looking at C now. Chizu still in the back here, has a snake bite, but pulls it out just a little bit too late there to provide. It's going to be the alley-oop between Chizu and Pyke. Chizu's able to find so much value. The snake bite, that vulnerable, really just absolutely destroyed Champlain's chances at making their way into C.
And that's the potency of a Viper on this map. That one specific situation alone, you see teams again and again and again putting snake bites right there, and it just feels like you cannot push it aside. I mean, that vulnerability is one keyword inside this game, which is almost just as scary, if not scarier, than a detained. Sure, you can't do anything when you're as a detained, and it's horrifying, but, I mean, you at least have barely any situations where you actually get detained. I mean, now we have Gecko in the game who can do that. I mean, as an ultimate, KJ does it as an ultimate. Nobody really just does it for the heck of it. And that vulnerability, though, that's in almost so many things. I mean, you have that KJ alert bot when that goes off. You have the Astra after that concussive. And even then, you now have those snake bites, which just are so easy to get down. They're so fast. And there's really no way to really answer besides saying, you know what? I got to respect it and back up.
Whew. Speaking of respect, Lyra goes for it, but is going to be able to back off here. OG, meanwhile, is able to find Nerva, but actually gets shocked a little bit. Not enough to lose that life, but does take quite a bit of damage here. No heals available for Champlain either, but it is going to be a very successful A-site hit. SC Lyra made their way all the way back, has this operator in hand, but the rest of UML only have SMGs, so the gun advantage clearly going to Champlain. Let's see how this retake goes. It's going to be 4v5.
Yeah, and even then with an operator on the back of it, I mean, these things are very difficult to go ahead and hold down these angles, especially when you have a harbor just locking things down with walls again and again and again. You have to take advantage of the moment when it presents itself, and already Champlain has done that. Executed already another kill. Spike is down. They are holding things down to the back of the map. And UML only has that operator to really rely on because everybody else is on Spectre. So able to go ahead and get a good trade there towards the side. Have to go for this retake as fast as possible. You do get an upgrade to the gun there for the side of Milky, who has been an impact player, but there's so much utility just funneling onto this Spike that you just can't do anything about it.
At this point, you just got to save that operator into this next one. We see OG is actually going to be trying to creep out there, try and find something, but I just want to quickly comment on Champlain's post-plant positioning, because they did something a little bit more unconventional, where you saw them actually just kind of hold more back off of the site, closer to their spawn, actually trying to close off the angles and completely shut down the flank. They know that they're pretty confident on the attack onto this A site, so hey, you know what, they killed a couple of defenders, or sorry, the attackers on the site while that spike is already down, then they can retake the site pretty comfortably. But still kind of worked out in their favor. UML White not able to come up with that round, and Champlain, their buy is going to be a little bit interesting coming into this next one. We're seeing a couple of Guardians come across the board, but let's see how they go up against it. Lyra, once again, able to carry that operator into this round again.
They really want to match this aggression coming out for the side of UML. I mean, considering that buys are going to be coming out for them, they say, all right, let's go ahead and rob these guns away. We've already did it once, let's do it again. Problem is, we just have to do it with a little bit different arsenal under our belt. And that's not a big problem, because, I mean, when you consider that post that you just mentioned, it's a little bit of a testament to their kind of compliments of what they have to work with when it gets to those post plans, because they have the KJ still, all the utility there, they have the breach just like the side of UML does, but they also have that raise, which Jet does not have any kind of just elongating utility. It all comes down to that raise, just going able to hang, get those explosions in. Problem is, none of those are having any impact right now because UML is just running through Champlain.
Uh-oh, disconnections. OG comes out on top, actually able to find two there. Spike in a very bad spot though. Ashton only Bulldog in hand. Meanwhile, it is being watched like a hawk by Pyke in the back there. sees an opportunity. Lyra goes for the swing, doesn't quite secure the kill, but Pyke is ready for it. Just needed to put one more bullet in. And now OG 1 against 2. And goes for the bullet spray, actually, giving away the positioning there. So at this point, UML White should be aware of where OG is. There's still 30 seconds left, and if you are UML White, you just have to watch that spike and watch your flank, because you never know if this raise is going to be up to any shenanigans. And thankfully, they have the weapons to do so.
Oh, and you even saw the spike kind of robbed away there. I don't think a call's going to go down, because once you hear that spike being planted, that's where you're going to go for somewhat of an engage. That OG didn't really have much to lose. He was already called out in the positioning right there towards that C cubby behind that door. But even then, when you know that now picks are being made, shots are going off, and the showstopper comes out, you don't get any effect off that, but you found plenty of bullets. You have so much damage in your kit just naturally. You can just elongate this. You can play like a menace and clutch things up for an ace off the back of it.
You know what? That's my bad. I counted Champlain out of that round very easily. I thought that was going to be an easy round for them to be able to win, or sorry, for UML to win, but never mind. Honestly, just really good play by OG, able to get it. I didn't think that Champlain were going to get that spike down. UML White actually just kind of held their ground a little bit too stiffly. And as a result, Champlain, OG, able to get that spike down, allowing the showstopper to come online. And sure, it missed, but it at least forced a little bit of positioning from UML White, and then it's just easy spray down. So big hats off to OG, also getting the first ace of this match. And you know that Champlain got to be feeling nice and confident after that last round.
Well, at least OG does. Already going ahead, once again, kind of being the head of the bull, pushing right into his site, just kind of going towards C. But problem is, I mean, this is a site once more. This is where you can actually go ahead and excel with those blast packs. You don't have any to work with. You didn't buy those, even off the back of an ace. Apparently, you didn't have enough money. That's totally fine. You just have to do what you can right now. And you've already done a very good job of getting a couple of those off in the meantime. So UML already a 3v4, but man, had they done a bunch of damage in the meantime.
Yep, still have that online. Milky trying to find the fight. Is going to be going one either way. Ben, though, able to get this spike down. All the members pretty injured, but it doesn't matter. Lyra is going to be the last person standing, and the numbers just completely work out better for Champlain here. Only has this Guardian in hand, and an aftershock can be used to delay as well. UML White, unless we're going to be seeing some OG shenanigans, should not be able to win this round.
Yeah, I mean, Lyra, I mean, you got two players that are one tap even to the toenail right now. I mean, so things are doable, and they're not going for a post plant there out towards C main. Instead, they're holding right back there towards bomb, where you just don't expect them to be prowling about, and they end up winning themselves one more. So the first team here to go ahead and hit themselves a double digits, I always say, is it's a checkpoint or a chokehold kind of situation, because a lot of teams struggle to get past the game and keep on continuing in a point like this. And I think UML, they have a lot of resources with all those ultimates off the back of that to actually get this round one for them. But if things go south for them, I think this game should just be a lockdown.
And I wonder, too, how much this is a result of UML White not having that information agent. Obviously, they're still able to find information being on the defense here, but it's just a little bit more harder for them. They have to use their own two eyes and own two ears to be able to understand where maybe some of the pushes are happening. Meanwhile, if you have a Fade, if you have a Sova, it just makes things a lot more clean. You don't have to meticulously check every single corner. You don't have to push out and just play this guessing game. You have a bit more information in your pocket. And quite frankly, Champlain, when they decide like, hey, we're gonna hit this site, they just gotta full send it, and they're extremely aggressive, but they're very effective. And as a result, UML White don't even have a chance to really retreat before they lose a couple of their members.
Yeah, already looking to go ahead and get a lot of space here, just pushing up towards this A site, looking to go ahead and get all the emphasis in the world behind that, and just on this war of attrition, they're winning it outright again and again. I mean, that is the impression of a raise, and I mean, that is where you find those results. But already a quick little switch up to the B site. You go ahead, shoot right to that little cubby door that's shootable there, and I mean, this is where you see these avenues of this map start to excel, but even then, the Rolling Thunder going in and having just as much impact.
The Rolling Thunder actually slowed down the KJ as well. Pyke, though, is able to recover. Aftershock could be invested as well, but now this lockdown should be free unless OG has something to say about it. The timing is just abysmal. Actually, never mind. OG goes down, swaps, but not able to use the frenzy. Lyra able to catch at least one on the off. Ashton just around the corner, ready to play a little bit of peekaboo, but this Killjoy lockdown should do more than enough to be able to flush things out. They have to be careful, though, because there are agents coming in from every single corner. Milky starts it off with a good pick. Z-Look able to trade that one back, now down to a 1v2. Milky in a tough scenario here. Has the spots out the shoulder, finds the head, down to a 1v1. Sebi just on the other side. Time is ticking down, though. Milky Doodoo has to at least touch the spike. It's gonna be going to half. The timing from Sebi is not work out. Milky is able to find the kill, more than enough time to get that defuse. Clutch coming through for Milky as UML White. They find yet another round of this half.
It's once again Milky just going ahead and clutching things out. I mean, this is the play that won the pistol round for you. Got to follow up. You can attest literally all 3 of the rounds in this half, probably to Milky alone, just because of that one. And then the follow-up for the bonus there to work with, or the force on it, and even then a clutch like that. So, I mean, UML, they are having chances here. They're not investing too much in the meantime, but Champlain has finally caught up in terms of resources with now 3 ultimates that they're on to be playing with. Sure, we didn't see that shutdown being shot there, which definitely could have made a massive difference in the meantime, but still, is the defenders coming out, and already going ahead getting that follow through and some great little kind of peekaboos as we saw there earlier as well. Love the kind of just access and the manipulation of these corners, but better yet, a manipulation of ultimates as well. Chizu being in a lot more, I'd say, favorable spot than what we saw earlier out of that Viper pit placement, but I mean, we'll see what can be done there.
Oh, shoulder is spotted out and the head is going to be scalped. Ashton goes down. Lyra gets those knives back. Turns out it's going to be a little bit of judge gaming potentially. They do decide to invest into that Viper's pit. Champlain, not 100% sure what they want to do just quite yet. They're going to open the door, potentially favoring this B side hit, but they're going to be moving in and into quite a few agents. Never mind. They double back, they check their clocks and decide, yeah, okay, let's try and go into C. Keep in mind, a lot of Killjoy utility littering the Viper's pit, so that would literally be a snake trap if they walked in there and they would just get annihilated by that nano swarm.
Yeah, God, to see what can be done here for the side of UML. I mean, considering they're holding things down extremely well. I mean, they already have that Viper's pit silver towards C side. A side's locked down with this Blade Storm. Lyra finally getting that first kill with the Blade Storm. I'm not letting that thing slide by. You need to go ahead and know you can hit those blades and not, but already 2 more missed there on the board, but you got plenty more off the back of it. And a lot of teammates to give you some assistance in the meantime.
And let's see how Champlain's aggressive style is going to work this time. It's going to be a Rolling Thunder to start things out here, which should favor it. Nerva is actually able to stay alive through all of this, is able to pick up 2 kills as well. Are you kidding me? Well, I guess there's a little bit of an argument to be said that when you get Rolling Thunder, your aim a little bit better because you can't shoot as quick. But regardless, this round is sealed and shut. UML White will be able to take this one and also pick up a couple of rifles to make sure that their economy is going to be looking good into this next round. Oh,
yeah.
We're gonna hitting heads.
Yeah, finally waking up here. Lyra there with 2 kills on the round off the back of those blades, able to go ahead and get that kind of economy out the back of it, get a gun to work with in the meantime, and you're kind of cushioning yourself here for the next couple ones. So it makes sense for Champlain here to go ahead and take a timeout, figure out what exactly is going on, because these past couple rounds have not been working out for them. The only time they did win rounds was those 2 that came off, I mean, earlier when they said, all right, sweet, we can get this lockout done. We can get these guns just to work into our favor because we know that UML is off the back of a bonus right now. So now in this situation here to say, what can we do? Considering that means, sure, we have a Raze, we have an Astro, and we have a KJ Ultimate. How can we use these to really get onto a site, or better even hold one? Because I feel like that's been their biggest problem so far.
And I wonder, too, whether or not this is a little bit of a factor of, like, overheating. Because in the first half, when we did see Champlain playing that defense, you could tell that they were very meticulous with how they wanted to engage or retake sites or play this defense, use their utility, and they were very smart about how they wanted to go about things. In this second half, we started to see that at first when we saw those 3 rounds in a row happen, but it feels like they're a little bit more gung-ho about things. They just kind of want to get in there. And, you know, confidence is a little bit of a double-edged sword sometimes. While it does help you in, you know, you feel a little bit more confident in your gameplay, it can cause you to make a little bit more of these simple mistakes, which UML White right now, they're more than happy to capitalize onto it, as they're only 1 round away from tying things up, as we do see Champlain onto a save into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, just got to see what really can be done here. I mean, the timeout finally goes ahead and just starts to dwindle down. Is off the back of, once again, a little bit of a budget buy, so it's a little bit odd to be going for these timeouts. Typically, these rounds you can kind of use as a substitute for a timeout, and if you feel like you really didn't get an idea of what's going on or a massive switch up comes around, you say, okay, now we can make that adjustment where need be. We can take the time for it, because in the meantime, you're giving UML a lot of time to go ahead and discuss things as well. It's a double-edged sword in its own right. You have to go ahead and consider what UML could do differently here in a round like this, and I think a setup change was in order. A little bit of a different default to work with, which could work out for him, but we haven't really seen Pike go off in this game just yet, but you have all the time in the world to do it right now.
Ooh, hey. You bait out the showstopper, not a bad thing. And now we do see Champlain, they're able to take that C site. Gotta watch out for the nice little blender setup onto site, but they should be able to get through this. OG goes in deep. Pike actually able to find 2. That's not how you wanted this one to start out. An aftershock can be invested in order to really just slow down the push, but this one's not looking too good for Champlain. We're seeing 4 members come in from the exact same side, and now they're just gonna be running in here. The flash is gonna go a little bit wide. Pike looking for it. Oh, never mind, has a little bit of help from above, and just like that, UML come in by storm, and they're gonna tie up this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy to go ahead and get the plant down, to go ahead and get that extra money off the back of it, but UML, I mean, they were expected to win a round like this. Let's be real. I mean, it's just a little bit sad that you saw a couple ultimates invest in the meantime, especially that showstopper, which could be a massive means of engagement, I mean, used in the right situation. So, you go ahead and tie things up. I talked about that checkpoint chokehold. Well, seems like we're sitting in a chokehold right now because those 3 rounds back to back to back, you saw that had been answered instantaneously, and UML is sitting at the same exact point. So, I mean, even then, when you look at the comfortability factor here, when you look at the amount of momentum here, UML, I mean, typically we see when teams get kind of that chokehold situation, 9 times out of 10, you're seeing the teams that's caught up, they're going to be the ones to spring ahead. Because off the back of a round like this, UML will still have a bye, win or loss, but Champlain will be sacrificing something if they lose this.
Yeah, just going back and forth. Let's see if UML can actually break that history book or break the pattern of repetition. Maybe that's the better way to say it. Trying to find their 4th round in a row. Getting a little bit aggressive, but look at this Zedon. On the board here. 70 is able to find one. Oh, goes
hello?
for the smash. Timing, though, was able to come out on top. They were just around the other side.
Oh,
are you kidding
no.
me? The operator shot goes wide. And this is going to be a gift, nice and wrapped for Champlain. Nerva tries to at least slow them down, but it's all said and done. Chizu able to at least get a little crispy headshot. Spike still not down. And it's a 1v3 scenario, but this kind of, a little bit of spaghetti got dropped onto the floor.
Yeah, I think Cheesy could be the player to do it, considering that they've been a top frag for the longest time. But I mean, it just doesn't really come down to it. It doesn't matter. You have so many players standing against you. You lost way too much there for free there at the start. I mean, that is just Champlain. I'm sure they were ecstatic about that situation. They're probably laughing in the comms that UML are really beating themselves up off the back of that, because it was more specifically, I mean, Milky and Lyra, you cannot let that happen, especially Milky. I mean, after what we've seen Milky in terms of shots hitting in this game so far, a simple point like that where a player literally has their utility out and you're catching them with their hands down, and you just can't let that happen. And I think they're not going to, but it comes down to a round like this where, once again, I mentioned it, they have themselves buy still available. That round didn't beat them up too much in terms of economy. They do have another chance. Problem is that safety net is now allotted to Champlain. We have to compensate somewhere.
A lot of ultimates online for Champlain too. OG, of course, going to be taking the lead here. Nightfall is available, but it is actually going to be the Cosmic Divide that comes in first. Milky able to at least shoot out that crawler, but look at this. Lockdown going to be invested as well. Now, UML might have to give a little bit extra room. Going to be seeing the Rolling Thunder come through. Actually knocks up quite a few of them. They were going to actually try and take this challenge, but there's way too many bullets flying through. Slow or not, doesn't matter. One detained is going to be good enough. Milky in the back line. A little bit upset with that last round, able to at least find one. Nerva tosses out the aftershock, should be able to get at least a bit of damage in as the Reckoning comes in as well. It's just everything from UML White coming through all together at once. OG playing inside the smoke, catches someone off guard. Pike now in a very bad position. Paint Shell's not able to find the kill. Chizu still on site here. Ashen just on the other side of that Viper's wall. Gonna toss things out. Lots of mollies going back and forth. Pike is just on the other side, down to a 1v1. OG goes for the swing. You didn't look behind you. And now Champlain, they find themselves on map point.
And even, I mean, the NATO Swarm went down. You were expecting that angle to go ahead and be cleared. I mean, Pike, I mean, all things considered, love the placement there, and even had the idea. Problem is, when that shot goes off, so many things are happening in the back of your mind where you just can't register, okay, that one piece of utility was shot. That's where the last player it is, because you already saw him. He's looking somewhere else, had literally no clue where OG was, and even then, when you know you're a Sentinel holding up against the likes of a Duelist who is top frag for the other side, it's a little bit intimidating, I'll give you that. So, I mean, I'm not going to beat you up too much for a point like that, but even then, I mean, I will beat you up right here, right now, or at least the entire team, to where you got to pick it up to get this thing into an overtime. You have no more chances remaining. Champlain is about to close out their map pick, which is to be expected, but, I mean, already, just showing that you've had so many opportunities again and again and again, and they're just slipping through your fingers. You have this last chance available to you.
And still 2 ultimates online. Could be comboed together and absolutely devastating if they catch quite a few members. The Nightfall first tags them, and then you stun them up so you know exactly where they are, so you can run in and absolutely murk them. Still going to be tough, though. Champlain, they look towards moving on to the C site. Pike is going to be the only person there who's going to be able to try and hold things down, but the Paint Shells actually might do a decent job. Never mind. Okay, they're going to be going through. We're going to be seeing the Rolling Thunder come in first. OG already into the back of the site. Haunt going to be coming down, but the site is clear. OG, though, not too sure if Pike is going to be able to spot that one out. Oh, just on the other side of that smoke. Nice and spherical, and going to keep OG hidden for not too much longer.
Knock, knock. You got to go for a retake right here, right now. That's where you get to do it. I mean, in Champlain, they are looking at death's door. They're looking to close things out. And a perfect little life savior there at the likes of Chizu. We talk about Angels clipping wings. This one's still intact. But you got to make sure to do it right here with that Nightfall already going through. You know that the player's going to be inside that smoke. You're going to hear that early Nightfall going through. Problem is, you did not catch these players off guard. It is a 2v2 situation. Chizu able to go ahead and swing out, but it's all down to Ashton, who's holding things down towards the flank. This could be the perfect positioning if Finkay just doesn't close things out immediately.
Okay, the pick going to be invested here, but I don't think that there's simply enough time.
Nope.
Chizu going to be trying to get this defuse. Goes for the stick, but it matters not. Ashton from the side goes in and cleans up that round to Champlain. Win it 13-10.
Yeah, perfect closure there for Champlain. Finally, I get to see a team out of the few times I've seen Lotus, the team that actually picks the map end up winning it. So that's perfect for Champlain here, especially considering that they are the ones that are down in the entirety of the season. They're the ones that have not won a game yet. So for them to go ahead and get an early map here, they got to have some confidence welling up after that. They have to be happy with the results because knowing that they're going to their opponent's side, a little bit more of a trickier map into the Haven, you're kind of happy with that, saying it's somewhat relatively similar to what we're dealing with here on Lotus. 3 sites to play off of, but it's a very different lineup, and you see a lot of teams working it a lot differently in terms of compositions as well.
Yeah, Haven, kind of the mashup for what teams want to be able to bring in here. A lot of different varieties as well. But we're going to be throwing to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have that second map ready for you. Can Champlain win their first match in only 2-0? Well, only one way to find out. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. It's NECC. We're still doing Valorant. My name is still Marks, and this is still Mick. And we had a very interesting map number 1 onto Lotus, where we actually got to see Champlain win it out 13 to the end against UML White. Pretty interesting map, wouldn't you say?
Yep. Yeah, I definitely would say that, considering that, I mean, it's one of the closest maps we've probably seen, especially in the collegiate scene. I think probably the closest in NECC in terms of Lotus I would have to go ahead and bargain on is, I mean, a map like that, you don't get very many teams that start to excel in it, or even feel comfortable enough picking it, which oddly enough, I think it's just these two teams, they love choosing 3-map sites, or 3-site maps, because, well, we're going to Haven for the next one, which is basically just the same thing in a different environment and without the revolving doors.
Yeah, I mean, the revolving doors obviously add a little bit of flavor to Lotus, but yeah, 3-site Haven as well, just kind of a mashup of different team compositions, so many different things that you can kind of bring to the board in regards to your duelists, your controllers, your initiators. It really is just kind of like, this is the one map that you could see 2 completely different agent teams coming in, which I think makes Haven a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, Haven's one of the oldest maps in the games, along with the Sides of Ascent, which could be that third map if we do get around to going there. But, I mean, these teams, everybody in the entire world that's played Valorant more than likely has just, I mean, layers on layers on layers of compositions that could work in a map like this. So I'm excited to see what we can really be opting for here, especially what we're going to be locking down, because we are going to have a little bit more initiating powers we can already see out of that breach being locked in for both sides, because that was very prominent when it came around to Lotus. So, I mean, obviously these teams are going to replicate that success to a certain extent. But I want to see UMass and whether they actually go ahead and lock down a real initiator this time that gives them the information, because that was something you put a lot of emphasis in on that map of Lotus, which probably could have helped them out in a couple situations. But, I mean, their speed was really warranted at one point. Problem is, there was just a couple encounters where you feel like they could have had themselves a little bit more of an edge up.
Yeah, and on top of that too, just kind of talking about that, you know, lack of information piece. While the double walls are all fine and dandy, and you know, you can really control sites down, it really makes it a lot more difficult to kind of read as to what your opponent is doing. And we're going to be seeing more or less a little bit of a mirror matchup here. Different Sentinels, as well as different initiators as well. You know, we're bringing in the Fade on one side, but the Sova on the others. And quite frankly, both of those agents are still pretty viable on Haven, just because Fade you tend to pick if there's a lot more closer ranges, and you know, you want to use that haunt to clear out some of these specific corners, whereas Sova's a little bit more, you know, you want to go for long range types of plays, which quite frankly Jet can support both styles.
Yeah, and oddly enough, I mean, typically on this map, we see the Fade kind of being matched up with that Raze, just to go ahead and get those very early encounters with that bot, and even then sometimes with those nades to come out if you can get those combos going down with the tether. But, I mean, there has to be some more on the back of this, and obviously there's going to be some game plans on the way. The Cypher is going to be obviously a huge pick here for the side of UML, because I love the globalness of that alone. I mean, it's going to be the only thing really that we do see of actually giving out the information still just anywhere on the map is Cypher's strength. But it can also be a double-edged sword, because he can be almost anywhere. And either that's a player who you're saying, all right, sweet, they're bunkered down on this side, we can just push through and overwhelm this player if they're not really doing all that well in this game. Or they could be the lurking Cypher that I've seen every now and then kind of pop up out of the woodworks and be that one player that is fragging out of their mind, and you're saying, where is this guy? Their tripwires are everywhere, their cages are in different spots of the map, they have every single avenue covered.
Yeah, as soon as that suave Frenchman no longer was in the meta, we see a lot more of these other Sentinels trying to play that lurking role. But given the fact that we are having 2 Omens in onto the field as well, Omen was the OG lurker. So I imagine that that is going to be more of the style to play. Milky just in the back of the site, just going to get sprayed down. OG starting us off strong. And now that's going to be Champlain being able to claim that C site.
Yeah, very swiftly already going ahead and getting onto that side. All 5 players alive in the meantime. Sure, your Jet doesn't really have all that much health, but even then, your Jet's more times than not going to be typically dead by this point. So you're happy to at least have that extra man to go ahead and work with in the meantime. You got to check every single corner, though, and you're seeing these players already being ready for it. Lyra does go inevitably get picked in the meantime, but Sebi's doing some absolute work with some massive exchanges there right there inside that garage area. But UML still has a little bit of a lack of player count.
Gonna try something here. It's gonna be a smoke coming in. Z-Luck just not able to find that. Jeez, gonna walk away with the kill. And the fault line came out beautifully. As look at that, UML White yet again. They are uncontested in the pistol rounds in this matchup thus far. They're able to get that first one on the defuse, and a little bit of a dicey situation halfway through.
Yeah, just a little bit awkward there for UML, but I mean, they came out with it anyways, and they were able to clutch that thing up with the 2 players still remaining. So good start for them once again. able to win out these pistol rounds, and that's something we haven't really seen Champlain do too much of. I mean, this is a luxury that's kind of being allotted to them. They're able to do it on that prior end or the latter half of that last map, but I mean, with these starting right off, I mean, going ahead, figuring out a default, it seems like they're a little bit slow to figuring out game plans, but I mean, they got all the time in the world. It's only that first round. They know a bonus or a force is going to be coming through right here to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive for the side of UML to be pushing onto this site, but they're not going to be pushing anything. They're not starting the attacking side. They're on defense, so they're going to hold these things down very effectively.
Oh, look at this. You can tell right now, Milky just booking it back to that C site. They just completely vacated it, and we're hoping that it was going to be on the other side, but unfortunately, chose the wrong site, and Champlain are going to have free access to that one. So UML White are going to have to play this 5v5 retake. Given the fact that they do have superior weaponry, I imagine it should be good, but still not the most ideal situation. I think that they were trying to just take them on head on, but instead it's going to be a little bit of a brawl. Pike gets the first pick, and Lyra finds yet another. It's going to be the double swing coming in, a little bit messy there as two members are going to be going down, but it's still 2v3, and the defenders have the site.
Yeah, good possibilities here for the side of Champlain, more specifically. Sure, that spike is down. You can't really do too much in a situation like that. Already just going ahead and getting that defuse off. You just take, the deaths on the chin as best you can because you want that extra money, because what are you going to be doing? Carrying over a Spectrum around where you can buy a rifle? Nah, you're not going to do that. Play things out. Just kind of go ahead, stick to that tried and true pattern of things, and try to go ahead and die to the Jet if anybody, because all these other ultimates are going to be a lot more problematic. That Nightfall, that Front of the Shadows, that, Rolling Thunder, all those things, even the Neural Theft as well, all very, very complicated. So you want to make sure to go ahead and just lock that down to say, okay, why are they going to go and use that other weapon in their ultimate if they already have, a weapon inside their hands? So the 2-0 start here from UML is to be expected off the back of that first round win, but even now, as a follow-up, Champlain probably have these guns in their hands. Let's see how they go ahead and take a different approach onto things.
Dueling fault lines slows the pace down for both of these teams. You can see Lyra was looking to get a little bit more aggressive there, but to be fair, so was Champlain, completely just stopped in their tracks. But now they're going to be moving in on here. Keep in mind, though, Champlain have a couple of different options if they do decide to rotate off of here. They have that Killjoy lurking mid, but also have that Omen watching onto that C side. So it's not a full commit here, but OG starts us off strong. Lyra is going to be going down, and now this A side is looking a lot more possible.
Yeah, just got to go ahead and get a couple more kills here in the meantime. But UML are not going to let that happen. They're not going to overextend here. They know they do not have the favored guns for this kind of a matchup. So they're going to be holding close angles wherever they can, hoping that players start to push into them. But it seems like Champlain is giving them absolutely nothing, playing this as slow as possibly can be, especially for the attacking side where you have the gun advantage. And honestly, you'd see a lot of teams start to rotate here, but once again, they're trying to go for this wild card to say, maybe if we wait a couple seconds, a couple players will inch off. As soon as you throw the owl drone, though, I guarantee you nobody's moving a muscle.
Yeah, here we go. Owl drone going to be expended. Take a little bit more ground. A flash is going to be absolutely beautiful. Smokes, though, are going to be good as well. OG goes for the swing and is able to find one, finds the second as well. And just like that, Champlain completely conquered the site. It's just up to Milky, who goes up here not really expecting OG to be up there. And who else but OG to find 4 kills to get their first round on the board. Good job from Champlain.
Yeah, OG once again going ahead, just kind of being the horns to the bull there, able to get that onto that site, able to go ahead and stay alive in the meantime and cut down 4 of the players. So, I mean, you're getting that good aggressive start. You're letting your Jet start to go ahead and heat up a little bit, and that is the benefit of having these duelists that you rely on better yet. Go ahead and have themselves a very solid start. You want to make sure to kind of feed into them as much as possible, all the utility in the world, and really just let this game play very traditionally. Go ahead, set them up with the flashes, with all the information in the world, and they're going to go ahead and hit those shots, and even on the defense, especially in a map like Haven, the operator's a lot more viable, especially here for OG now, kind of switching things up and going to the Jet instead of the Rays. So this could be really good for him.
Oh, Milky spotted out, but look at that. A good... No way you don't find that kill.
No.
Milky Doodoo not able to secure that one, and that's going to be a little bit of a stinger. The timing here could be immaculate. Goes in, is able to at least get 2, but look at this. The team has his back. Blake able to find 2. UML White completely folding Champlain over as they just topple to the ground, and now Ashton, the last person left standing. Milky somehow able to survive throughout that entirety of the chaos.
That is just an outstanding effort there from the side of UML, especially, I mean, such an instantaneous answer there from the side of their entire team, just ready to go whenever on a whistle's whim. But I mean, already just going ahead, putting Ashton into a terrible spot, saying you need to go somewhere else around the map. Go ahead and hug that turret nearby. They are going to know that you're nearby somewhere in the map once that turret starts to go off. If you do overextend, but I think in the meantime, UML, they're not chancing anything. Might as well walk out with all 5 guns. Who cares about that one singular member? They're not going to be pushing up on us. They're not going to be trying that, consider that we have, well, the spike hostage inside of the C site. Let's just hold on to what we got.
30 seconds left.
And keep in mind, too, Champlain, all 4 of the rounds that have played, they're pushing in pretty aggressively onto C side. Obviously, on the last one, we did see that A side hit where things worked out really well for them, but that was their fast hit round. But generally speaking, when they want to move in a little bit more methodically, play around that utility a little bit more, it does look like C is their site of choice. And honestly, great adaptation coming in from UML White. Just understanding that this is going to be the case, actually with a couple of crispy headshots, but still not going to be enough. As a UML White, they get another round. It's now 3-1.
Yeah, very good efforts there, and even then for UML to go and have themselves a solid start for the map that was expected for them to go ahead and be choosing. They're supposed to have an early lead on, and knowing that they had the advantage of kind of going to the opposite side, they're okay with that because this is still they're going to be home ground. So already having that one ultimate to work with, and Champlain having now 2, they're not going to have the buys behind it, which is a little bit awkward because you look at this team and what they're bringing into this next round. 3 rifles, 2 little kind of pistols carried over to where they want to force something out here. They want to get something done. It feels like they want to go ahead and do everything in the world because, well, you also have a Blaze Storm on the back of it, which is going to be employed, obviously, in the meantime. So, I mean, things are definitely feasible for them, but man, is going to have to be scrappy.
A little bit of a slower play style coming in onto this round. You know, when we see UML White, they're flirting with disaster. They're pushing in a little bit on this A long site, but given the fact that they don't have any information, I wonder if, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a back off because they don't think that it is this A site. Like I said previously, it did feel like Champlain did enjoy going on to C, and so we do see that UML are backing themselves off, which is going to give Champlain a little bit of an advantage. If they want to take that A site, it is definitely a feasible option.
Definitely could be. Just comes out of whether or not you actually get the timing there. A little bit awkward of an encounter there towards C long, but you're going ahead giving a little bit of a lurking player. You already see a couple players dedicated to that site in the meantime. So if OG can do a little bit better in the play storm of the job than Lyra can, that's just not going to be the case there, unfortunately. So already Lyra following it now with a second, holding things out. This A site is locked down. You don't want to funnel things in because you don't want to go in one by one because you've already lost 2. Last thing you want to do is lose the rest.
You say that, but yet Champlain, you know, they're still looking at that A site. We see that Omen moving things in as Spike is able to find out Ashen, and now they're more or less sworn dead to rights. They have to make this A site work, or at least try and find enough picks to make it worthwhile. Nice little headshot coming in from Sebi, but it's still a 2v4 scenario, not enough time. They're just going to be holding back here and keep those rifles into the next round. A little bit of a tough one coming in there. Lyra doing an excellent job at just shutting things down on A.
Yeah, they're really not going to push this thing out. You do get the Prowler to go ahead and get the information to say somebody is there towards sewers, but you're not going to push that. You just hold on to the guns you got. It's a 4v2. You won the round. You just take it where you can. So UML, once again, just holding things down very solidly. And all a testament to Lyra there, I will say, who's going ahead and starting to feel themselves on the jet. A little bit of a warm-up in that last map. Not really excelling where you need them to. OG obviously kind of being the MVP at that point. But already, I will say another player who has completely swapped things up. Pike, who was on that KJ in that last map. Bottom of the leaderboard, couldn't really get things rolling along. Having an absolute outstanding game so far, at least in this first one, to go ahead and be a catalyst to this early lead for the side of UML.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes a difference. Especially, too, when you're feeling a little bit more comfortable, but also, too, using the utility extremely effectively.
Yep.
We talked about how these fault lines have been doing an excellent job at just kind of slowing down the attack, and that's just all Pike. Excellent placement and excellent timing coming in from this player. OG, back to the site, has this Sheriff. This A site should be more or less taken over, but still, it's going to be this 5v5 retake, a Rolling Thunder just waiting to get utilized before they move in.
Oh, I'm here for this 110%. You're going to go ahead and get those lineups there, even in the aftershock. Going ahead, possibly being a little bit problematic, but it's okay. The rest of the team is there to follow almost immediately. No Spikium went down in the meantime. Way too much stuns, way too much crowd control. You just seemingly can't do anything at all. So Ashton is able to go ahead and get one off the back of the other there earlier on, but UML to be expected to come out with the win there. They once again follow through with it to keep on carrying on this lead into a 5-1 fashion. So, I mean, Champlain, you're on the attacking side. You set the tempo here for the game. You got to take advantage of that here soon.
Just a little bit of a micro play that I have to call out there is the fact that Lyra pops the Blade Storm. An Aftershock gets invested in heaven. You know, you want to get out of there as quickly as possible, but unfortunately Chizu coming through with the body block. Lyra's not able to escape as effectively, and as a result, that Blade Storm just kind of falls flat. A little bit of unfortunate positioning body-wise coming in from those players, but ultimately UML able to win that round, so it's quite all right. Look at this, though. The defense completely stacking things onto C. Lyra finds that first pick, but more or less that's going to open the flood doors for Champlain to move their way onto A, and Chizu's the only person in heaven who could potentially slow them down.
And even then, I don't think they're going to budge too much off the back of this. I mean, UML has already gone ahead and known that, okay, this Omen has been lurking the entire game. We've snuffed it out every single time, it feels like. So it's not really too much of a problem. We just got to hold things down, and that's exactly what our team's doing. Pike able to go ahead and get another kill there. Going ahead and making sure that this is a 5v3. The guns aren't really bought up too much for the side of Champlain. They can get things done. They got themselves a plant, which is a nice little extra 300 to work with, but you're relying on OG to get every single kill in the world. They can at least get one.
Okay, well, hey, at least get one. Sebi's able to find one as well, but fortunately not going to be enough. UML White win that round again. And I wonder if this is a little bit of that comfortability playing this Jet in that close range style versus that longer range style. Obviously, we did see OG playing Raze on the last map, which does favor a little bit more closer range combat. Meanwhile, Lyra, more than happy to bust out the operator at all points in the game, and has been pretty good with the Blade Storm as well, finding long range headshots to be able to shut down rounds single-handedly. So it might just be a little bit of comfortability coming in from both of these Jets. But right now, Champlain, they're going to be moving into this next round as they do call a timeout, but they will have 3 ultimates online. If I'm not mistaken, this is also a little bit of a save coming in from their squad. They shouldn't be able to fully buy themselves all of their utility as well as rifles and full shields.
Yeah, OG definitely won't be able to buy here, but the rest of the squad kind of will. Luck will also kind of be that lurking factor once more because that player hasn't really gone and done anything in terms of actually going for an upfront fight so far. So it's a little unfortunate to see one of your players not able to drop a single kill just yet in this matchup, but even then we can already tell that things are looking a little bit rough here for the side of Champlain, hence why they're obviously calling a timeout. So I think, I mean, their form of play pattern has been a lot different from Lotus. They obviously had a lot of confidence when it came to that map, and this one it plays very, very similarly. They didn't really utilize the doors all that much. They didn't really do too much that was feeling all that crazy. They just kind of played the map a little bit better, and sure, it took them a little while, but I mean, it was a rough start for them. And I think this could be the same kind of case for them, but they just got to go ahead and be confident in their actual play style because they're playing a lot slower than what we're typically used to. And that's not the Champlain that one map won. It's kind of shown exactly right now to say, well, when you do start to slow things down, when you seem like you don't really have these cohesive plans and executions onto a site, things start to fall apart.
Makes me wonder how much time Champlain have really invested in just becoming that team that's pretty decent at Lotus. Because you know that you can catch quite a few teams off guard by just, all right, lock in the Lotus. We know that we've got a strategy here. But meanwhile, like we said at the top of this map, Haven, a very well-practiced map. They were getting a little bit too aggressive, though. OG is able to take that down, so that's going to be a free operator. But Milky still in the back and has this Odin. Could be absolutely devastating, but it is going to be a Rolling Thunder as a Milky Doodoo potentially tried to escape, but never mind. Got lost a little bit too much in the sauce, and Z-Luck takes him down, and now that Spike is going to go down as well.
Yeah, another little plant going through here. Finally having a man advantage on the back of it. No real super impactful ultimate, so no Rolling Thunder coming through, no Blaze Storm to just come right to your face. In the meantime, you have to make sure you're just kind of hold these angles as best you can. OG now with an operator in hand, picked up off the back of that. You're happy to go ahead and hold down these aggressive angles as well. A little bit of an awkward encounter there towards Garage, but you hold things down nonetheless. And also Luck, thankfully, able to go ahead and wake up here, get 3 kills in the meantime. We're not dropping any more donuts. You're on the board and you're confident saying, okay, I'm also ahead of somebody else now. Ben K, Ashton, now it's y'all starting to step it up. I'm actually playing in this thing.
And one thing also to call out as well is just how close, quite frankly, these frags are going. Last time when we took a look at the kill board, the kill leaderboard, if you will, it was very clearly just in Champlain's favor. But despite UML having the superior scoreline in 6-2, generally speaking across the board, the kills are just kind of evened out. And I think that does show that it is still going pretty back and forth. It's not just clean rounds where they're finding these flawlesses. It's pretty even trades going in, despite the fact that UML White tend to come out on top.
Yeah, already you're seeing OG and Lyra just go back at him with each other with those operators in hand, looking to go ahead and match things up, see if they can find one of them to establish who is the better Jet right now. But there's just not going to be an answer. And say you're going to look somewhere else on the map, see if anybody else overextends, say maybe that operator's still over there towards 8 main. We don't want to peek that in the meantime. So let's go ahead and risk it somewhere else. Somebody else start filling things out. See where these players can start inching towards, because now they got themselves a second round on the board. They're starting to accumulate this money on the back of it. And especially with how many players were surviving in that last wing, you are very well and open to go for the C side. Man, is this going to be a very, very cocky play coming out.
Nerva just trying to make their way out of the smoke. Oh, that's good information. But Pike able to escape as well. Keep in mind, Hunter's Fury online as well for Sebi, so can play a little bit further back and just rely on that utility. Sorry, that ultimate Blade Storm now going to be activated as well for OG. For a little bit more value than what was previously proposed. UML White finding their time, getting themselves set up. OG with the first pick. Lyra trades it right back. Now the Bladestorm is going to be active. We're going to have Blades up against the Blades, but never mind. OG just sticks to the rifle and says it works a little bit better and finds the headshot as well. Says I can do just as well with these Blades as you can, as Champlain find their third round in this half.
Yeah, very big picks coming out there from the side of Champlain once again. I mean, already OG and Lyra kind of being that massive lineup that we're looking at over and over and over again, even in the last round already. But even then, when you look at the situation, saying, okay, a Bladestorm's been popped, I pop mine as well. And, I mean, what's the first thing I do when I pop a Bladestorm? I do 2 updrafts. I try to get it sky high as best I can to kind of get an angle on people and catch them off guard. Well, as a Jet player, I know exactly where you're going. I can read that, so I'm going to probably look up to the sky before on the ground because I know my teammates got me, and that's exactly what they did. So Champlain coming out here now, starting to swing, starting to go ahead and find a little bit of momentum off the back, starting to get some confidence here, and starting to actually make some plays, which is perfect for him because it feels like they've really been stuffed out in this game so far, but it seems like everybody's starting to get their gears turned a little bit more so.
And that timeout really helped them get their momentum back. Make sure that they can continue to go through this, but look at this tricky Cypher setup. Usually Milky has been traditionally on that C site, so this could be a little bit more unexpected here. OG with this operator, the lockdown gets invested as well. What are you going to have to walk through is going to activate the trip potentially. Never mind. Here's it. Oh, okay. There we go. A little bit of information as Sebi goes down. And now another tag coming in here. But Milky not able to deny the plant at the very least. Still, though, 5v4. Numbers advantage very heavily in favor. And it gets evened up just like that. OG with the operator.
Yes, just hold him down in the back of the site, able to go ahead and get another pick off the back of that, but still, no ultimates to work with in the meantime. You were just hoping that all this utility, that you can find the perfect play in the meantime. All this utilities kind of stacking on top of each other, but Luck has found 1 kill in the meantime. You're hiding inside the cloud burst, trying to hope that's enough, and it most definitely is. A 1v2 situation down to a 1v1, but Ashton says, look, we are fed up with this. I have to pick it up an operator for my teammate, and I also have to get another round on the board because that's a little bit more important, all things considered. So 6-4 on the board. Champlain 3 back-to-back-to-back. This is looking outstanding for to make sure to get us possibly a 6-6 on the end of this.
All right, I know we kind of talked about Ashton not being a huge impact player just quite yet, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure between this first map as well as the current map as well, Ashton has been doing extremely well with headshots. I'd love to see some sort of statistic there, but I'm pretty sure all 4 of those kills in this map thus far from Ashton have just been crispy headshots, with the first 2 I remember definitely being Sheriffs. And, ooh, Lyra going down first. It's a brawl down on C. The Bulldog at least able to find 2. Nirva able to escape as well. Gonna use the from the shadows, just gets away in time. Ashton can't find the swing onto that one, but you know what, it was a little bit of a brawl, but hey, you know what, if you're UML, that's a win in your books.
Yeah, considering that, I mean, you didn't really have all the guns in the world off the back of that, I mean, you were very, very happy with the result nonetheless. So already Haunt coming through right there towards Garage. You know that players can be pushing from Garage. So what do you do? Just try to double swing on them, but instead that you find no result to kill in the meantime, except for, oddly enough, on a Nerva who's coming back from CT. So Chizu with the Dream and a Sheriff in hand. It's a 1v2. It's doable, but man, it's going to be difficult.
Oh yeah, keep in mind too that there's an operator on the field too, so one wrong peek and your head's gonna pop off, or actually just the body. Even at how these things go. Well, okay, never mind. Oh, she actually had a Vandal, but we'll go back and be able to scoop up that operator. So Champlain, you know what? They're coming back into this one pretty hard. Things were looking a little bit dicey for them in the first half of this, but that's now 4 rounds in a row. They're 1 away from tying things up, and on top of that too, looking into this round, they've got that Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury. This is going to be a good round from them, as we do see UML White try and hold them back.
It's a little odd also looking at the board right here, right now, on the specific point where we're on the last round of the half. And I mean, on this same split, this same exact situation on that last map, everybody seemed a little bit more just kind of even across the board in terms of contributing to these kills, in terms of assists, just, I mean, being a part of the game. But it feels like on this map specifically, it just feels like everything is funneled into like the top 2 players, and that's it. Everybody kind of down the board is just playing a supporting role here. I want to see some more front linesmen. I want to see some people actually being an emphasis inside these fights, not just being kind of passive there, because that's going to be the biggest differentiating factor when it comes around to this latter half. Because, I mean, obviously, Champlain, they're starting to wake up here. UML, I don't think they've really fallen asleep at the wheel. It just comes down to more, are you ready for the differences that are starting to actually take place and really have an effect on this match?
And to UML's credit, they have been trying to rotate things around. I mean, take a look at that tricky Cypher setup. You talked about how that Cypher utility can be used all over the map, and we're seeing the maximum potential being stretched to the limit. Trapwire on A, in Garage, and the camera on C. But still, I don't know that necessarily this is going to be good information. They're able to at least know where things are coming through, but they haven't been able to really capitalize on some of the information that gets given. Fault line coming through, and it's very obvious this is a C hit.
Yeah, I mean, you already hear that cloudburst, that tailwind going through. Already
No way.
OG with a very crisp kill towards the back of the map. It's the last round. You go for the backup there at the Blaze Storm just in case somebody decides to push. You have a little bit of an impromptu shotgun in the meantime. But Milky finally going ahead, waking up on the board, able to get a kill as well. So in a 4v4 there for the retake, trying to go through. You have these ultimates going ahead and being funneled out. Champlain still have the Rolling Thunder. They are just waiting on that. Meanwhile, Ashton is able to go ahead and get some gorgeous picks. Good God, that's a third. You're looking for a fourth to close things out. And that's exactly what you do. Excuse me?
Hey, remember that statistic that I said about headshots?
Yep.
I would just like to say that out of those 4 kills, 3 of those were headshots. Ashton, kind of nuts with it, if I'm being honest.
I mean, whatever gets around, right? I mean, all things led up to this point. We were expecting a little bit of a bounce back from Champlain eventually, and man, when they woke up, they were livid when they did. I mean, just seeing what the kind of answer they've had on the board. Now, finally, Ashton having an absolute monster of a round in that last one. I mean, with all things behind a sheriff until that point where you get another gun to pick up and work with. So, I mean, this is just the best case scenario for Champlain. Sure, their defense possibly doesn't look nearly as strong in a global impact with that Cypher compared to a KJ, but I think with Champlain shooters right now, the way that everybody's had their own impactful moments, they've all had their highlights here in this map so far at one point or another. I think if they can just use that collectively, they're going to be an absolute menace.
Now, here's what I'm going to be interested in. If Nerva versus OG, one of them swings that corner, going to be very decisive. Lyra, though, taking point here. Ben is able to find a little bit of a dink, but not enough to secure the kill. OG very tempted to at least push a little bit more forwards. Very classic stuff when you see a Jet player on Haven onto A. And that also, too, gives quite a bit of information. I think Nerva was able to spot out a bullet. So, yep, puts a little bit of fire in, but it's going to be just enough to push OG back. Still UML White, they haven't really decided where they want to engage onto. And so they're just kind of slowing things down and taking their time. Less than a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, just got to go ahead and have an idea of where you're going to execute here. And already, I mean, obviously UML a little bit kind of iffy on their decision there. When you wait for the utility to fall through, you see the smokes coming out now, you say, oh, this is definitely a C push. How are we going to go ahead and follow up on this? Well, swing things out off the back of a paranoid. It does absolutely nothing.
That's unbelievable. Pike with the 180. He's able to find a headshot, completely shut that down, and now UML White in a fantastic position. Lyra's still pretty low, but still quite a bit of utility available for Champlain. We're going to be seeing the fault line in the aftershock come through first. Lyra's able to find Ashton with the headshot. Sebi going to be coming through there. Pike gets the swing, able to find 2 with that ghost in hand. OG trying to make this one work, but unless OG finds this ace, it's not going to be looking doable. Still has 6 bullets in the Sheriff. It isn't possible, but it is going to be a very tall order. They know where he is. He turns around, and all the Gophers going to be out of their hole. And just like that, UML, they get the pistol round yet again. Who would have guessed?
Definitely not me, the guy who was talking about, you know, Champlain and their pistols not really looking the best in the world earlier. But I think, honestly, I mean, it's okay at this point. I mean, you've shown that you can definitely wake up on the rifle rounds. You can show that you can eventually retaliate these teams and really kind of match up with them. But there's got to be a little bit more of a quicker answer, I'd say. I mean, all things considered, I mean, we look at Champlain, we've seen what they've done in this game. We've seen them absolutely be just menaces to society so far. But, I mean, it all comes down, once again, to just looking at the individual players over and over. You look at UML, Chizu is just a common denominator for the side of UML in terms of success because they have been winning these rounds again and again and again, and they've even been very consistent in just getting kills on this map so far. Pike obviously kind of going ahead, pulling a 180, being at the top of the leaderboard now instead of the bottom, and OG just once again kind of holding that same role of what we saw in that last map. So I'm liking to see what everybody's offering here. It just comes down once again to seeing these rifles, seeing what happens, now kind of being on a force, and even these decisions off the back of that. Lear going for a rifle buy once again. I'm assuming that's going to be held on to, but there's still a massive wild card kind of lingering in our minds is saying, will you be going off with that? Will you be passing Pike, or at least going ahead and trying to get as equal as possible in a round like this? Because now you're on the attacking side, and sure, it's great to have an initiator just fragging out of their minds, but it's even better to have your duelist really catching heat.
Yeah, could have said it better myself. You might be sitting there right now thinking, wait a second, that timer hasn't gone down. Well, we just have a little bit of a tech pause coming in. Ashton is currently restarted the PC. Apparently not getting enough crispy headshots, so wants to make sure that everything is all up and fine and dandy. But yeah, like, take a look at those win rounds. You know that Champlain, even off of just that pistol, even though they lost it, they're still feeling pretty good about this one. As a reminder, map number 1 did go in Champlain's favor. They won it out 13-10 on Lotus. And so right now this is UML White fighting to make sure that they can force out that map number 3, which is Ascent if we do go there. But UML White starting this round off on the right foot. Let's see how they're able to continue to push things forward, or whether or not Champlain will get this 2-0 shutout. Their first win this season.
Yeah, I mean, this would be massive for them. I mean, I already mentioned it earlier when you can go ahead and kind of look at the leaderboard once again for this season and what we've seen from this specific area. For the spring, it just like UML and Champlain, they're neck and neck. You have like a 4-way tie there at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of like who's gotten 1 or who's gotten no wins at all. And I mean, Champlain could literally tie things up off this specific game alone and go ahead and be in a massive contention against everybody else, because there's only pure rounds differentiating UML and Champlain on the leaderboard besides that win. So especially if they get themselves the dub here, they are kind of keeping it close. They're not setting too much of an advocate for themselves to say, okay, we're definitively leading compared to a lot of these teams. But I mean, a win's a win. That's what you can ask for. That's what you want. With only 3 weeks remaining, this one included, you have to start here. And Champlain, if they don't, I quite think they're just locked out for the rest of the season. The only thing they can do is just kind of throw these wrenches in the plans of a lot of other teams and say, look, you're not going to be doing too much, or at least we're just going to knock you down to the rankings, because it doesn't matter all that much in the world for us. But if they're struggling already right now, I mean, we have to see the adjustments being made as a team just genuinely, just already. It has to show up right here. And they've definitely shown that. They have had the prowess. They have made the adjustments. I mean, just look at that 5-round spray they had earlier. Things are doable, but it has to be done faster. And that's just not in terms of this map alone or this series, which they've already gotten themselves the first map. Congratulations to them. But in the entire course of the season as well, there is no safety net anymore. You have to wake up. The adjustments that we saw that had to be made in that last half have also need to be made right now to guarantee yourself something for the season.
A little bit of a Scooby-Doo round, if you ask me, where we are able to actually see that it is going to be crazy engagement. Milky, though, able to walk away with 3. It's a little bit chaotic there. Champlain able to find a couple of with these pistols, but now, like, look at the wrong way as Ben's just like, hey, look behind you. And now, suddenly, down to a 1v2. Given the fact that Champlain came in with the weapon disadvantage, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Lyra able to at least keep that Vandal online. So, you know what? They were able to drop quite a few. UML White going into this bonus might feel a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit awkward there, all things considered, but I mean, already a little bit of a force spike coming through once again, and a little bit of a retaliation coming out for UML, considering that, hey, we have ourselves 3 rifles off the back of a round like that. Champlain, they're going to be coming with all guns blazing. OG, not really with all the armor in the world behind it, but I mean, I don't think that's too much of a concern. I've talked about it again and again about what these duels can do. They're just there for a retake. They're supposed to go and get 2 and die. They stay alive by the rear end. That's perfect. Use them as bait, or go ahead and get a little bit of an exchange off the back of them and let them go ahead and fuel those ultimates a little bit more so. But I mean, for defense, it's going to be a little bit more awkward, but OG has been tearing it up with that operator so far. So kind of give it a couple more rounds, and I can't wait to see if that's going to be brought into play here.
Nice and slow, UML White, feeling things out. You know, you got to live in the moment. Get a little bit of a vibe check, see what's going to be really tickling your fancy. Not really committing anywhere, but that spike is leaning a little bit more into the CB side. Actually, we do see Champlain. They've stacked their defenses quite heavily onto the C and B. And I think that this is all off of the play, the information of OG pushed so far forwards onto A. They know that nobody's there, and that's why they're allowed to have all of these agents move forward. And especially, too, using that recon bolt and understanding that no one is just kind of on B main, that gives even more information. But look at this. Sneaky, UML White get their way onto B. Sebi in the back there. Has to be able to hold things down, and it is going to be an alarm bot that's going to tip him off.
And even then, I mean, these smokes should already give all the information in the world. Okay, they're smoking off B. They're probably pushing B.
Go.
I just have no backup here whatsoever. Lyra goes ahead and gets shut down in the meantime. Sebi is shutting down the entire of this team single-handedly, but still, in a 4v2, making a 4v1 fashion, Champlain has woken up.
Yeah, Milky just has... Oh, a little bit of unfortunate timing, but check behind you. Ashton coming through. PC nice and reset and still finding headshots. So at least that's going to be nice and consistent as Champlain are now 1 round away from tying things up.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a massive little stance for them. I mean, we're finally getting back to that kind of tried and true rotation of rounds. I'm saying the 2-1 split for for these first three. And I mean, Champlain, they have been locking that down. I mean, once again, talk about the retaliation. Can you wake up when everything matters, when things are on the line? Can you get things done? And I got to say, in Lotus, it was more of just a fact of UML kind of falling asleep at the wheel. That's where it was. That's where they actually had their little bit of a slack up. Because, I mean, I can go ahead and once again point at that 10-10 round where Milky was going absolutely off, caught an Astra off guard, then the Astra ended up going ahead and killing 2 players in the meantime, an operator on the jet, and then even then also another player with that harbor right then and there of what Milky was playing at the time. So, I mean, they had slipped up on multiple occasions where they didn't need to, right there towards that double-digit checkpoint area. We're not really fighting for that just yet. We're trying to get there right now. And whatever team gets there first, they have a lot more momentum, and they even have the emphasis to go ahead and say, look, we can shut this game down. It just comes down to money. How much do they have to work with? And it's kind of a little bit iffy right now of where it really stands. But OG is going ahead and cutting 29 out of Nirvana.
Great opening pick there. That's going to shut down so many of the smokes. As a result, UML White are going to have such a difficult time trying to move in. Well, unless they're able to get that for free. Lyra just misses it and the information is given. We'll be seeing a Paranoia come through matched with the fault line, so at least we do see UML bait out quite a bit of utility from the defenders, but Ben is able to at least spot that as well. More information given. Now the engagement going to be coming through from UML White. They're going to be moving their way onto the C site here. Milky somehow able to stay alive. Lyra finds a nice little headshot onto Ben as well. And now that spike is going to be going down. Champlain in a 3v4 scenario.
Yeah, already pretty big sense here for the side of UML. They just got to get the timing off that. Oh my goodness, luck. Just with a little shard of luck there, you're able to go ahead and get the positioning for that kill once more, but already with that post plant going down, you're just trying to see what you can stall out. Another big hit already right there towards Cubby on C-Long. You have to go ahead and get a little bit more narrow. You can't swing that wide because there is a rolling thunder just prowling amongst inside that Cubby. You're not able to get those shots off, but look! What is going on with this player? How are you able to go and squeeze those 2 out?
Got the little bit of a rabbit's foot. Chizu trying to keep it alive, but Milky just on the side is actually able to make this a 1v1 scenario. Just has to play down this time now. Not a lot left here. Luck is going to go for it, but there simply just isn't enough time, despite the fact that Luck was able to walk away with 4 kills. The smoke agent playing inside the smoke is able to come out on top, but it is going to be a UML White victory.
Yeah, just a matter of time there. Even then having the coverage over there towards the back of the map where you saw that haunt come through, you had to get a quick shot off that, and even then read over there towards Garage. So sadly, you don't have any players kind of setting up in that angle. They're trying to fight towards long, trying to go ahead and hold through the smoke, kind of play that coverage of a single man to say, if you're going to be shooting this side, trying to kill my teammate, well, you're going to have to go through my body first. I'm okay with dying so long as a round is won. That just wasn't a sacrifice we saw Champlain being willing to make. So already UML once again coming out with another round of the board. Finally, a little bit of an answer there, the 2-1-1. And, I mean, it's not too bad for them. They're able to go ahead and keep this lead, and even then one more round off the back of it, they just start pretty strong here.
Oh, gee, that's so good. And I think that's one of the biggest things that has made things so difficult for UML White to do that, is the fact that OG has been so effective at taking spaces. I mean, obviously, you know, hey, it's a duelist, you're expecting them to take space, but it's just been so effective. Unfortunately, Sebi does go down. It's going to be the Silva out of the picture, but did get a meaty shock bolt in at least. So the Omen is a little bit dinged up before they get in on this entry, but UML White, it looks like their hand might be forced here. They have to engage onto this A site. They've already taken a lot of room.
Those definitely have. Just sneaking up on this A side, the same way that we saw them sneak up on B side earlier. Problem is, Champlain, they don't like these sneaky, crawly kind of encounters. They just like to go ahead and swing me directly, because if you want to go ahead and hold crouch again or hold shift onto a site, it's not going to work out well for you. I mean, go ahead. Take 2 rounds ago, for example, where you saw them pushing onto B. That didn't work out for them. If you're going to hit a site, you better have full confidence in it.
Yeah, and right now, Champlain, that had to have just been a morale booster with how easy that round just kind of worked out for them. And honestly, hey, Ben doing a really good job at just finding that crispy headshot to make sure that the round was just sealed. Now, we are going to be moving into this next one. We're seeing UML White struggle a little bit. They're not too sure what to do on this buy. It's going to be a full save coming in. If they are able to at least rescue that ultimate orb, we could get that Blade Storm online for Lyra. But they might need to invest quite a bit of utility to do so. Never mind. They're just going to get it for free. So Lyra now has this Blade Storm online. Has to be extremely effective if they want to convert this into a round win.
Yeah, I think honestly things are feasible for either side on the board. Just comes down once again to these first bloods. Who can get things done? Obviously UML, not really the best stance when it comes around to money. That's why you're investing the Blade Storm right here. But these angles already working out for the side of Champlain as they lock things down. This round is going to be very, very good for them. If they can keep all their players alive, That's really what it comes down to. You know you're kind of handed this round, but how much can you save and how much can you carry over?
Give me those back.
Not that.
Yes, I mean,
Or that.
oh, Lyra! Somebody stop him! Unless you're on UML White's team, then you want him to keep on going, but 5 blades back in the hand, Ben just in the back there, found the dink, and actually finds a spray down for a 2K.
Yeah.
Ashen's able to find him from behind. Looking really good, but it's all slowly fallen apart for UML White. And now it's just up to Chizu up against 3, only a classic in hand. But the
30
Nightfall
seconds
is online. This is not the round to use it. I'm just going to be clear about that one.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but probably looking to inflict a little bit of damage. Got a dink in, but it's not going to be enough. And Champlain have tied up the scoreboard. You know that's got to feel good.
Oh, most definitely does. I mean, especially off the back of a round like that, sure, 2 players got robbed away. You would have been in cloud 9 mentally if you ever just hold things down and go for a flawless and that kind of point. But still, a lot of money there in the back pockets. Even then, you can buy an operator. Still 2,800 there for OGs. I mean, the economic standing of the side of Champlain and even the ultimate economy as well is looking outstanding right now. I mean, they are just absolutely living it up in terms of what they have to offer and bring to the table. Problem is they're going to hit those shots and fall off the back of that. And even then, I think that's something they got to work with as well. So it really comes down more to UML White. Can they nail this thing in? Can they hit that 10 first and can they follow it off the back of it? Because they got to win 2 rounds back to back to really get Champlain into another eco scenario.
Luck kind of playing Batman up here. Doesn't get spotted out, but is able to get finally taken out. And just like that, UML White, they take it by storm off of one single ultimate, that Nightfall. They just run in onto site and they overwhelm the defense. So Champlain left with only 2, make it just 1 member remaining. And OG, yeah, you're just gonna have to save that operator, my dude, because UML White win that round very decisively.
Yeah, not around. You really want to try and go ahead and find these hero plays in. Just sit back in your spawn, watch these long angles, and pray that nobody's going for a flank here in the meantime. But go ahead and check it anyway. It's just slow and steady. UML, not going to push really. They're going to just kind of hold things out. You got 5 guns off the back of this. Just take what you got. Once again, kind of these points where you say, don't get overzealous, don't get crazy with it. It is OG that we're talking about, sitting in the back of the map with an operator. We know exactly where this guy is. I mean, let's be real here, but we just do not want to push that. So run back to spawn, see what we can get done. Go ahead and start rallying up and talking about the next round of how we can double this down.
And honestly, I think that this is a much better look coming in from UML White on this round. Obviously, you can say, yeah, they used an ultimate. Of course, they were bound to just win things out, but they were a lot more methodical on their entry onto C site. And I like that look a lot better than some of this insanity that kind of cracks down onto A, because you know that OG is going to be playing these angles. You know that OG is going to be looking for that initial pick, and it does seem like when Champlain are able to find that first frag, the round kind of falls apart for UML White. So honestly, just good job. Just, you know, OG is going to be there. That's a problem child. Stay away from the problem child, and the round could be yours. But they're going to be tempting fate yet again. They're going to be moving in onto this A site. OG holding it down though with this operator and has a Blade Storm available if things get dicey.
Yeah, just got to play this out as best you can. I mean, that operator's still being out on too. You just don't want to swing that wrong angle. But thankfully for UML, it's a 66% chance that they don't swing it. So they're going to be totally fine in the meantime if they opt to go somewhere else. And that luck works out for them. But Champlain still, they had the money as I mentioned previously. But problem is, they just got all the kills in the world as well on the back of it. OG with a very crisp start. It comes down to the utility being invested here. So nice blinds to go through. Champlain in a 4v3. OG, you're going to be going in with that Blaze Storm, buddy. I hate to tell you, you better just drop that operator or something, hold down an angle, because you're going to be investing with the rest of your team here in a second.
You seeing from the shadows, Nerva, that's a bold move. Looking for it, gets spotted out there. Able to at least find one. Can't find the spray transfer onto Ashton. But now OG going to be moving in as well. Finds the back of Lyra's head. It's absolutely beautiful. Milky now in a 1v2 scenario. Doesn't realize they're on the other side of that smoke. Oh, it's OG from up top. Finds it with the Blade Storm. Champlain, they're back. And they've tied things up yet again.
And the same exact situation to what we saw in that last game where UML had themselves a start. They were starting out 10-9. You saw that if you got this one last round, you were shutting Champlain down for the economy as you hit 11 to guarantee yourself that 12. But I hate to see that we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of history. Sure, it was also a couple rounds led up to that point. Like Champlain had like a 3-round spree going underway, so you could see the momentum was obviously going to their side. But it's another point like this where this is a make it or break it kind of round, where both teams not really looking all that hot, to where if you win this thing out, you guarantee yourself that 11th no matter what. I would have to say, I mean, considering how late into the game we are, how much is on the stake here, especially for Champlain, every single shot counts, and these two ultimates could really go ahead and give you the inch over the edge.
Fault line. So much utility has to be used in order to just force OG off of this angle. Quite frankly, you know, you gotta be happy with that. Look at that, Lyra actually able to find OG first. Now UML White, they have a real opportunity to just take a hold of this site. We're gonna be seeing the rotations coming through, but the smokes are already in place. Use the Prowler, get a little bit of information. Pike taps the spike. He's now going to be using it for sure, and Aftershock going to get invested in. They now know that he's up there. Ben takes a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. But now, actually, take a look at this. We're going to be seeing the lockdown come through. Use the Nanoswarm to make sure that they don't push through and try and get aggressive towards it. And it looks like all of the attackers will be able to escape here. Champlain have the hold of the site. Now they're just moving in to take him out.
Problem is, there was absolutely no kind of stun there. There was no defuse off the back of that. I mean, you're touching this thing down. Now you're getting into half, but you have a pretty good angle off the back of it. The problem is the lap around from Milky. This was such a massive flank that just shut every single attempt down from the side of Champlain. A huge attempt, a huge execution here from UML to get themselves a lead once more and get themselves that definitive lead that I said earlier, because you can look at the buys now. They're not confident. They're going to be very, very scrappy. You're going to be trying to pull things out as best you can.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, right now, UML White, they're going to be wiping their brow a little bit, starting to feel a little bit of that pressure there, but able to work that round. And just like you said, Milky, with that flank, was just absolutely instrumental in making sure that they were able to just foil all of Champlain's plans right on the spot. And now, let's see if UML White are going to be able to move that confidence forwards. They're going to be moving in onto this A site yet again, but it's an adaptation coming in from the Champlain defense. We are seeing them take a lot more room onto B. Last time they did this on the save round wasn't quite great. Milky a little bit aware of what's going on. OG playing with some shenanigans there, but great paranoia coming through. Milky is able to spot out Luck. Not lucky that time, unfortunately. And let's see, the spike should go down shortly, I would imagine, as Milky is trying to just hold the entire team at bay.
Yeah, you just got to book it to wherever you can. There's a little pick coming out from Ashton in the meantime, but I mean, everybody else is over towards the A site. Spike is going down here, and you're just holding things out. You're able to go ahead and just kind of get a little bit of a lockdown in terms of where you see these players holding these angles right there outside A. OG's going to get sprayed right through, but not dead quite yet. So, I mean, the guns aren't really going to have too much of an effect. It all comes down to Sevi, who we've seen have some great attempts and some nice little strung of kills put together over here and there, but it's not enough in this one to go ahead and lock things out as UML hit themselves into a match point situation.
Yeah, and it was exactly like you predicted, Mick. You know, that was going to be an easy round given the fact of how the buys are going, but you know, well, we have the leaderboard in front of you. Let's talk about the fact that OG has 26 kills. And even with that scoreline, we're still seeing that UML White are just kind of leading things out. And so while Champlain are kind of really relying on OG to be that player that is going to be making sure that they put themselves into that advantage situation, it feels like as a whole, UML White are kind of functioning better as a cohesive unit. And I think that that's one of the big reasons why we're seeing the scoreline as is. That's not to take away anything from Champlain, though, as once again, the scoreline is extremely close. A lot of information is going to be given, but OG's position is still not compromised. That could be deadly if they push into short.
Yeah, most definitely could. I mean, nice little lockup coming through. First bullet or just completely given up. That just rings all the inner bells to go anywhere on the map that you want to, because that top frag, once again, kind of getting overzealous, looking for those hero plays. You just go ahead and fall a little bit short, and it just seems like the entire game falls out from under you.
Now the rotation coming around. Champlain, they took the bait for a second, but are now doubting themselves yet again. Oh, that turret gives a lot of information here. The Nanoswarm gets shot out before it gets activated. Lyra goes in deep. As Milky Doodoo gets a spray. A wallbang headshot is going to be enough to deter that Sova away from the site. The smokes are going to be down, and UML White are going to get the spike down. Keep in mind, though, they still have a Rolling Thunder to work with as well.
No. Nice little first one, but Spike already went down in the meantime. Everybody's setting up towards C long, and even that nice little another kill at the back of it. Champlain does have the main advantage, but man, they don't really got much besides that.
Yo, Rolling Thunder going to be activated from Pike. Ashton gets sprayed down into the smoke. Nerva as well. The firing squad is just trying to find something. They don't even know someone is sticking that defuse. Timing is going to be going good. Sebi is going to be going down, and just like that, hand in hand, UML White, they close it out. We will be seeing map number 3.
To be expected, obviously, considering with both these teams winning at their map pick, we were hoping for this result a little bit, but man, not in the kind of fashion of every single mapping as close as what we really dwindled it down to. So once again, in these situations where both teams are at double digits, it's very impressive for both these squads to really be exchanging blows. It's a little unfortunate, though, that Champlain, with how much they're keeping it with UML, their seasonal standing isn't nearly as good. I mean, that kind of one win is really differentiating whether or not they actually had themselves a chance for playoffs here over the course of the season. So, I mean, they had to do it right there. They had a chance to do it right there to get the opportunity or really follow through like they needed to. But Ascent, I said it before for Haven, and maybe a little bit of a curse. I don't even know if I should open my mouth at this point, but Ascent is, okay, a map that literally everybody knows. Like, Haven is a little, you will see it banned every now and then. Ascent, though, if you're banning it, you were just scared of the other team at that point. So, I mean, everybody has to be really, no bars held here.
Well, make sure to get your anti-curse tools, maybe throw a little bit of salt over your shoulder. We've got Ascent just on the other side of the break. Which team is going to be winning? Is it UML or Champlain? One way to find out just on the other side of this break. See you then. Welcome back, everybody, to NECC Valorant. It is week number 8, and we're going all the way to the end. It is UML up against Champlain. And Mick, tell us what we just saw.
I mean, a close matchup just across the board in terms of season standing, but not only that, just better yet in these map counts alone. The 3 site maps that we've seen out of Lotus and Haven so far, both going 13-10. First one going to Champlain, second one going to UML. Both teams winning out their own map picks. So now as we go to the decider, which is going to be Ascent. It's not a 3-site map anymore. There's no more in the rotation for them to actually be choosing in the meantime. So it's not going to be an option. Instead, they just got to duke it out on the map that seemingly everybody just knows best.
Yeah, and quite frankly, when I think Ascent, I think, well, cardboard walls. There's a lot of wall-bangable walls that can really just kind of pull out a bunch of picks. But, you know, when we talk about a map like Ascent, obviously we can talk about the doors, but I think that mid-control is actually one of the biggest parts of this map.
Yeah.
And considering we've seen very heavy operator play coming in from both OG and Lyra, I'm curious to see who's going to be winning out these duels for that control on mid, because that's when those long-range agents are really going to thrive.
Yeah, we also get a lot of diversity for at least agent compositions here. Anything really feels viable. We see Yoru's be brought up here every now and then. Reyna's being put back into the game. Phoenix is being brought out. I mean, anything is doable. And Shroud just mentioned all duelists. And that's kind of only because we only see 2 or 3 duelists all the time now. But also initiating power. One thing I gotta say is a little bit odd is that we have not seen a singular KO this entire series. And it really feels like he has a lot of potency on this map. So, I mean, I'm curious to know whether it's going to be brought out, because we're seeing Chizu on that fade, obviously, but Milky has kind of had a little bit of a lingering role here, playing that Harbor on the first map, swapping things up and going over to the Cypher on the second. Didn't have nearly as much of an emphasis on that map, but I mean, hey, you still brought out the win at the end of the day, so you're not concerned about that. I'm curious to see what kind of a filler that UML is going to be going with in the meantime, because we're seeing that double initiator once again come out for Champlain with that fade and breach.
And on top of that, too, we can't forget about the fact that OG is going to be locking in the Raze. Raze, OG on Raze looked phenomenal on map number 1. And the fact that OG was still able to get a lot of frags on map number 2, fantastic stuff. But this is definitely a comfortable agent for OG. And on top of that, too, you know, Ascent still kind of work out, especially too when you're bringing in a fade as well, because that's going to allow for a lot more synergy between the utility that is going to be coming in.
Yeah, I mean, all of this considering this map is just, it is what it is. I mean, you put everything out here like your life depends on it, just because you know what's going to be coming in your direction. And, I mean, even then, you know that your setups are ready for this no matter what. So it comes down to holding whether or not you can actually have this site dedicated to yourself. Even your KJ can hold things out. And honestly, what we saw from that last game, Ashton on that KJ, things could definitely be pretty strong on the defensive side here.
Oh man, I'm just gonna call it right now. I'm a big Ashton fan. You know what? I like Sentinel players in general, but on top of that too, when some of those headshots were just coming through, it was just like unbelievable. Like, put this player on Duelist. What are they doing? Just kind of playing the Sentinel role. But that's not to take away from the utility that Ashton has brought to the table. I think that quite frankly, a lot of these swarm grenades, as well as just the turret and alarm bot, is just such good information for the rest of the team, and they're being very effective using that information to be able to make appropriate swings and take out the other team.
Yeah, I think honestly another thing we're going to have to keep our eyes on for the most part is these initiators, because I already talked about the flex and the kind of feel that's going to be taken in that role. But I mean, man, when we look at Fade, it's always kind of, I'd say it, I'll just be kind of realistic here. It always just feels a little bit static, just to see that those same picks go through again and again and again and again. And finally get a little bit of diversity here. The double duelist coming out from UML. Already Lyra not going to be on that jet anymore. Going to be switching things over to the Reyna. Meanwhile, Chizu, who a player I mentioned earlier being on an initiator for the last 2 maps, or at least going from a controller to initiator, now to a duelist. Chizu has been a consistent fragger in all 3, or at least those prior 2 roles. I think, honestly, the duelist fits them perfectly. We just have to see whether or not we can actually see UML take advantage of that with these 2 players who are going to have to be sharing the spotlight a little bit.
Yeah, and quite frankly, that to me, that says that UML, they're like, hey, listen, we just finished watching a bunch of Fast and Furious movies. We want to take that and implement it into our gameplay, because the fact that you're bringing in that Reyna, that just means that you're going to be relying on very fast, quick plays. The fact, too, that you don't have an Astra in the mix and you're bringing that Omen, that also says to me that they're going to be playing a little bit more aggressively around it. They need to know where they're going, and they need to go fast, because they aren't necessarily the best flashes in the game. You have that Lear coming in from Reyna, and you do have a Paranoia. But beyond that, it is a little bit more dicey. So let's see how this one plays out. I'm very curious to see what type of style UML want to be playing on this set.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, with the starting the attacking side, UML have all of these cards lining up perfectly for them. You saw the side, you know the decider, you know how it works, and you went ahead and picked this side as well, better yet. So you know that you want to have a very aggressive start off to everything. You want to make sure to get yourself a very large round lead, and we've already seen that kind of happen again and again and again with UML specifically, where they found themselves a very solid start. And it always takes Champlain a couple rounds to say, oh, now I see what's going on here. You can't let that happen again.
Actually, look at this. Champlain, they're like, well, Crystal Ball told us they're going to be coming on to this 8 site. All of their members are here. OG just popped up top. Chizu finds the headshot there. Lyra on good on the entry as well. Chizu looking for another, but Sebi is just holding it down in the back of oh, never mind. Spoke a little bit too soon there. Ben trades that one back. It's absolutely chaotic. UML trying to keep their pistol record clean, and they will do just that. That is going to be the 5th pistol round that they've won against Champlain.
Yeah, just massive here for the side of UML. Again and again and again, they get these early starts. Their pistol rounds are obviously massive for themselves. And even then, I mean, it has already accumulated for so many rounds off the back of this. Hasn't resulted, I mean, even though this is the 5th pistol round we're seeing them win, it's resulted in not only just 10 rounds for them, it's resulted in 11, because that first map we saw them go ahead and get a 3-0 start off the back of that, which is just massive for them. So, I mean, they can definitely take advantage of this. You already see the rifle being employed by 2 of these players, Chizu and Lyra, the 2 duelists, just going ahead running in. Problem is, at this point, if you do find yourself somehow falling and, you know, meeting an unfortunate end, you cannot give over the best guns your team have to work with for that.
Slower play this time. Look at that recon bolt. It's going to be good. Ashton gets immediately scouted out. Sebi able to take Chizu down. Hey, don't worry. You still have Arena. Lyra is able to find Ashton there. Gets the overhealing as well. So aggressive onto it, but this is going to be UML White being able to take that site. The spike will go down fairly quickly. Champlain, they still have quite a bit to work off of. Keep in mind that those paint shells available can do an excellent job at zoning people out.
Yeah, they most simply can. I mean, already you got to make sure to use advantage of that. Problem is, you just don't have too much of a gun actually to back it off. You can space players out, but you still got to do the damage at the end of the day, and that seems to be more of a job of UML right now, as they're just rolling through all these Champlain players. You can already see kind of OG trying to go for something here, kind of playing back towards that spawn, picking up that stinger that was dropped in the meantime for the exchange of the Vandal earlier, but that's just probably not going to get too much of an actual result here. 8 bullets in the mag here for Lyra, but slow and steady, finally picking things out. I stand corrected. A kill does go underway. That's actually pretty massive, but still 3 players alive, and they're going to finish things off.
Yeah, they're able to scoop up the Vandals as well. Make that bonus feel a little bit more comfortable in the economy game there, but it just looks like confidence coming in from UML, to be quite honest with you. They know that they're, you know, sure, we can play around it, we can set ourselves down, or you could just kind of push in and be a little bit more aggressive. And given the fact that we are seeing this double duelist come in, Lyra already with 5 kills, this aggressive style seems to be working out for them a little bit better. I don't want to speak too soon because it was a little bit of an interesting round given the fact that we actually did see Champlain buy up as well. But this time, UML very firmly ahead with guns, and now they're looking to get their 3rd round in a row.
Yeah, and I think honestly, I mean, considering what this team can do and what we've seen them do so far, UML was a lot better with the aggressive play style, especially when it came around to Lotus. They kind of slowed it down on Haven, but I mean, it still worked out for them at the end of the day. But with this aggressive play style, you have to do it. I mean, with the double duelist, I mean, it is guaranteed. You can't slow things down. You can't go for a default. You can't go ahead and switch things up. You need to commit whatever you're going to, because you do not have the luxuries allotted to you to go ahead and second guess yourself anywhere. So already with these rifles available to them, an Empress on the field as well. This is going to be a very, very big factor in this round of whether or not how really much they nail it in. So Chizu with a very good start. The follow-ups, Lyra just go ahead, just playing things out. And I mean, honestly, you just can't touch this guy.
Can't touch. This is literally playing in the background, and I think that actually applies to the entirety of UML right now. OG, the last person alive yet again, has the sheriff in hand, but quite frankly, not worth the save. You might as well get the ultimate point if you do. Milky is going to go hunting here, takes the duel. OG actually able to get that first pick. Wow, that was kind of cool, but it doesn't matter. Lyra shuts that one down, using that Empress to be able to just kind of control the round, but it's a nice and easy round for UML as they get their 3rd.
Yeah, big stands here for the side of UML once more to go and get themselves that 3rd round. Now going ahead and not just equalizing to 10, making it, as I mentioned earlier, not only 11, but 12 off the back of that, which is just huge for them. I mean, again and again, they're showing their kind of emphasis on these pistol rounds. how much it results off the back of that and what they're actually able to accomplish with that. So Lyra with a very early start, a very early Empress off the back of that, and even then a flawless to go ahead and carry on to that next round. It's just absolutely huge for them, to where they have taken almost nothing as a trade-off in this game so far to actually get to the point that they're standing at, which is just really big for them. So with the spike to be playing an emphasis, and even in this middle of the map, you got to see where can we really take that thing. You have the lurk over towards the A site. You got the alarm bot there in the middle of the map, which is spotted out. Doesn't really even get a chance to go off, but Lyra still going ahead and exposing that somebody is here. But how hard do you want to watch it, and how ready are you for it?
Ooh, huge pick there. Nerva finds one. That's going to call for the rotation over from Champlain. One thing I'd like to point out is that usually you see the duelist getting a little bit aggressive out on the defensive side. Not going to be the case this time. Doesn't matter. OG's still able to find 2 headshots, one of them being a wallbang. Now this entry for UML White is kind of falling apart. Luck swings out just in the nick of time. OG down to a sliver of health. Doesn't matter. We'll make that one work. 6 HP, more than enough to be able to find those headshots as Champlain find their first round.
That's a really big one there, too. I mean, even how swift it was, how easy it was almost to kind of just play off of. And with a showstopper on the back of it, too, to just kind of double down in a round like this. UML do have themselves, obviously, another buy off the back of this. I mentioned it earlier, to where they just had so much of those first 3 rounds given to them for free that off the back of that, they didn't really have to purchase too much. But, I mean, Champlain have a pretty hefty bank of their own now to be working with, all things considered. Even off the back of a round like that, where you see the switch-ups and the win streaks just kind of go ahead and completely dissipating. So, I mean, for a good stance for a start, Champlain, once again, kind of going to their tried and true typical fashion of answering back just a little bit later.
Now UML, classic UML, slows down the pace of the game. And now we're seeing that duelist pop out of that A site. This is more typical when you talk about Ascent, because then that way you get that information. At least they aren't pushing up onto A. So now you know that it is probably going to be this B side hit. And I think that Sebi's doing an excellent job of just kind of holding that crossfire there. The Haunt does get destroyed, though, so not able to find the wallbang in onto this one. Luck just around the corner. Chizu a little bit wiser to it, and actually able to find the headshot. Not necessarily a wide swing, but going to be a swing nonetheless. Now look at this. Nerva pops out, and he's able to find 2. That one's got to hurt. And now the engagement coming through for UML. Okay, they're running kind of all over the map. It looks like there's a little bit of miscommunication where they want to go. But now they will be going on to this B site. They have to be careful, though, because Sebi is on the lurk and able to find Nerva.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get one there, but everybody else is going right there towards B main, just trying to see what they can do there. And even then, it's only down to Ash to really hold down the site in the meantime. Sebi has to get a little bit of a lap around in the market. You're going to be going up against the likes of Reyna and Lyra kind of sitting inside that market area, which is very difficult to do, but already a nice little Prowler gives away the position. You're hoping that kind of Haunt goes down, but it's just not going to happen there. Nice setup to go through, a couple kills off the back of it, and UML secure themselves one more. So these rounds that are being won, no matter what, whether it feels like Champlain or UML, every round win feels very, very definitive.
Yeah, and there we go. We're going to be seeing now UML are going to be taking the time out. Oh, sorry, never mind. Not UML. It's going to be Champlain yet again. Interesting to note, UML has not taken a timeout thus far. It's always been Champlain in order to try and get themselves back and orientated. But let's talk about Nerva for a second, because Nerva's been holding that angle for so long, and that last round, it finally works out. But you know what? If you do it once, you can't do it again. So I'm curious to see what Nerva's going to be doing next time.
I think finally starting to hit with the team a little bit, because I mean the benefit you have of some of these controllers, I mean most of them better yet, is you're going to have this Angel utility that just kind of plays over the map. You can be anywhere and you can still have an impact there inside those pushes, and you can actually go ahead and afford yourself a lurk somewhere else in the map, so long as you're just staying alive and not over aggressing. But now, I mean, you just play it out once more. You just kind of work with your squad, now have that paranoia, have a little bit more emphasis in these fights, see if you can kind of use that as initiating utility because of all the kind of sacrifices you're taking in the meantime. Blind somebody out with that paranoia, or even then, now you got more breach stuff to work with, and that would be the case if you're in Champlain, but you don't really have any other initiators. Your Sova's there purely for recon. You don't have flashes. That is going to be your flash, and you're relying on your Reyna as well, which Lyra is too busy killing people to really be throwing utility right now, so you're kind of hoping that you can be that substance to really set things up.
Yeah, and quite frankly, when you bring a Reyna in, Reyna's kit is just simply meant to find kills and self-sustain. You got that dismiss, you got that overhealth coming through. It's just really individual play, but that kind of works out because Lyra has been really turning things up and finding so many frags. She's going down nice and early, but Nerva does trade that one back, and this time we're going to be seeing the lockdown. OG looking for an opportunity to maybe move in there. Does have that showstopper available. A lot of information given there, but it is going to be a shock bolt that is going to force him back. Now, it should be the site here, as the spike is going to go down very shortly.
Just go ahead from the shadows and pull it off the back of that shutdown, because there's not really too much you can do on that attacking side. A lot of teams just kind of say, oh, we're going to use it as a little spike rescue maneuverability. A little awkward there of a kill there coming up from OG, but nonetheless, you're able to go ahead and get it. So in a 3v2 fashion, UML is holding down this site outstandingly towards the back of the map. Already just in Boathouse, holding it down. Nerva able to lurk in the last round, but looking for an ace in this one.
Is able to find it. Great little swing onto Sebi as well. And it was looking a little bit dicey there. I thought that Champlain were going to be able to win that just based off of their numbers advantage coming through, but Nerva just really doing an excellent job. And also, too, catching quite key timings to look out. Hey, you're looking the wrong way. Could be a nice little headshot. Shut that one down. And just like that, that is going to be UML getting their 5th round. And Champlain, they're going to be back onto a save. And they invested 2 ultimates on that last round. A little bit sad that they weren't able to come out with the win.
Yeah, a little unfortunate here from the side of Champlain. I mean, Ascent, I always say this map because of how well people know it. This map doesn't come really down to how well you play it. How little mistakes do you make is a better way to really measure teams' kind of viability on a map like this. And already, Champlain, they've been late to adapt again and again to the game. I mean, they're able to get a read on their opponent and kind of get something to start brewing up a little bit, but they've never been able to like have it sustainable. They've never really had it going through again and again and again. This lurk could definitely be kind of big benefactor to that, but Lear's already gone ahead, sniffed it out, and yeah, good luck, buddy. They're going to keep on running through with it. That's going to be a call to say, all right, there's a lot of players still in the middle of the map. Just push things out. There's probably only one on site, and you'd be right.
Yep. Ben, just on the other side of the door, is going to watch it go down, actually. But of course, you can count on my boy Ashton. Able to find a headshot there. Nerva caught with the utility out. Ashton finds yet another headshot, actually. It's beautiful. Jizu finally shuts one down, and the other as well. It's down to a 1v3 now. Rolling Thunder available, but this is not going to be it. Ben has to go up against 3, and a lot of utility still available for UML White. I think we can count this round a win for them.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping you push up to aiming with the rest of your squad so you can kind of be there and say, oh, well, that means Jet would have been dead then, and also now we can go ahead and do some more because, I mean, Ben K hasn't really done too much in this round so far. Didn't really get any of those guns to pick up. Wasn't there to really get any extra damage downrange, and really doesn't get anything done right there. So a little unfortunate, but still not unfortunate for the side of UML. They have been outstanding. I mean, speed is the name of the game for them. And obviously on the attacking side where they're starting, they want a very aggressive opening. Well, they've made that exactly. Already 6 rounds up. They've guaranteed themselves an even half, no matter what worst case situation. They're once again putting, I mean, Champlain into a point to where they're saying, you better win this round, otherwise you're going to be back down to a budget once more. And you're kind of giving us that free 8th at that time if we do actually end up following through in a round like this where we're just padding our stats more and more and more. You're seeing everybody on the side of UML. I mean, obviously Nerva, as that Omen kind of being the top fragger, able to lurk and also go ahead and get an ace when confronted on site. And also just kind of playing things out, tying your duelist whose job again and again is the same thing. It's a little bit crazy to be looking at as Lyra, once again, getting crazy with the plays, getting right around a corner and doesn't get that kill there, but still gets to a perfect pointer of a trade.
He's still on site. Here's all these footsteps going by there. Swings out onto Jizu, but guess what? The rest of the squad is going to be behind him. Down to a 1v3 yet again. All the way on the other side. Pyke is going to have a nice 3 plant. A little bit crazy there, but you have to commend Champlain for at least changing up their strategy, taking a little bit more aggression onto mid, and you can tell that UML were not quite prepared for that. Taking out Lyra was a big first step, but thankfully UML, they're very coordinated with their attacks and were ready to get that trade, and so that it doesn't go unpunished at all, and OG just got completely shut down.
I mean, UML is just always kind of ready for this thing. You saw it on Haven with the rotations, kind of in their earlier areas of the game where you saw in those first couple of rounds, their rotations were immediate. They were super snappy. So, I mean, you're expecting them to say, okay, surely they can do that on the attacking side where they all start as a group, right? And they've done exactly that. They've kind of done some awkward pacing every here and there, but that doesn't seem to matter at the end of the day. You're going up now 7-1 in terms of the scoreboard. You are running through this game. It seems like you're trying to speedrun this third map.
Yeah. And quite frankly, they're doing just that. Already 8 rounds in, 7-1 on the scoreline, 4 ultimates online for UML. Of course, might not be the most impactful. We do have that Blade Storm from the Shadows as well as Empress there. But what's more important to me is that Hunter's Fury. And traditionally, we've seen the Hunter's Fury be used as a Killjoy lockdown counter. And given the fact that Champlain have that online, it is very possible that we could see that again. A lot of teams really rely on that lockdown to give them that space. And so as soon as it gets destroyed, they kind of get caught with their pants down and it's going to be easy cleanups. let's see how they are going to go up against each other. But this might not be the round where the ultimates come out, given the fact that Champlain are on a little bit of this half buy.
Maybe you get 1 or 2 kills, get to pick up those guns, you see the opportunity arise, you're saying, you know what, why not? So speaking of the guns, there's one of them. You just got to find possibly another, and Lyra just kind of sitting in the middle of the map. That could be the player to shut you down. Problem is they miss a couple shots here initially, and they're not going to do much more past that. You know that the player at least is behind you, so it's a 1-1 split. One player's back there towards spawn, and one player is somewhere else. And guess what? They're right there with them. So go ahead, just push whatever site you can. Let the variables kind of show themselves later. Right now, you just want to get a spike down and start letting that clock tick into your favor.
Keep in mind, too, this round allowed UML to get the rest of their ultimates online, too. That lockdown is now going to be available in a future round, and quite frankly, could also be used as the counter to all of Champlain's utility. If they've all pressed X at the right time, well, it could be a very similar situation where we're going to be seeing UML do the exact same thing. So this is getting from a bad situation to a worse one for Champlain. And now Lyra just on the side here is looking to potentially get 2 more. Yep, all right, nice little headshots, and UML, they find their 8th.
Yeah, right there, just doubling down once again and again and again. I mentioned it already that round was going to kind of be coming to them no matter what. But now with 5 ultimates off the back of that, because they felt no pressure in these past couple rounds, they could guarantee themselves, as much as I hate to say it. I mean, you're in that flip-flop situation once again, where you're on a buy, then you're not on a buy, you're on a buy, not on a buy, and it's just way too much to be asking for. You need to make sure to lock this thing down. You have to win this out. You have to make a statement right here, because, I mean, I always say 3 is the minimum amount of rounds that you need. If you don't start it here, I mean, UML sitting on 9 immediately, and you are sitting on an eco round. That does not look good.
No. Quite frankly, any of these eco rounds have not looked good, but OG starting us out strong. Okay. Reminding us why they were the top fragger in these last couple of rounds. Finally, Jizu's able to trade that one back, and Nerva on the little bit of a pesky lurk is able to find one, but it's down to these double duelists. The Empress is going to be active as well, and that A site is more or less going to be cleared out. Now it's down to 2v2. See if UML White are able to get the spike down and defend it. Champlain, they will have that fade utility to play off of unless Lyra shuts it down. It's looking bad, and just like that, oh no, UML White, they're looking to get another round.
Door's been closed by Rana. You've locked down that side of the map already. I mean, you're just putting to the side over here towards tree. You're getting those kills. You are winning rounds just so freaking consistently. It is disgusting to see what UML is doing in this game. Guaranteeing themselves a 9. And now, once again, as I mentioned it earlier, you're kind of seeing on somewhat of an eco here. I'm sure Champlain, they are feeling the pressure. They're saying, look, we got to get a 9-3. We got to do something here because that's the best we got to work with. Quite frankly, I mean, yeah, but on a round like this, you're still going for the eco. I have to respect it, knowing that you were going for an all-or-nothing approach in that next round.
Yep, and to be fair, they have the ultimates to do so, but quite frankly, they've been struggling to just find a good time to use them. And I really have to count that for Lyra. I think Lyra's been doing an excellent job at just being so aggressive, and you can just tell Champlain are just not expecting it at all. It's going to be a lot of mid-presence yet again for Champlain, but UML White are ready for it. They've got these crossfires set up, and it's going to be absolutely devastating. OG down to nothing, and it's going to get shocked into the grave. Now Lyra goes wide, and Lyra does take quite a bit of damage off of that one, but it is going to be a nice little cleanup there, and now the overhealth makes it a lot more doable. Only losing 1 in that melee, make it 2, as Luck is able to find a headshot, but it is going to be down to 1, and UML White looking like they want to get double digits before this half is over.
Yeah, that's just going to be insane. I think I've only seen, in my 2.5 years of casting this game, I've only seen 1 team come back from a double-digit first half start, and it was the most insane thing. It was on Breeze, which is my favorite map of all time. Boohoo, can't believe they pulled it out of the map rotation. But I mean, here on Ascent, we just don't see that really. Teams know this map to a T, and once you get that definitive start, I mean, we're either seeing it go back and forth, or we're seeing a team just pull by a country mile. And this is just one of those games where you can see that, I mean, UML is just rocking it. They're feeling themselves. They know they had this insane start to them, and now they say no matter what, even if all things go wrong, let's just please win the pistol round on this next half. But even better yet, we can just win this one right here. And that pistol and the bonus right afterwards, guess what? It's a guaranteed game.
Oh, so aggressive. But once again, they're just not, there's too many angles to watch when you go that aggressive onto mid.
Yeah.
You're hoping to just catch them off guard, but quite frankly, UML have just read this, and Chizu finds 2 heads with that Blade Storm, and suddenly it's down to a 1v5 yet again. All the ultimates coming online, because why the heck not? Luck is able to at least find a headshot here. Shock Bolt is going to get a little bit of damage in here, but it's still a 1v3 scenario. The spike is now going to be going down here, but they still have that lockdown to play around, and I would imagine it's going to come out. Yeah, there it is.
It's just these points where, I mean, you're kind of looking at the map, you're seeing what's trying to be done. Some good attempts coming out so far from Luck, a lot of very good kills, but you know that somebody's going to be waiting right there. Rain is not really sitting around anymore. They're just pushing right there into the bottom of the map, and that's an 11-1 half here from UML. I don't know when they decide to wake up, but, I mean, it's to be expected here, considering the kind of just aggressiveness they've been putting in this game over and over and over again. A pistol round right here is required by Champlain. Let's just be quite real with ourselves. And it's not very good for him, considering that they haven't really gotten any of those in this game so far, or this series, better yet.
Yep. Oh, it's all blue if you look at the scoreboard right there. Obviously, we've talked quite a bit about OG being such an instrumental fragger, but right now, Lyra has 22 kills. The next highest in the lobby is Nerva with 13. And I think that this is really just the style that we saw Champlain playing on the defense. They sent OG in deep, but there wasn't enough coverage to make sure that OG was able to secure the kills and walk away alive. That was a huge impact on Lotus, but we're just not seeing it this time. Consistently, OG has gotten shut down when they went for those long-range plays. So unfortunately, it's all just starting to slip away for them. UML White on this defense now, and very interesting defensive setup. We're actually seeing the Killjoy onto A, which usually you get your Killjoy onto B, but given this double duelist, they do have Chizu kind of poking out there, getting that information, and now the engagement comes through.
It's a perfect gamble, too. I mean, sure, you're pushing over to A, and most teams also start on that B side with their round 1 push. That's not the case here. Already, just perfectly right. It feels like, I mean, Champlain, I'm sure they're in a point of mental just kind of instability where they're saying, what aren't these guys doing? Why are they literally everywhere, just reading our every single move? And it's really difficult to get out of a hole like that. But I mean, man, if it's going to start anywhere, it obviously has to start right here. But I mean, piss around underway. You haven't lost any players yet. Things are still definitely doable. You know that KJ utility was over towards the A side. So I mean, this was definitely going to be easier to push on to.
Yeah, they're able to make their way onto site, actually. Should be able to get that spike down as well. Chizu able to find the spray down. Not able to secure the kill there. Pike does find OG. Lyra goes in deep yet again. Finds a quick little 2K. Now has the overhealth, making things even more difficult here. Don't realize that they went right through. Gets a little bit too toasty with it. Ashton able to find the headshot just in the back, but it's now down to a 1v3. Killjoy utility not really available in order to get that information, and Chizu gets the cleanup. Who else but UML White to be able to get that pistol round, and now they are on match point, looking to not lose against Champlain.
12-1 on the board. Just a very, very difficult scoreline to look at if you're a Champlain fan, or better yet, a Champlain player, because this is just things that you don't see too often, and it just hurts every time you get a chance. I mean, already you have that little spark of hope that's alive until you've reached that round 3. But once they pass 9, it just feels like a night and day difference of what you can accomplish in this game, because you know that, I mean, the next half is coming through. You're locked out at 2 rounds. That is literally enough for a pistol and a follow-up after that, and the team has completely equalized what you have done in an entire half, and that just cannot be allowed to happen. So Champlain's obviously going to force here as best they can. Stingers, full armors, maybe some halves every now and then, but you know darn well that we're going to see UML buying things out.
They're at least able to find Lyra. Listen, they nerfed the Stingers recently. They made them more expensive, but I still think that the Stingers are a fantastic weapon. And if utilized properly, could be quite devastating. A little bit of a Stinger gamer myself, so let's see Champlain try to use these ones. Fighting for survival here. Already a lot of utility going through. It's going to be trades going back and forth. It's down to a 3v3. The spike gets dropped, though, and that's a lot of information. Keep in mind that none of the players of Champlain are nearly close to that spike to be able to...
Yeah, that's the big problem there. And even then, another kill surmounted there from the side of Milky. Go ahead, get another kill there in the back. But Luck, I mean, we have seen this player do some pretty crazy things, but not picking up the Vandals is going to be probably one of the crazier things I've seen. Okay, there we go. Go back. I was going to have a lot of thoughts about that one. But regardless, on the 2v2, Champlain, they're kind of lacking the health pool, don't really have everything in the world, so it doesn't matter about the Spectres to work with. Still, Chizu just needs one shot.
We go. Ashton can't quite find it. UML, they lock things down 13-1. Want to make sure that they make that victory very resounding, as that is a very decisive scoreline coming in on map number 3.
Yeah, I was going to talk about it earlier, and even then I kind of mentioned it there on Haven for a second when we were in that little bit of a lockup where we saw Ashton having to reconnect real fast. But I mean, just talking about the standings and what we saw in terms of the actual teams that were lined up. UML, Champlain, all these teams, I will say bottom 4 teams, they are very, very, very close to each other. They're all neck and neck. But I mean, the biggest thing that was really differentiating them was obviously that one win there for Champlain, but also all the rounds that were to go on the back of that with these map counts. Because I mean, even those are very, very close to each other. That right there just gave UML a very, very good case for themselves to go ahead and at least have themselves a playoff shot. Even if they do lose the next one of these couple maps, they know that Champlain, they're going to be locked out here probably. Not at 0, but they still have 2 more chances here in these next coming weeks. But they've already gotten themselves that second dub. And the team that they just faced also was the one they beat by a 13-1 fashion on this map of Ascent. So that makes a very good case for them to say, okay, no matter what, I mean, things are looking a little bit bad, but we're at least moving on to playoffs now, all things considered. We're not guaranteed that spot, but if we do just kind of keep this up, just kind of back and forth, because one of those other 2 teams are going to have to win, are going to have to lose. And we're probably going to be on the upper end of that with that map alone. Very good for them.
Yeah, and quite frankly, if you just watched that third map, you wouldn't have believed the fact that both the first 2 maps were extremely close round after round between these 2 teams. But UML able to walk away with a very decisive victory on map number 3. And just like that, we'll be catching the win, just like you said, and their playoff dreams are just going to be in the horizon for them. Unfortunately, Champlain still not able to necessarily pick up a match win this entire season, but we're starting to see a lot of signs of life, and it is off of that OG play. Quite frankly, OG did a fantastic job given all of the circumstances that happened on that third map.
Yeah, I mean, only one player can do so much, and even then, I mean, if we don't see it on every single map, it's not really going to be there. But Lyra, that was a little bit of a wild card I wasn't expecting. I mean, we already saw Lyra kind of go crazy on the jet for her first couple times, and even then I was finally saying, all right, we're going to see, obviously, one more kind of starting to go ahead and kind of paint their own picture here, but Lear just finally waking things up after that first map, kind of not really being there too much. Able to go ahead and pick up that operator on Haven for a little bit to see if we can get some prowess there. Not too much on the back of that, but still enough to go ahead and show that you're kind of in that game, still playing. But at that point, once you get around to map 3, apparently rain is all you needed.
Who would have thought? Take that and remember that. I'm going to see a lot more Reynas in my ranked play. Thanks for that, Mick. But that is going to wrap up this match. Big congratulations, to UML once again for taking the win in this matchup. I'm going to be taking off here, but Time Delay is going to be joining Mick for our next game. So don't go anywhere. Going to have a little bit of a longer break before we head into the next match of Valorant. But we'll see you on the other side of this break. Have a good night, everybody.
Welcome back to week 8 of NECC Valorant. I'm Time Late. Still joined with me is Mick, at least still joined with y'all. First time we're actually working together. Mick, how you doing today?
I'm feeling great, man. I already had a nice little series going away, all 3 maps, a little bit of a barn burner to a certain extent with the team going 13-10 and 13-10, but the last one, we'll forget about that when I kind of leave it out of the way. We obviously got records here on signs of the stream assets to go ahead and give people the lowdown of that game that went underway, but I'm excited for the next one to come up here.
As am I. Speaking of the next one, let's take a look at our teams. We'll start things off with Colorado Mesa University. The Mavs kicking things forward. You have Shared, Superior, Pink Ranger, Shady, and Harp Sickus. I gotta say, a lot of undeclared majors.
Yeah.
What's going on here, Colorado?
Even for the seniors, I gotta say, I mean, that's gonna be a little concerning, right?
I feel like the sheet may be messed up.
Maybe.
I'm looking. No, it just says undeclared across the board. No, that's correct.
Honestly,
That's
I mean, credit to you. I love college too. Doesn't really matter what you're there for. I'm not here to judge so long as you got a good time in the meantime. But all things considered, though, let's go ahead and at least look on the other side. See if everybody's undeclared over there. Oh, no. See, we got majors, so maybe not. Who knows? But this for the side of NAU, the junior varsity. So if we say junior twice, it is not going to be a typo. That's what we were sent. That's what we're sticking with the side of Migged, Swaggy, Chidori, Redacted, and Amazing. So once again, nice little roster to round things about. Sophomores across the board. Sure, we're in the emergent series, but 3-5 for the record in the season so far. There's a lot of room for growth for the squad.
Yeah, and there's still a week or so left of play. If I've done my math correctly, we still have one more week after a break, and then we head into playoffs. Take a look at our standings. You were talking about where these teams are. NAU Junior Varsity, just below the Colorado Mavs. They have played one extra game. That is because next week's game is a win via forfeit over IU Black. So that has already been scheduled. That has already been determined, because IU Black has withdrawn from the league, so they get that win ahead of time, hence the reason that they are up at 3-5, and they have played that extra match.
Yeah, you can already look at just the likes of the rounds and what exactly is going here on the board for the side of Colorado and NAU, because both these teams are very, very neck and neck, and respectively number 6 and 7 inside their entire division. But I mean, they have a pretty solid stack here. I mean, all things considered. I mean, obviously you got CSUDH Gold, an absolute unit, Sac State, both of which these teams have had already the pleasure of looking at this season, and they really have a lot to bring to the table. So long as you can at least be in that playoff contention, when it seems like they're pretty set for, all things considered, with UVic and UBCO being underneath them, it all comes down to that map differential, whether or not one team can actually definitively win today. And even it's at that SFU kind of fumbles the bag somewhere along those lines, they could definitely make themselves a pretty solid case to go to number 5.
Call out, by the way, to CSUDH and Sac State. When y'all play each other, assuming y'all play each other, because in a 9-team round robin, you may not play everybody in that period of time. Could you have that on stream, please and thank you? Assuming one of the next 2 weeks gets canceled, just that's please and thank you from everybody in the NECC production staff. We'll take a look away from the teams and back into our two specifically, as our match needs a few maps. Let's take a look at where we are headed for our best of 3. Map number 1, Fracture, to kick things off, and the second is Split.
Yeah, a lot of kind of cater map choices here, which, I mean, it's kind of something we've seen already here tonight, at least for that first match where these teams, they were both 3-side maps, but I mean, here for this specifically, Fracture and Split, I mean, this is going to be catering to teams' kind of play styles, the way they like to work the game a little bit, and even obviously playing more into these actual comfort picks. We're not going to Icebox and into Pearl and something where we see the typical kind of 2-map layout, and then Descent for the third, where we're getting kind of that same dynamic across the board. We're getting a lot of diversity here, a lot of different kind of play styles, a lot of different agent compositions we're probably going to see in exchange for that. So I'm excited to see what these two teams can do, considering that obviously I'm expecting them to both win out the one they selected.
And naturally, Ascent as a third, really the great equalizer. I'm actually excited to see a third map, hoping we get to that point. Fracture, however, will at least determine our first map's winner. Of course, as you can see, Colorado decided to select it, and NAU JJV chose the defensive side. I want to get your opinion on here, especially for Fracture in this conversation. What side do you prefer to start on, assuming you queue up ranked and you're like, oh, hey, I'm playing Fracture. When you see yourself go into the game, what do you hope you're starting on?
I'm always hoping I start on the attacking side of this map because you always kind of get a sense of where these players kind of which ones like to be isolated, which ones like to go ahead and kind of play a little bit more in unison, and even who likes to play around their utility a lot more. So it kind of gives you an idea of how these teams are going to play on the opposing side and know whether they're going to be very aggressive in terms of, you know, the blinds or whatever comes out, or even in any kind of crowd control they have in the back of it, and even more so like what kind of players to look out for better yet when on that defense. So know when you should be rotating out, when you should go ahead and just kind of play safe with your teammates for that retake, and just kind of getting a better idea of the lay of the land. And you set the tone as well. So if you start off extremely well, shut off all their players, by that point, you can typically just say, honestly, we set the pace of the game, just going to carry into this next half as well.
On the contrasting conversation there, if you start on the defensive side and you don't do well, it is a little bit easier to come back on the attacking side.
Yeah.
Basically set the tone in that second half. The attacking side determines a lot on Fracture, considering how split the map is. Oddly enough, split our second map is a little bit less in that grand scheme of things. But Fracture this first map, Colorado Mesa need to come out of the gate swinging on that attack. They cannot allow NAU to get comfortable and build confidence as they switch to the normally favored side, because that could more often than not cost them either rounds or very possibly the map itself. And on their own map selection, they by no means want that to happen off the bat. I also have to give some commendation about these teams, especially with this current map pool. More often than not, the maps played in Collegiate are Haven, Lotus, Ascent, and Icebox. We only see one of those four, which is pretty cool if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it's nice to get a little bit of a fresh air here, especially, I mean, with Split being back into the map pool here for the season, coming alongside with the likes of Lotus. So, I mean, knowing that Split is going ahead and being picked a couple times here, it's kind of nice to see that everybody's dedicating themselves to knowing that, okay, this map hasn't changed up too much. We're still just going to stick to the tried and true and know what exactly is presenting itself to us. And knowing that Split is going to be a map that, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, the attacking side looks good for Fracture. Split is very, very defensive heavy again and again and again. That has been consistent stat lines we've seen across the board, whether it go from, heck, you could get a bunch of preschoolers to play each other, and it would probably be the same result relatively compared to what you see in Tier 1 because of how just sided that map is towards the defense and how easy it is to lock things down, especially with the Sage once you throw that wall right there up in the middle of the map. So I want to see whether or not we actually get some comfort picks coming through here, some teams warming up for that second map, because if, I mean, MCU is feeling that dedicated and that confident to this Fracture map pick, they could go ahead and find themselves some pretty solid establishments pretty early on.
Well, I have gotten some notes from Twitch chat, by the way. For all of you who don't have Twitch chat open, believe it or not, Colorado Mesa does actually have majors. They apparently just didn't fill them in. So, I mean, understandably, so keep that information private. Just figured I'd let you know if you don't have Twitch chat open, because we've been informed of that by one of the either team supporters or players. I don't know who you are, but thank you for the information, Bear, in Twitch chat. We are heading into the game. Apologies for the technical issues. We're getting things sorted and getting underway already in the pistol round, no less. Post-plant situation, and it's over. Quick opening, if I do say so myself, is shared. We'll get that final kill forward, and off the bat, Colorado Mavs pick up round 1.
Yeah, nice little start there for the Mavs, or better yet, I'm pretty sure it was NAU who actually ended up winning that thing. So even though MCU decided to go ahead with this map pick, yeah, a little bit awkward here, yeah. But, I mean, regardless, though, we didn't get to see too much of that round really unfold there, so we can just go ahead and talk about this map just a little bit more in the meantime before we get to see what these teams can really offer. Considering that, obviously, we see some picks, we see also 2 Bulldogs being brought out, that this map can go ahead and offer a lot of opportunities for these close quarters because of how different A and B are. B's a little bit more open, A's a lot more close quarters. You can really shut some things down, even in Rush Desert, for a lot of good opportunities to grab some swift kills if need be. So, instead, you're going ahead right onto that site, so you can grab yourself some easy early picks on.
Well, there's one, especially early over towards this A side. Chidori not able to do all that much as they are stuck over towards that dish position, still trying to play for some real estate. They can get up and over that Sage wall if they want to do, but the problem is they just don't want to try and over-aggress. Nice pick from Harpiscus, and at this point, you're looking at a pretty clean round if you're Colorado Mavs, up 2 players and with a significant weapons advantage, but not shot advantage. Nice shot from Chidori to open things up back the other way.
Yeah, some good exchanges already coming through, but you're just waiting for that spike to go down if you're the Mavs. You're trying to let that time tick down. You're hoping in the meantime that not enough players really go ahead and get themselves on the site. And with that massive Sage wall going ahead and creating a lot of time and a lot of space for it, you see some swift kills coming through there for the Prior, and they go ahead and close out that round. So 2 already on the board here for the Mavs. 3 kills right there for that Raze, so I'm assuming that Breach and Raze are both going to have a lot of ultimate ticks to kind of go ahead and get close to their ultimates here. You can already see they're both respectively 3 away in their own right, and that could really go and have an impact in a map like this where you see 4 ult orbs always up and available to grab.
NAU's junior varsity squad now needs a round victory. This bonus for the Colorado Mavs cannot be successful. They did some decent damage in the previous round to force a small amount of reinvestment, but again, nothing to really write home about. They have rifles across the board though, and Colorado Mavs are predominantly working with what they had in the previous round. Chidori looking to get aggressive, sees one, is now fault lined away. That hits 2 players. Good nade, however, a little late. No damage done, just some ground to gain here for Colorado.
Yeah, war of attrition is just as important as an actual war of blood here, so you just got to make sure to kind of get whatever you can, and an ultimate tick on the back of it is also good here for Superior Nexus, who we already mentioned, now only being 2 ticks off. So, I mean, get a kill, get another ult orb, whatever you may need, just go ahead and look around the map for it, because everything is still completely up for grabs, but that one orb right there towards Arcade, it's going to be contested there by Swaggy, which could be a very good spot for the rest of the squad of the Colorado Mavs to just overwhelm this number and get that free rifle to work with.
Giving away the fact that they're here, and they get a double spray down off the back of it. Vandal out. They're down to 8 bullets. Slow orb towards the back corner will force them out in the open. They do even more damage. Low HP now for the Sage. The stun plus the slow orb, enough damage done alongside the Bulldog for a kill, but it's now down to a 2 versus 4, and one of those 2 has just a Spectre. The spray off the bat for Chidori misses. Shared does a significant amount of damage in return, but it may not matter. Migged there for the assistance, and Chidori finishes what they started. NAU, junior varsity, important round back as they deny that Colorado bonus.
Yeah, and even in a very influential way as well. I mean, keeping 4 of their players alive in the meantime. You do see some teams able to go ahead and dwindle those numbers down to like 2 or 3, but able to go ahead and make sure to just hold out 4. I mean, sure, it's not a flawless, but it's just 1 off from it, and you're very happy with that result. Even in better yet for Swaggy, a really good turn-up moment there for these Seekers to kind of come online in this next round if you do end up getting at least 1 more kill in the meantime. And with the Guardian off the back of that, if you're holding down that B site, where I mentioned is a little bit more long range, you could have the opportunity to go ahead and find one of those kills. It is if these players decide to push there, but it seems like they're kind of eyeing towards that A site, which I can't really blame them, but there's a lot of KJ utility set up there. They're going to learn that lesson the hard way.
Team meeting in spawn here for Colorado. I do believe somebody has DC'd unfortunate.exe, but no, Superior Nexus is back. Go button has been pressed. Colorado's good to go. So, with 25 seconds almost already off the clock, what's the call here? Does Pink just run in a different direction? No, they're just all heading it over towards A, similar to the pistol round, or follow up at least.
Want to go for aggressive little hit here. You really can't blame them. Now that you have the guns, you have the confidence to back it up as well. Problem is you just don't have the man count because already a nice little even exchange on the board as you're trying to push into that site. And you see a quick little rotation going right through the middle of the map. Not too much of a pinch, but you do see one player sitting a drop. That could be that Jet to go ahead and be the make it or break it kind of opportunity. But instead, that's exactly what it is. Already able to go ahead and find one. Some even exchanges on the board and a 2v2 as we do see that spike down. It all comes down to utility and where it can really stall for time here.
JD caught in the corner, should be able to survive through this, but instead looks to swing and will die off the back of it. A follow-up snakebite is there, but Shared still has nanoswarms on top of the spike. That guiding light does not land. The information, however, still there, courtesy of the Seeker that goes through. Looking to now pop that nanoswarm, but Shared has to battle with that overgrowth, and most importantly, the protection. Swaggy at long range, being activated, but still gets swung. The turret just does not do enough damage, nor does the rifle, as Swaggy's able to clutch it out, and we're tied at 2.
Yeah, just barely enough to go ahead and take yourself over to the edge there to go ahead and create some equilibrium in the rounds here. But it's a good standing here for both sides. No, go ahead. You can say, all right, we can win a pistol round. Sure, the rifle rounds are looking a little bit iffy here, but that was very good exchanges considering that everybody had a buy in some respect in that last one. But for NAU to come out on top, that's just that much better. I mean, you're looking at this Blaze Storm that's probably getting employed in a round like this where you see Chidori not really opting to go for a buy. You're just kind of close to getting the operator into play here in terms of the money. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to be looking at here in this next one, so long as you do get that save off. And even especially if you get a round win, you're probably just going to go for a regular buy otherwise. So Colorado Mavs and the 2 ultimates on the field as well with the Rolling Thunder. They go for it very fast off that showstopper.
Wasting no time, Superior Nexus, caught by that snakebite, but still playing aggressive into tower. That set of paint shells will create a little bit of space, but the swing off the back of a flash does enough to do some damage, but not enough to find a kill. Amazing, even while Blind is able to find that follow-up. Shady with the aftershock drops rigged, but it's still that tower control that ends up being the Achilles heel for Colorado. As Pink Ranger, she's now left alone and is triple swung, 2 from tower and redacted from the backside of default. Clean comeback after the first 2 rounds don't go their way as NAU now take the lead.
Yeah, it seems like this team is completely different when it comes around to getting the rifles in their hands. I mean, they have proven that over and over again so far. So nice little start here for them. Even then, I mean, you don't see Chidori really investing too much, just besides some of that armor and a couple of pieces of utility off the back of that. That operator I mentioned earlier, not coming into play oddly enough, but I mean, it all comes down to comfort picks. Sure, you would like to have an operator play on the map, but for the retakes, that really isn't nearly as influential. And we have such absolute units of fraggers that we see so far out of Chidori, and especially Swaggy, who's already doubled themselves in KD. They're looking pretty hot. They just got to see whether they can actually keep things in the follow-up. And already, with a bunch of sheriffs and a ghost rushing onto this B site, possibly, it seems like the smoke's just going down. Not really dedicating just yet, but I got to say I was concerned for a second.
Enemy kill.
Dory trying to take care of the turret, inadvertently dropped shared because, you know, why not, I guess. Pretty good opener if you say anything there for NAU. There is a return as Shady picks up Swaggy, and that's a rifle dropped over. So a much better round, all things considered, for Colorado as they retrieve a rifle and now have information as to this flank. Chidori trying to swing long is caught out, and Shady finds a follow-up. Colorado have turned it into a man advantage.
Good looking for them. They're just going to pick up these guns and really give themselves a chance to actually get in these post-plant holes. I mean, sure, on these close angles, when you get that spike down, if you get that spike down, it's going to be very good for yourself. But now that you actually have the rifles to get an entry onto site, things could be very, very good for you. Even then, still, the 2 blast packs available for Superior Nexus here could cause a very, very quick entry onto site. And you already know that, well, they're going to be somewhere around that site with the turret being up. Are they on site? Are they back towards main? Who knows? But I can tell you right now, Mix is waiting inside of that main area, looking to just see if anybody will overextend, set up for a post plant, you get a free couple kills off the back of it. But instead, it's Nexus opening things up.
They're planning in the back corner at default. The Nanostorms would have found a kill, but Migd is caught out. Superior Nexus with the superior weaponry will find the kill and a little help. Amazing now in a 1v4. Not the greatest of positions for them to be in. Still certainly possible. They do have both snake bites on the board, but no poison cloud as that's already been expended. I'm not really liking their shot, especially with that Sage Wallet between them and the site itself.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here, but I mean, all things considered, I mean, you look at the maps, you see what they're doing. It's an outstanding round for them nonetheless, and even then, looks like Amazing may just kind of be waiting for this wall to die down to see if he can catch anybody off guard, but nobody's on site. They're all holding right there towards main, just kind of setting up for the post plant. Nobody's going to contest this thing. If anything, you just say that rifle. You run away as best you can because nobody's there to really stop you. Everybody's turned tail to spawn, and it's an outstanding 3-2 round for the Mavs as they carry 4 rifles in the next one. That is a huge stance for them.
Team play for Colorado was their win condition. They had everybody banding together as they walked down through sewers and towards the backside of Arcade. The opening pick, I think, was the most important. Dropping Swaggy, picking up that rifle, and then turning it into a follow-up onto Chidori. Yeah, it was a 4 versus 3, but only 2 of them had rifles, and they were the ones to take the interactive fights. The follow-up kill into Mig to turn the round. Obviously a 1v4, never the easiest of situations, and at that point you quickly take care of it. NAU caught off guard in that one. Colorado played a little differently than they had in prior rounds, and that change of pace really caught off northern Arizona.
Yeah, but already an orbital strike coming in through. Try to get some damage down range there, and at least up there towards that heaven, and see if he can kind of flux somebody out. But that's not going to happen. Redacted has already done so much damage with the rest of this junior varsity squad that they have absolutely rolled through. But Superior Nexus is still alive, still able to do some damage, and still able to find some kills there, but Chidori just makes their job that much more difficult.
Oh, 1v4 for them as well. Not going to happen either. Back-to-back unsuccessful 1v4s, playing as statistically likely, and Colorado caught off guard just the same. NAU, while yes, they were caught off guard in the previous round, they were able to readjust and put more than enough over towards this B side to really receive Colorado with open arms, or open chambers in their weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see what exactly can be done here by the Mavs, considering, I mean, obviously they're answering these rounds back-to-back. They're doing pretty well in that own respect, but even then, the rounds that they do win, the one rifle round they've won better yet, has been by a very narrow margin. Even then, keep in mind, was that round where it was a thrifty for them. So, I mean, it was really good looking for them, and they know they can win out these rifle rounds, especially if you can win with none of the shares, but it all comes down to where you start things off. And with that first pick already going underway for the side of the Mavs, is a good look for them. And even then with a shutdown right under that site, you can have some free entry over there towards heaven. But in the meantime, you got to have some coverage somewhere else, because that's not going to happen towards spawn, because Arcticus is now down out for the count.
Rolling Thunder use. They're trying to deny that spike plant. It works out perfectly. Stuns up 2 players and finds a kill onto a follow-up. Superior Nexus, therefore, the redundancy, at least takes 1 kill back the other way. Spike is down on default. Pink Ranger trying to play active, but is caught off from both angles. That box no longer safe when you're swung from both sides of defender spawn. And Superior Nexus is now the one left alone. They will look to transition around towards B main. Fake sound cues over in that direction. Possibly look to throw off the vision of NAU, but it doesn't work out. Chidori, even after the updraft, able to readjust, find the kill, and find the round for the junior varsity squad.
Yeah, I mean, just looking to see what exactly can be going underway here for the side of NAU. I mean, obviously a very solid start for themselves, and make sure that, I mean, on this map, they have themselves kind of a little bit of confidence and even then a little bit more leeway, knowing that they're actually winning these rounds with a little bit of momentum on the back of it. I mean, again and again and again, they're just welling up this money. They're looking pretty solid with the buys that they have. And even then, their setup hasn't really been tried too much. It just comes down to the kills when they actually do engage on these other players. So for the Mavs to know that, I mean, this map is supposed to go kind of towards their direction. Maybe we're waiting for the defensive side, but still, it's very close on this attacking side. They still have plenty of time to catch things up.
Rolling Thunder now returned here for Colorado, but it hits nothing but thin air. Pink Ranger maybe getting caught off here. Lockdown used fairly early in the round, but Chidori still finds the opening kill. Not caught off by any means, and the lockdown is destroyed. And this defense, the Showstopper does its job, but so does Chidori on the backside of sight. Good pickup, and now it's shared in a 1 versus 5. First kill found, the swing for the second, and a rifle now retrieved. Now certainly possible, but still easier said than done.
Yeah, the 1v4, or 1v3 better yet, for here, a share just can't really do too much here. Quite honestly, you just kind of back things off. I know you want to go ahead and look for these picks, but you don't really have the money for the next round buy. You just want to play it safe here. Don't really get overzealous. Don't overextend yourself, because that gun could be the point, the tipping point, better yet, for that next round when you see the rest of your team is kind of slacking for stuff, and you can really be that difference maker. In the meantime, though, you're looking for the pick, can't really find it there, redacted. Just doing what they've done best, fragging out again and again, shutting down players, ending rounds, or better yet, starting them as well.
Important pickup there for NAU as they continue to show their dominance over Colorado Mesa, and surprisingly enough, NAU, after those first 2 rounds, have seemed very comfortable. The pistol round, obviously we didn't see all that much of. The conversion round, an obvious disadvantage in terms of weaponry because of that pistol round loss. But the only round that Colorado has picked up since is a simple take of that A side. And other than that, hasn't been the greatest. The main reason they got that take, by the way, was because of the fact they just held W as a squad. And believe it or not, works out more often than you'd think.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward when you see these things kind of work out, but I mean, honestly, you should instill a little bit of confidence in your squad to say, why not go ahead and push things a little bit more aggressively as the course of this game goes on, but don't get crazy with it. Don't forget to check your corners, or even then just kind of make these layouts for the post plants in the meantime to kind of go ahead and cover your 6, which we already see respectively back there towards spawn, which has been covered by KJ. So you're happy to see that result. You do have plenty on the side of the map, so go ahead and kind of equalize things out, because you do have that resurrection to play with to go ahead and compensate for that lost number of a player there immediately. But you gotta make sure that you can't let that double down. You have to find the exchanges, go 1 for 1, really get an impact here on the board.
Here's the aggression, trying to clear out Pink Ranger in the back corner of sight. They see them, but they don't clear Superior Nexus, who is still below the site, finding now 3 kills. A switch to the Classic does damage, but not enough to write home about. They still are in a 1 versus 2. Our piece, I don't know if they got it. No. I don't even think they would have had time even if the incendiary landed. Unfortunate finish there for that Colorado side. Superior Nexus finds 3, but still not enough.
Yeah, a little awkward of a positioning there for the side of Colorado Mavs. And it's someone that we've seen kind of again and again in this map so far, to where their post plant just isn't really the strongest thing in the world. Unless they have an overwhelming man advantage going onto that site, you're probably going to see a little bit of an iffy result there towards the end of that. And I mean, that's kind of unfortunate for them, considering their strong starts and knowing what Nexus has done in this game so far. It is kind of crazy to see. I mean, you really want an undefined means to the actual process, and honestly, we're not really getting too much of that so far. So maybe the Mavs can go ahead and kick things into high gear, but around like this, I mean, once again, it's an eco for them. I would say that most teams that kind of lose around like this, but Lord knows, if you can win around with Sheriffs, you could possibly do the same exact thing with Stingers.
Patience for NAU this time around, notably Chidori, who is left alone on this B side, waiting towards the elevated corner of the dish exit and immediately finding a kill and retreating. Now has support as well. Problems mounting for Colorado. Not only did they not find an immediate refrag, their possibilities of a free A site have now gone trundling down as there's been 3 players now rotating over, the third of which has now rotated back towards the B side, but inadvertently, NAU have now fortified both sites hand and fist.
Just comes down to these picks right here, whether you can make the read and whether that guiding light gets any kind of effect. You do get some information off that, thankfully, if you're the side of Swaggy, so give it a hold that thing down and go ahead and pop a Trailblazer just to see if anybody else is off the back of that. But you're seeing a very early rotation coming through there. Finally, a little bit of an answer coming out once you see all that smoke going down range. You're saying, oh, it seems like we were bamboozled a little bit. Probably going to be the A site that they're going to be planting things on. And as you do hear the cues going off, Redacted finding a kill, you know for almost certainty now that that's where that thing is going to be taking place at.
3v4 is still certainly possible. Pink Ranger needs this kill, can't control the spray though, and is cut off the back of it. The fault line being prepped. I'm not sure if that's going to land on a shared. It does, but they're still inside of that smoke, not cleared out of position, and they'll be able to off the back of it. Retrieve a rifle, and now switch from the Marshall on towards that Vandal. A Nanostorm on top of the spike means it's safe for the time being, but they are not so much. Migged and Swaggy double swing him. Migged finds the headshot, and NAU again are able to retake, turn it into a round victory, and do so to shut Colorado out of another post-plant scenario.
I mean, it was an eco round, but I mean, every single one of those for the Colorado map so far has been pretty darn solid, I'd say, all things considered. I mean, knowing that they even get themselves to the point of getting the spike down, they know they can work around the likes of NAU and they can kind of trick them out of these sites, but there has to be some more there. You have to lock down these sites, and even then, they don't really need too many more rounds, but I mean, every single one past this point is pretty nice, because you already know that you're guaranteed a deficit here at the end of the half, but knowing that 9-3 doesn't go anywhere past that, it is definitely doable, as we've seen, obviously, with the test of time. On the defense, I'm not quite sure about that, but I mean, even then, this team could definitely lock this thing down and feel a lot better on that side of the map if their composition really kind of caters towards it, and kind of does with that double sentinel setup. So we'll see what exactly they can do there with the Colorado maps. Once again, opening things up with a shutdown on that B site right underneath. This is one of the freest ultimates I think I've seen in the game. It doesn't matter what map it is. That is the freest plant every single time, but it's all nothing but a ruse because we're seeing them push onto A site once more.
After trying to fuse, but Mig is still here, can at least find one, flashed off the angle and headshot, but through a box, so they're more than healthy and more than happy to take these fights. Nanosword popped on top of the site, but they are now dropped, and with the resurrection coming through, it's from the 5v4 in favor of NAU, now back in the favor of Colorado.
Gotta see what happens on this post plant. Once again, Colorado maps have themselves a main advantage for this post plant, so this retake, they can go away for NAU. If they win this round, obviously it's their last round of the half. You're using everything you can. You have an orbital strike to go ahead and just stall for a little bit more time. That's going to be a very big influential factor, but you got to get this rush to work. Even you have to watch for the post plant. You got to touch that thing. You got to bait this stuff out, or you got to kill that brimstone. Otherwise, nothing will work out into your favor whatsoever, because that Joker is sitting all the way back, waiting for an audible cue to go through. You do find one kill in the meantime, but Viper's Pit is still up and running. You have players trying to get the guard, but it's Pink Ranger. She's shutting them all down.
Right through the smoke as well. Colorado will shut the round out off the back of it. Harpseekis giving Colorado their fourth, and an all-important one towards the later stages of the half, setting the tone onto their defensive side and not allowing NAU to run away with it. While yes, they still very much have a lead, it could be so much worse, especially on such a would-be attacker-sided map as Fracture can be.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that, I mean, Colorado, over and over again, they only finesse themselves 4 rounds. Thankfully, 2 of those came from the pistol rounds. I mean, things are looking feasible for them here, but they really got to step it up. I mean, keep in mind, with their weaker side being the post plant, that always shows a little bit of a hint of what the teams can do on the defensive side. If they can't hold these angles when they know a spike is there, and when they have a guaranteed site, when they know they can actually have the numbers there to match, Lord knows what they're able to accomplish when they know that they're expecting these teams and they know they're going to be outnumbered initially. So it's a little bit concerning, all things considered, but I'm looking forward to see what they can do in a pistol round because they won the first one, so let's just replicate that success and bring this game that much closer.
Well, NAU looking to pick up where Colorado left off with attacking-sided pistol round victories. The B site left in complete disarray, as not a single player's in the general vicinity, at least not when the spike went down. The retake coming from below, but a 2-for-1 trade favors NAU just about every day of the week. The retake now instead coming from the arcade side, one up through tower, the other two around the defender spawn half. Swaggy looks away at the worst time, but is still able to find the kill off the back of it. A reswing towards the site on the backside of default finds a follow-up. That Sage Ball puts the rest of the squad off the site, but enough of them break it quickly enough, and NAU cleanly take the pistol round in their favor on the exact same site that Colorado did just 1.5 ago.
Yeah, this game to a certain extent is kind of looking like a Swaggy highlight show, just because of what this player is able to do on that sky so far in this game. I mean, already, sure, not the top of the leaderboard, but you're expecting Story to get those respective kills with the Jet. You're expecting to do that job, and you're expecting your initiators to follow up. This is a perfect representation of how teams should be playing off each other. Viper just needs to stay alive to the end, just like that KJ. KJ's a little bit more just kind of there to pop that utility, get a couple free kills off that, but you're kind of acting more as a catalyst for these sites with that shutdown available. But I want to see what exactly can be done better yet with the Colorado Mavs, and I mean, holding this thing out, because they have to wake up eventually. And I think, I mean, a round like this, obviously, making it expensive will be an outstanding start for that.
NAU trying to pick the site again. This time they are significantly more incorrect in their previous assumption, trying to aggress straight on to A, but it is fully defended. All 5 players in the general vicinity, but they still find an opening kill. And after doing so, they're turning for the hills and running away, understandably so. At this point, pick whatever is less defended. The question is, who gets there first? It's a sprint over towards the B side. Maybe Colorado gets there first, but NAU will have the numbers.
Already, that guiding light able to go ahead and give a little bit of information for that paint shell to go through and say, all right, let's get some damage off of this, which is exactly what you did. Problem is, though, the guns waiting on the other side of that Viper's wall are a lot bigger, a lot beefier, and do a lot more damage than what you got in your hands currently. So it's a good look so far from the side of NAU, as they are just closing up these kills again and again. Big Granger able to go ahead and get one in the meantime, and Shared able to go ahead and get one as well. So it's good lookings for him, but it doesn't matter when you have 3 players remaining at the rear end of that. And whatever player died in the meantime, just pick up the best weapons and carry it on to the next.
And this is a carbon copy to the first half, where
Yeah.
Colorado was actually able to pick up the pistol round and then win the conversion round with 3 players alive. NAU has done the exact same thing, except for this time they favored B site for both of their takes after trying A the second time around, but being met with a little bit more aggression than they were bargaining for, so instead turning for the hills and running back through spawn. Colorado is playing from behind, very much so. This is a do or die round for them. If they lose this, they're probably going to have to go up against match point, and 8 of them with a barely buy put together. They have to pick this up, and luckily they have the utility on this site to do so. The question is, can they hit the shots they require?
And I love watching teams when they get to that 9th round, 10th round threshold, because, I mean, this is always where they start to choke up, where you see 9-3 start to happen. Always, I see teams again and again when they hit double digits to start just kind of losing a lot of emphasis in this game and just kind of think it's going to be secure in the bag. Like, the last 3 rounds are just handed to them. Nah, NAU already kind of learned that lesson a little bit, dropping one of their players in the meantime, and it comes into Colorado and how well they can answer a round like this. You want to hold on to these guns, you want to make sure the next one isn't all that good, because keep in mind, NAU, when they get these rifles in hand, they become a completely different squad.
Aggression from MiG, they're actually caught out. Shady able to pick up that kill. Pink Ranger able to drop Chidori elsewhere. Now a 2v5. Luckily, the 2 are picking the correct site, that being A, but Superior Nexus on the back side of site may be able to catch them off. The swing from behind, they are still caught out though, and that's a rifle that they can pick up now on this attack. Amazin in a 1v4 now, certainly possible, sure. The problem is they are going to be hounded from seemingly every avenue of attack.
Yeah, gotta see what can really be finesse here for NAU, at least if you can get at least maybe 1 kill in the meantime, considering that you do have a gun in hand. So it's a good start. You get the spike down as well, so that's some extra money to work off of, and you're a Viper. So, I mean, this is where you start to excel, right? Start playing that timer so you can get players off. Problem is that has not happened whatsoever. Now that one of those snake bites landed, or at least they did, but it wasn't the bubble on top of it, you weren't getting all the damage you need, but you find another kill in the meantime. So amazing. Able to go ahead and get a couple kills there off the rear end of that round. You're carrying it on to the next. You made things expensive. That's probably the best case scenario, even though the Mavs do come out with a win for this one.
You're talking about teams getting a little complacent once they hit double digits. My thought processes towards how to play rounds are fairly simple when I take a look at Valorant, really any competitive first-person shooter for that matter that requires an economy. Notably also Counter-Strike. You have however many rounds in the half. The only 4 that you should not play like the rest or you have 24 rounds in regulation. The only 4 you shouldn't play like the rest are the pistol and conversion on both sides. And NAU could probably employ that, but nice shots from Superior Nexus, making that a little bit more difficult. Amazing now with a double, and Mig to follow up. It's down to Harpsichus, but they're caught away. The B site has fallen. Good trades from NAU, and they're now looking to get this spike down completely uncontested. Shared can't do a dang thing about it.
I mean, you could get some damage off range, and even then you could possibly get a kill in the meantime. But I mean, when you get that Sky there to go ahead and reinvigorate everybody, give you all those heals in the world that you need, you got 2 ultimates that you're not going to invest, but you're just happy to see it. Turret sniffing at that player, that's an easy little swing, a nice little kill to go ahead and complement things off and give yourself an 11th round. So NAU, we're always concerned about teams at these 9 and 10 round ranges. They're not showing any signs of slowing down. They're keeping it chugging along, and they are at an 11-5 lead on their opponent's map pick, which is just huge for them.
As soon as Colorado picked up those opening 2 kills, I was really concerned for NAU's position over towards that B main side. And then, well, I forgot Amazing was on their squad, so all was right in the world. And NAU have now put themselves up on 11. And look at Colorado Mesa. They're down on just 3 SMGs, 2 of which have half shields. Everybody else has no shields, and the other 2 without the SMGs obviously just have classics. This is a try and take weaponry away and make our next round easy type of round for them. And they are occupying that Sewer's position. The only one down there is Mig. This is certainly possible if they want to hold it out. A first for Mig, but the trade is there. Shady with the stinger in hand is able to find a kill off the back of it. Looking for a follow-up, but Swaggy's still here. A highlight reel of which will continue for them, but only to extend to a single kill. Shady again with the trade, and it's down to a 3v3. The problem is they have neglected the A site, of which is completely undefended, and they'll have a spike plant here just about every day of the week.
Yeah, a nice little free spike plant underway, and even a nice little hold across the map. You just plant it slow and steady where you can to try and stay alive, but already the Viper's Pit to be employed here to kind of lock things down and say, look, good luck with the retake. You're going to be trying your darndest, but I mean, man, there's going to be a lot you have to go through. Even then, Chidori, who's just kind of stationed in the middle of the map, checking to see if anybody else is rotating through. Okay, well, they may be, but they're way back on B, boys. They're not even going to get there in time if they did want to go for it. I mean, they could, but I mean, to maneuver through that Viper's Pit, honestly, you don't even step an inch towards that side if you're me at this point. I'm just saying go ahead and be done with it, but that's a match point that could possibly be underway, and it's still very stressful to be looking at when you even see Redacted getting one more off the back of it.
The round, I think, was a foregone conclusion before it even commenced on that retake. Getting through the Viper's Pit, already a difficult feat, and getting the spike defuse, I think, wasn't even a possibility at that point. Even if you find those 2 kills, I'm not even sure if you have enough time, and obviously the problem is even finding that first was a challenge, the second nearly impossible considering how well hidden Amazing was inside of the Viper's Pit. They're really patience paid off in droves that time around, and NAU now have 7 consecutive map points to work with. They win any of the following 7 rounds, we're moving on to split with them up a map.
Yeah, gotta see what can be done here for the side of NAU specifically. I mean, considering that this is match point for them, they just want to close this thing out. I mean, especially once again, as I mentioned earlier, this is their opponent's map pick, and it's not just by a narrow margin we're seeing these rounds. They are just absolutely dominating this thing out, and also the back of Chidori and Swaggy specifically. So, I mean, this is an outstanding performance for them, and if they keep this thing up, man, who knows if you can just win it right here, let that momentum carry on, and you just start really feeling yourself to hit your strides on split where you're supposed to be on your home ground. So, once again, talk about that free ultimate that just locks down an entire site. Just once again comes down to the post plant here for NAU, which they haven't really had too many problems with.
NAU using the lockdown, apparently trying to bring in that real estate major on their side. Redacted throwing in that aftershock, but the defensive lockdown now creating a decent bit of space on this defense. Chidori being forced out of the corner, should still survive it, is slowed, but is not caught out, and they should not know this is occupied. They don't whatsoever. A first kill found, a follow-up is there, and a nano swarm to keep the spike safe. A flawless final round for NAU JJV, as they will clean out Fracture 13-5. Colorado Mesa's map pick has gone convincingly the opposite.
Yeah, not really what we expected there coming up from the team. Usually when we see like somewhat of a collegiate special go underway where these teams start to win out each other's map picks, it's usually kind of by somewhat of a narrow margin, but 13-5 is nothing to scoff at, which is very, very difficult considering that Fracture, I didn't really see any kind of issues for hitting a site there. I mean, the plant initially didn't really go down without having too many complications. It was the post plant, though, for Colorado that really started to choke them up a little bit. And that on split where that map feels a lot more contested. You saw that race start to go off a little bit there for a second, but I mean, there just has to be a lot more for them to even have a chance of contending in the second map, because obviously they don't want this map to go off by the flick of the wrist. They want it to go ahead and elongate, and they especially want it to go to that third one, if anything.
Consolidation and confidence, I feel, was the two main strong points for NAU JJV. Confidence towards the later stages to play around not only their utility, but their gun skill, and the consolidation to make sure they had exactly what they needed, exactly when they needed, especially when that lockdown went off. Nobody was looking directly at the Spike, but they had those nanoswarms making sure that Spike was well defended, even though it wasn't in visual reference. Good enough, and very well played towards the later stages for NAU JJV, as they will take Colorado Mesa's map selection of Fracture, but we're headed to split their own map selection. Can they close it out in two, or will CMU pick up their opponent's map selection and force us to ascend? Colorado playing from behind early after map number 1's loss. 13-5 on Fracture, and the spoils to the winner as NAU pick it up. I'm Time to Light. Still joining alongside me here is Mick for Week 8 of the NECC Valorant. And Mick, what has to change for Colorado Mesa if they want to put us on ascent?
They got to start fragging. I mean, plain and simple. When you look at the kind of dynamic duo I was looking at on the side of NAU, which was Swaggy and Chidori specifically, those two just complementing as each other as an initiator and a duelist, that's typically what you want to find out of a team that really feels kind of cohesive in their own right. So on a map like this, especially if they start to replicate themselves a little bit and really start to nail things down, they can start going crazy with it. Knowing this map is a lot more close quarters, knowing it just comes down to flicks at that point and whether how many shots they can really start hitting. I mean, they're kind of favored in that regard, so we're going to have to see MCU really kind of step it up and getting creative here, really moving around the map, because they actually had a couple of ecos that was looking really solid for them, but with the rifle rounds and their defense, it wasn't really all that hot. But maybe on a map where the defense is literally made to win, basically, they had themselves a better shot.
No substitutions in for Split. Pink Ranger was hovering the Gecko. I was really hopeful, but no Gecko selection, unfortunately. I'm not sure if Gecko's actually viable for competitive play yet here in the NECC. I haven't been here for the last couple weeks of Valorant, so honestly could not tell you. I'd assume so. It's been well over 2 weeks at this point. But Colorado Mesa's defensive side off the bat, we are having the same conversation over on the Fracture half. I gotta say, the defensive side for Fracture has to be significantly better, or
Choose
the
your
defensive side for
agent.
Split has to be significantly better than your defensive side on Fracture. They have to come out of the gates swinging. Similarly to what we saw over on Fracture, if they don't start off well, I don't like their chances of finishing off.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, looking at what this team's kind of going ahead and bringing to the table. Redacted, another team member that I was kind of mentioning earlier, already kind of playing on that bridge, kind of frag out, always being somewhat of a big initiating factor. I mean, obviously feeling into the role of an initiator, but now actually being on that Reyna, that's what starts to scare me a little bit. What this player could do, and even then Swaggy just sticking to the comfort pick of sticking on that Sky, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of scenario here. You're looking at the rest of the team and what they can really do. And honestly, I mean, knowing they're still on the attacking side with that double duelist situation, I can go ahead and throw it back to that last series I just casted over with Mark. And double duelist, when you see Arena on this starting on the attacking side, we saw an 11-1 start. I mean, if NAU keep this thing up, I mean, I don't want to have PTSD. It's two completely different teams, so obviously very different scenario across the board. But I mean, what these team can do specifically, especially with an Astra setting things up, being an absolute menace, because the Viper was kind of fun to watch and kind of interesting, considering, I mean, obviously Viper's just going to do what they're going to do in terms of the post plant and just hold things out in terms of area control. Astra can do that stuff that much better, but without all the obstruction of vision.
I also have to say I'm very happy with the lack of similarities between the two compositions. We have 3 separate Sentinels and 3 separate Duelists all on the board, which is a nice breath of fresh air with the double Sentinel, double Duelist between the two squads. Chidori looking to play aggressive and forward in through mid. Decent bit of control overall for NAU. They have most of A main. They can see all of B main, but one way is being set up from shared. This is a beta lineup. Chidori, however, holding W, gets past the ball. The right click misses, the left click's not so much. Opening kill goes their way, and NAU wants to split B. The problem is they have to be able to get through main first, and shared is not allowing them to do so, at least without taking damage.
Yeah, already, I mean, a pretty solid start here for NAU, once again, just locking things down, and especially on the attacking side, once again, this is where they can really start to excel. We already saw them on that last map, winning out these pistol rounds, having a little bit of confidence there, and just kind of welling things up, but when you look at what the map is presenting itself right now, Redacted on a massive flank coming through, not even opting to go through rope, just going down on the spawn, because you know that you're eventually going to run to somebody up there towards B male. You don't want that to happen. You just want to get right up in their face, and Shared is going to go ahead and see that for the bot.
Oh, and Superior Nexus is in a 1 versus 5. Has at least found the first. Looking for a second, but they're being flanked. You were talking about the redacted flank, and this will lead to Superior Nexus's death. It's just a matter of whether it happens by melee or otherwise. They will spray the floor, and they will be sprayed in the head, as Redacted will take them out, put a spray of their own. A thumbs down as well, as that's about how Colorado's feeling after the pistol round loss.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I mean, you do go ahead and be starting things off here. It's not really going to be reminiscent of that last map because, I mean, they're still on the attacking side. And they're just looking even better because they have a little bit of confidence behind them already and momentum to just pan into their favor, which is just very, very difficult to watch. But even then, Colorado, they're going to be trying to buy up as much as they can here to say, all right, maybe a Ghost, maybe a Frenzy here. We can at least get some damage. That's all we need. Quite honestly, I just say go ahead and buy out these classics, work more into the utility, and see what can be guaranteed for that next round because you're going to need everything you can get. Because you see a full A push coming through here for the side in AU. Meanwhile, Colorado only have a singular player that'll really help things out.
Concealment. Grenade.
Aggression here for NAU in the conversion round. We've seen this in rounds prior, and again, they've chosen correctly. They're 2 for 3 on choosing correctly through our 3 halves of play. Chidori waiting a little patiently with a Spectre in hand, but at this point, it's Colorado having to play retake, and from 3 separate angles as well. 1 up through Heaven, actually now 4, as 2 come through main, and Amazin has to worry about the ramp. Unfortunately looks away from it at the wrong time, but is still able to find a kill before they're taken care of. A Bulldog now retrieved for Superior Nexus, but Chidori avoids the flash and turns it into a kill. A follow-up Paint Shell around the corner. They're actually taken out by Shady, but only 6 HP left over for the Sky. They're triple swung, and they're sent to the grave very, very quickly by NAU, as Colorado Mesa unfortunately cut away the 2nd time in a row and lose the conversion just the same.
I mean, do you expected for this team to go ahead and double down, especially after winning that attacking round, the attacking side? I mean, just seeing what they're doing is just, once again, kind of a testament to what we saw in that first map and to see what they can kind of get going underway. A little bit of a buy coming through because they know they have plenty of money in the back pockets, and even then, with how much they kind of saved in that first one, things are carrying over on the attacking side. They also have the benefit of planting that spike every single time and getting an extra couple creds off that. So, I mean, NAU, this is just a big boulder. You have to either find a way to shut down in one punch, or, I mean, you need to find a way to put it in an area where it's going and fighting an uphill battle, and both of those are very big asks, but they definitely are doable. You just gotta have a lot more teamwork when it comes around to it.
Opening kill for Redacted, gross on the shared, and that's gotta hurt. Starting things off, Redacted just walking straight in, and the B site is already in full control of NAU. The problem is mid, not so much, nor is Heaven, so they can't safely rotate over, but Redacted can safely find a follow-up kill. Superior Nexus forced out of most of ropes, but not fully cleared, luckily not to their own demise. Chidori only finding 1, but luckily enough it's a trade. Now a 4v2, a little bit better position for Colorado Mesa, but not by much.
Yeah, just once again, another one of these rounds. NAU already in a 4v1 situation, cutting things down almost perfectly to a T. This round right here already, when you've mentioned the starts, the maps, this is where everything's really starts to just well up. Who's going to go in and have emphasis immediately? Who's going to start feeling themselves? And honestly, NAU, they didn't have to do that. They already have momentum carrying on from the last map, and now with a 3-0 start where you're going ahead and utilizing the likes of Spectres and Stingers and Bulldogs to shut down full rifles, which have that one-shot capability anywhere on the map, it is just really unfortunate to see that Colorado couldn't pull out at least that one round to go ahead and have an immediate answer. So, I mean, honestly, this train just keeps on going. Once again, it's a boulder, it's a snowball that keeps on building up and getting larger and larger with time. But if finally a very big engagement right there towards A-Man could be the tempo changer that he needed.
They may be able to retrieve rifles off the back of it as well. They will. Harpsichus up above, helping with some utility, and Pink Ranger recovering a Vandal. 2v3s, not impossible by any means. And NAU, luckily enough, their 2 players that remain have a significant amount of utility that can be used later on in the round. A, getting onto the site, and B, taking those immediate gunfights without having that utility set up prior. That's their real tipping point. If they can wait for this wall to drop by itself and maybe catch Colorado off guard, they're in a good position. Otherwise, they're going to run into significant problems later on here.
For you.
Yeah, they got to get a little bit more to work off the back of this, but honestly, I mean, this start right here and this answer on the field is almost exactly what you're looking for. You're able to go ahead and elongate things a little bit, kind of find yourself these exchanges, but problem is, Mavs hasn't really been able to pick up every single gun. Only Pink Ranger has been able to extend far enough to actually get one of these kills.
Oh, no.
And the problem is, that loot has now just disappeared from your fingers in the meantime. But a good exchange has come from Harpicus there towards A ramp. So things are feasible here, but you got to get that spike. You got to find a way to move that somewhere, or you just keep on fighting is what it seems like Mig wants to do.
I got the spike.
Mig does grab the spike and has access to the site unrestricted at that. You can see Harpsichus moving around towards screens, being held as Migd will reposition and get this spike down safely. Information there, Harpsichus still looking to swing and will do so. That strafe ability with the Stinger, ever so perfect at close range, and Harpsichus turns a 3K into a round win for Colorado, as it's mostly a thrifty round for them, and the game considers it just that. They come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they most definitely do. A big thrifty on the board here for this squad, especially to finally get themselves an answer on the board. Things were looking very, very concerning for them. So I'm happy to see that they had themselves at least some kind of contention here inside this game. But, I mean, that round can be a one-off. When you see the amount of investment going into a round like this, you cannot let things slip up. When you see the majority of the team not even able to find really kills to equalize their own death ratio, that especially there towards that bottom, and you see a couple of players really out here struggling, you're going to see NAU probably pop at least one of these two ultimates right here to see if they can really just hit things home.
Here, ooh, operator out. That'll cost them their life. Almost certainly no. Instead, tailwind out, and they survive somehow. Go buy a lottery ticket after that engagement. They're superior. Aggie attempting to bait shared out, not to any success, at least not first time around, and second time they just pick up the Seekers. At this point, NAU now just looking to hold W. Shared pops that set a cyber cage, but still loses the fight. Unfortunate start, and just like that, NAU basically have the B site again to themselves.
And already off the back of that, they're not even looking to engage there. I mean, it's just a little bit of a ruse. You find that first pick, you have so many players already allocated towards that A side of the map. I mean, honestly, these are free picks. Shidori finds another pick over there towards Heaven. So, I mean, this lockdown is just a little bit of just a cherry on top, quite honestly, is to guarantee that. Because everything else is going to have to be fought for. You already see the Trailblazer coming through right there up towards Heaven. Trying to see if you can clear anything out with the Boombot's going to clear right back towards that spawn. And Redaxis is going to be moving through the middle, looking for a little bit of a flank of their own. So, I mean, this setup here from NAU is looking disgusting.
Oh, flank for a flank. Pink Ranger, I think, hearing Redacted, though, as they are baiting Chidori in, and it works out perfectly. Chidori, a swing in from the Heaven wall, and catching Shady off guard is Redacted. Shady over-focusing that influx of information, not fully relayed, and because of it, NAU able to take advantage. A fourth-round victory for them, picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis here. Once again, I mean, that setup that they had on their way really just executed the exact way they intended it to. And that's kind of the consistency here from NAU. When they set themselves to something, you can see the drive behind it. You can see the execution. You can see the cohesion and connection between everybody on that minimap, and you know what kind of plans are starting to unravel. Problem is, for us, it looks like a piece of art on the minimap. But for Colorado, it is like an absolute nightmare because they just do not know where the next threat is going to be coming from. And when every single player is fragging like they are right now, it becomes that much more deadly. So you got to find a way to stall out on at least some of these players, but when you can't do that because Swaggy is playing like a duelist and doing it very well.
Spike planted.
Colorado down a man early, and the problems for them are continuing to mount. Superior trying to get out of dodge safely. Shady cannot do so. Good boombot usage will get some aggression in their favor, and Swaggy, a lined up double, a 3K for them on the round, and Harpsichus left alone. Guiding light through towards main will not find them. The shots from the Sheriff will drop Swaggy, but nothing else. Harpsichus taken care of as their doppelganger Amazon finds the kill, and NAU now with 5 on the attack, looking indomitable on this forefront.
Yeah, gotta find a way to just go ahead and find an answer here, but Colorado just not had the opportunity really presented to them just yet because, I mean, looking at this stance, you can even see the main buys are kind of going all over the place. These members are kind of contemplating what exactly they want to be purchasing, what would feel that much more, I don't know, powerful in a lot of these engagements. And quite honestly, that immediate A rush that we saw a couple rounds ago, sure, it's a massive gamble whether or not the actual team is even there. But, I mean, I like the confidence in that. They finally brought the fight to NAU before NAU actually had a chance to really just unfold their game plan a little bit. And that could be something they could replicate, but once again, it even comes down to whether that 50-50 comes up winding into your favor. And you can't even pick the middle of the map now and do it there to kind of find this split because, well, there's Redacted holding it with an operator.
Is a dangerous angle for Colorado. They should still be able to hold mid fairly safely. The problem is a lack of overall map control elsewhere. The aggression for Colorado really has paid off in the singular round that they have picked up in their favor. Showstopper used over towards this A side, but it's really a bait for the everybody else elsewhere to go. Trailblazer being used, that's actually hit by the camera. That's information as Shared shoots it out. Will be forced out into the middle. Information gained off the back of a tripwire as well. Mig does drop the neural theft being used. That'll gain about as much information as anything can in the game, but can they find kills off the back of it? That's the real question.
Slow and steady here comes the race, at least for the side of Colorado in terms of this retake. They don't know where it has to take place at. Anytime they do get an idea of what's going on there, he just once again kind of turns tail and goes somewhere else. So Shared finally goes ahead and gets an idea of, okay, well, they're pushing onto the B site. Problem is you got picked off in the meantime. It all comes down to Nexus. The one fragger we saw on the side of the map so far, but man, you got a lot of different guns pointing in your direction. It makes things very difficult, especially with Redacted holding an angle. You cannot swing too far right or you are dead as good.
And the operator moving, Redacted taking the proactive gunfight, but misses their opportunity. Fairly low. The overgrowth was available, but I think it's mostly run out. Leo around the corner. Superior Nexus has been seen on the lower side. Guiding light avoided, as are the shots, but not as far as that operator. Second time's the charm for Redacted in that situation, as NAU will pick up now 6 as they continue trundling down the scoreboard.
Yeah, just another round away for NAU. Especially, I mean, one more round off the back of this, considering that we're looking at an eco round for the maps. They won themselves a Thrifty earlier, so you can't really sleep on them here, but oh, it's just NAU on the attacking side of this map. I know that we were going ahead and sing the praises, or at least me specifically. I'm not going to throw you under the bus like that for this map being built on the defensive side, but I mean, this isn't what we're used to seeing. This is just NAU knowing this map through and through, being prepared for it, saying, thank goodness it slipped through the cracks for us to actually be able to select, because, man, we excel here, and they are proving that exact point right now. So Colorado with 3 ultimates on the board, not really too much of a buy. You can't really expect them to do a lot in a round like this, but man, they better start talking and discussing what can happen in the next one.
And I feel like this map is still somewhat defender-sided. It just comes down to NAU being better prepped because it was their map selection. Colorado's defensive side honestly doesn't look bad. The problem is they have minor weaknesses that NAU's pre-map prep is just exposing to basically every extent possible. Guiding light around the corner. Chidori doesn't even have to avoid it. It'll go around the corner for them. But a good double kill. Pink Ranger and Superior Nexus both finding one apiece. Sewers is now in possession of Colorado, as is all of A main. Seekers being used. Those will be sprayed down fairly easy. Almost ran the risk of being sprayed down themselves. Amazin's still able to find just 1 kill back. We may not know about the second player. The bait set up. It's shared. A first, a second possibility. The Spectre works out for 2, and they're able to escape with their lives as it's Redacted in a 1 versus 4, and they're being hounded. A first kill is found, but they switch to the melee weapon, of which will be their downfall. A thrifty round for Colorado, and that may be their saving grace.
Isn't that crazy? Both rounds that we've seen Colorado win so far have been thrifty rounds. So it's finally when they actually get a chance to go ahead and kind of make a game plan of their own and just go ahead and engage off of that. Kind of wait for things out, because NAU gave a lot of respect to Colorado on these rounds that they have ended up kind of giving over in thrifty. Sure, the first one's a little bit awkward, but that one right there was just them not pushing onto a side again, which is always odd to watch out of that squad when you have such a definitive lead. Sure, you don't want to go overzealous, but go ahead, pace yourself. Like I said, it's like that snowball of projection there, saying that, okay, you have force. You can push that through onto a site. Just don't get crazy with it and kind of go too far ahead where you're just running over a ramp and your entire game plan falls just apart right from under you. So things are definitely doable here. Once again, for the Mavs, they have finally a round underway that's looking favorable for them because, well, they didn't really have to invest too much into it. But still, locking NAU out at 6 is the key here. Obviously, you want to win every single round past this, and you can make sure to do that with one more first blood underway.
That's an opening kill, and an important one at that here for Colorado. Shared from the side of Maine, but Shady swinging around the corner off the back of their own guiding light. It's a double pickup over towards the main side. Shidori, the saving grace, up towards heaven, finds a double at that. Pink Ranger taken care of. A return guiding light there for Swaggy, at least blinds 1, and the sound cue from their own agent voice line will at least guarantee that, but it looks like NAU want to go a different direction. At least one of them do at this point. Shidori not being seen as they swing forward. They won't be seen by that camera either. This is a big power position for them to play on this flank set.
Most definitely is.
30 seconds
Got to find the
left.
right angle. Got to take these players by surprise. And more importantly, got to do it in a timely manner. Already, with only 20 seconds remaining, you know that players are going to be slipping about. You know that players are going to be going on for that rotate. Already, almost spotted out for a second there. Chidori Sharon had to take a double take to say, look, is that really where they are? Oh, well, I can tell you Superior knows exactly where Swaggy
10
is.
seconds left.
That's the round. That's it. Chidori has no time. Even if they find this kill, the spike is very safely in the hands over on Superior's side. That's a wild way to win a round there for Colorado. By no means should they have won the round in that way. Sure, winning the round itself, not out of the question, but the style in which they did so, shocking to say the very least. Good pickup by Superior. Missing the early shot I thought was going to cost them the round. Turns out missing it just made sure they could win it in a better style.
Most definitely. I mean, already a good little sense there from Colorado. You're happy to see they're starting to get rounds here. I mean, I know I am, just to see that. I mean, we are keeping this game close. These two teams are neck and neck when it comes to the leaderboard. So you're expected to that first map to say, is that really the case anymore? They're finally starting to make a case for themselves. Say, all right, look, we can get some things done here, especially when you keep on getting those first bloods.
Was really the issue early on, without obvious cause for
Yeah.
Colorado, was not picking up those opening kills. And obviously you could say, oh yeah, you missed the opening kill, you're going to lose the round more often than not. Sure, that's a conversation every time it happens. But when it happens on a consistent basis and you consistently lose a round, that's when it becomes a talking point. Colorado has now turned that talking point back the other way in their own favor. Back-to-back opening kills, back-to-back possible round wins now for them, as they have a lot of real estate to work with. Losing your Sky off the bat, the only initiator you're bringing in, which is a risk to run, to say the very least, for NAU here on Split, that's a problem for them. But, I mean, when you're giving all this real estate on the defensive side, I suppose maybe that risk is nullified.
Well, after that first blood, it seems like every single time NAU, once again, kind of get to these points where things start to get a little bit rocky, and you start to play things a little bit slow. And keep in mind, that's also where we start to see NAU start to falter a little bit more, so kind of set a game plan into play, and once one thing kind of falls apart, everything else just kind of starts to follow suit. So in this shot there with the operator doesn't really matter. A nice little exchange there. It all comes down to Chidori, and honestly, just turn tail, go back to spawn. It's a very, very rough spot.
NAU now having to worry about their economy for the first time in like a calendar year at this point. Trailblazer will find nothing but thin air, but Chidori gonna save the showstopper, save the phantom, fight for another day, or in this case, another round. And understandably so, no real reason to push into a fight that you have basically no chance of winning with very little time remaining. It is just fighting an already lost battle, and understandably so, they'll just chill around the A main side, maybe look for an exit frag, but Colorado is not even gonna give them the time of day at this point. Pretty happy with that result. 3 rounds in a row now for the defensive side. Maybe it is defender-sided.
Yeah, good looking here for Colorado. Massive turn up here for themselves, and sure, they have a couple more rounds to go underway, but I mean, knowing that they've won the past 3 in a row, they're just accumulating that money in their pockets, so we're saying, okay, no matter what, these last 2 rounds, we do have a purchase, no matter what. The biggest problem there is somehow that operator does go ahead and kind of lose sight and kind of get dropped into the hands, but you're still probably going to have enough money there. And speaking of the operator, another one's being brought out there by Redacted. Finally fed up with the operator action, saying, I'm going to go ahead and get a piece of my own here, and it's definitely warranted there.
Sleep tight.
Opening kill, but an immediate return is there. Trade just the same. Shady, a double at that. Caught out by the Nanoswarm, forced out to the open, and Redacted taking advantage of it, but does not dismiss. Instead tries to absorb HP, of which is stripped away from their grasp. Good refrag there for Harpseekus around through that spawn side. Slow orb thrown out. Rigged is trying to bait them in, but at this point, they're just being baited in and of their own right. Mig now in a 1 versus 3. Finds at least a first, and a fairly good time to find it, but the problem is, Harpseekus with the proactivity, able to find the refrag again. Colorado playing for trades works out perfectly for them, and they turn it into a 4th consecutive round victory.
Yeah, and cause them to have a little bit of a timeout too as well, which I really can't blame them. I mean, this is now 4 rounds in a row. They haven't been able to find any success really. Things have looked difficult for them so far, and even then, I mean, with Colorado having all these ultimates on their hands right now, NAU haven't really found too much of an effect out of them. I mean, you look at the ticks and they're kind of getting up there, but the Secrets in the last round, amazing, kind of using that cause divide as well. Not really finding all the impact in the world. So I think that's a little bit more of a selling point for a timeout than anything else, even though you are already losing these rounds. One like that, where you lose in that fashion, I think it's easy to kind of go ahead and sit down and say, look, that seems like a round that we can actually reflect on. What can we be doing? And I think, honestly, confidence, I can always say, is key here, but even then, I mean, a game plan that feels a little bit more flexible, because you have a lot of players just kind of going all the way across the map, going to these different avenues, pushing these different sites, and that works out perfectly. As I said earlier, it is like a piece of art when it starts to unfold just correctly, but you're not getting these flawless rounds anymore. You have to find a way to really just kind of push as a unison on the side and really find success in that same exact manner, just like a traditional Valorant fashion.
I think I know how NAU can win this final round.
Let's hear it.
So, on standard American keyboards, if you look down, there's a W key. If they all hold that together, maybe they have a better shot.
I mean, with the 2 operators, and if they move fast enough, I think they can get past those.
Watch this.
One of those operators, speaking of which, is set up over towards this A side. They do avoid it for the time being. Only one time over, though. That gravity well takes care of that bot, but Superior Nexus, the blades miss at least the first 3, the 4th of which will take care of Swaggy. They will regenerate the blades and look for another frag. Can they find it again? The answer, not a chance. They are denied, but Shady denies the entirety of NAU, shared with some support, and Amazing now in a 1 versus 4 is caught out by the neural theft. Their safety, not a guarantee by any means, but they do indeed reposition. Their appearance known once more. The buff of the neural theft works just about every way possible, and very little chance at the ace clutch there. NAU, clean finish, is just denied, and Colorado Mesa pick up 5 straight rounds in the later stages of the first half and put the momentum squarely in their favor.
And even then, I mean, considering that they're now going in the attacking side with that momentum, they're going to need every single inch of it. Because keep in mind, this is NAU's map pick. So they're not only prepared for the attacking side, where you saw that double duelist start to have a lot of strengths early on, but started to falter there a little bit later. But now at this point in the game, I mean, you got to expect to see that their defensive side should be just nearly as good here in these early rounds. And knowing their kind of prowess when it comes around to these pistol rounds, we've seen that they, on that first map especially, were just really feeling themselves on that. So, I mean, they know how to kind of work around the map, get a little bit crazy with it, and find themselves some easy picks on the board. But, I mean, these first bloods, as we mentioned, I mean, are things that Colorado were starting to falter with. But now, kind of being as an entire group and able to easily trade those things out, you have a lot more promise behind it.
Mason finds the opening kill, so maybe that opening kill stat will favor NAU for the first time in a little while. Redacted is going to get caught out here. Both players with their knife out, though. Who is quicker on the draw? Redacted is, and they dismiss away. Chidori there for the redundancy, finds a follow-up kill, and it's down to just Shared on this side of the map. Their support is very well removed all the way over towards that B main side. Shared caught out from the front as well, seemingly peppered in damage from every single direction. Harpseekis taken care of just the same as Chidori switches out for the sheriff of their dropped comrade. And NAU, they dropped 5 rounds, but their pistol round, you could never tell.
Yeah, apparently the momentum that we have from Colorado in those past 5 just not carrying up to fight the actual environment that is this map. And once again, NAU's kind of home grounds where you see that, okay, everything's equalized once more. No ultimates, no buys, no extra craziness here. No operators to go ahead and get those one-shots off on us. But there are a lot of sheriffs on the side of NAU, or at least it felt in terms of sheriff kills, going and executing those things off. So, I mean, already found themselves that pistol round to work off of. We saw that 3-0 start earlier out of this squad. Well, now we may be able to see it again, considering how well they are in terms of places on this defense. I like this setup. I like the default they have going their way, but they're kind of scared away from it with Nexus just pushing right through. You are really scared of that classic, and I got to give props to you because that right click is a menace.
I think that's a sound cue when you pick up your camera. Apparently, it's not, as they had no idea on the defensive side. Aggression, however, still working out for NAU. More than safe to do so. Even the turret coming into play as big 2K. Their turret, however, will turn it into a 3K, and NAU put together the conversion round fairly cleanly on the defensive side, again putting themselves in favorable positions early on in the halves.
Yeah, Redacted go ahead and buying up the Vandal as well. I mean, you're expecting this player to go ahead and kind of push up as much as you can with that Devour to see if you can get yourself an early pick and either dismiss or whatnot, but even then, a little bit of a back off. I gotta respect that attempt to say, let's go ahead, play once again as a team. Keep all these buys just right next to each other, get nice and cozy, and if we can actually squeeze out this round, that's great. But even then, already, in an exchange that could actually help out NAU in this situation is Colorado going for 2 half armors on the top 2 players of the team. So if those 2 get knocked down for free off of these Bulldogs, that's going to be a very, very difficult situation to come back from, but you know that one of them is stationed right there towards ropes.
NAU's defensive side has to be picked apart early from Colorado Mesa. If they allow the time to get low in a lot of these rounds, it could cost them more often than not. The Bulldog play from Chidori, though, ADSing out through mid, a dangerous concept, turns into an early grave for them. And an important pickup right off the bat here for Colorado, as they're opening things up not only with an early kill, but a lot of map control to work off of as well. They should know Shared is around this general vicinity, though. The camera only has a specific distance of which you can deploy it, but even with that information, Shared still able to find a follow-up kill into Swaggy. Even with low HP, the headshot a bit of overkill, but good enough as Shared will take a follow-up.
Nice little start there once again for Colorado to be able to go ahead and get a couple of these kills on the board, but finally an exchange coming through. Redacted can't find one with that sheriff, but there's still 2 players somewhere in the map. That's going to be very clear-cut, I would say, probably emphasis towards what I would think could be that B site, but Instead, no, everything just kind of switches around. You go ahead and start pushing towards the A because you already have a player there and they have the spike, so why not go ahead and make home there while you got everything set up? Everything, all the furniture's already there for you. So Superior to close things out for the round. Another one to go underway, and Colorado making once again a case for themselves and say, look, we're not letting you get out of control again this time. Our comeback is not going to be nearly as much. We'd rather just keep it to a 1-2 kind of ratio.
The question is, how does Colorado make it more of a consistency? Obviously, winning a round with weapon advantages is good, not to be unexpected. NAU now have similar weaponry to the point where everybody has the rifle of their choice. It's 4 Vandals and a Phantom for NAU. I didn't quite pick up what Colorado was picking up this time around, but still, an assortment of Vandals and Phantoms. They're more than happy to play this straight-up gunfights on the NAU side. Chidori actually just backs away. I don't know if they're going to be caught by the Trailblazer. No, they will, and a lot of ground gained off the back of it by Colorado Mesa, but Chidori's just going to back away, not need to fight the fight, and instead, they'll allow the rest of the team to recuperate and allow themselves to play this one together.
Yeah, gotta see what can be done here for NAU. I mean, this is a rifle round that can actually get somewhat of a solid play in, and already to make sure to solidify the lead once more to kind of get themselves in that 2-round ratio, because it all comes down when I say nobody say double digits, that's the first ratio we're going to look at first. You're not looking at 13, you're looking at 10, and you're trying to keep it there, and you're trying to keep that lead past that point. But Shady's able to go ahead and get a little bit of a shutdown. Redacted go ahead and get the shut off there. Mig can't go ahead and get the swing for a double kill on their own, but that's completely all right. A 3v2 is definitely doable. With Colorado already losing a lot of health and Swaggy being disgusting with the flick there, things are definitely looking possible for him.
That's an important return kill. The aggression from Harpseekus is met and returned upon. Pink Ranger does indeed have that healing orb. They'll get back up to about 80 HP by the time that dissipates, but they may not even survive that long, and Amazon will make sure that is indeed the case. 80 HP, not even a possibility considering the time elapsed with them between them activating it and, of course, them being taken care of. NAU only losing the bonus round thus far in the second half, and not handedly, but healthily taking this 4th round of the half. They're very happy with it, and at this point, I'm a little scared if I'm a Colorado Mavs fan, because look at their setup. An assorted buy, a difficult one to say the very least this time around, but wait, look at NAU's purchase. What the heck?
Yeah, a little odd from everybody here. We're kind of getting to these points where kind of in these middle grounds, you're not quite on a rifle round for everybody, where you're also kind of are, and you're not really sure what's going on here. But I mean, that's kind of what happens in these stages of the game, where you kind of get to these middle rounds and kind of everything's all over the place, and you're just saying, all right, who can get a solid win or a solid kill? Let me go ahead and solve that for you. Surely not Redacted, but Amazing is able to go ahead and at least get one, but Sheriff finds an immediate exchange onto that. So Colorado, once again, with a very good start, very good look for themselves, but Mig may have the setup of a lifetime here.
Darken out. Close range is the place to have it. Judge as well the specific shotgun you would want to have in your back pocket. The question is, do they clear this? This position has not been played yet, and it will not be cleared. A possible double, but Migs misses the opportunity. That second shot ends up costing them technically 2 kills, because Pink Ranger finds the resurrection, and they are dead. Colorado coming back, and all this real estate that was previously gained by NAU, it could be a 2v2 right now. Instead, it's 4 alive for Colorado.
Slip-ups like that, it just can't really happen over and over again, but I mean, it's well respected by Colorado, and even then more so when you had that post plank going underway, Chidori actually able to go ahead and get one of those kills in the meantime. So, I mean, that's where this round goes from iffy to scary, because just when you see that Raze is now having a gun in their hand, Chidori especially being it, Swaggy and Chidori better yet, but Swaggy's too busy controlling a Trailblazer. Can't really play for the trade there, unfortunately, so you're going to stick to that 1v3 kind of situation, and you're waiting for somebody else to swing on you. It's Shady. Just going ahead and showing you that. They're at least a better Sky for this particular moment. So 8-9 on the board. Keeping things close once again. Colorado keeping themselves up. NAU with 4 ultimates on the board. That could be the biggest thing to really tide things over for themselves, to kind of make sure to elongate this pursuit towards 10 rounds for Colorado. But they got some of their own to go ahead and match the emphasis.
Here.
Importantly for NAU as well, with the ultimates on the board, even that economic disparity that we see where they're only buying in about halfway, that can bridge the gap between a low economy and a fully healthy buy. Granted, you have to set yourself up for those ultimates to be used to the fullest extent possible. For instance, an Empress is never going to be used in an eco round unless you're absolutely crazy. I'm absolutely crazy, I do it every so often. But we may still see them in favorable positions. Chidori, with their knife out, caught off guard, good usage of the Nebula to gain some ground, and already a lot of real estate being used on this attacking side. Redacted, I believe, has been seen as Harpseekus activates, but so does Swaggy. Important kill back, but Harpseekus immediately finds an equal trade the other way, and Colorado keep their advantage.
Good lookings here for Colorado once again. Just go ahead and nail one more round down range if they can really do this. I mean, it would be big for them. Already having themselves some pretty solid stances. Able to go ahead and keep this match as close as possible. But in NAU, they only found themselves one rifle round so far. They have been struggling ever since. And even then, in a situation like this, I mean, it's going to be very difficult because you know that CT is locked off. You have to come from heaven. And there is all the utility in the world just waiting for you in the meantime. So a nice little cutoff there from Shared. Saying, all right, the camera, there's one, but still investing in neural theft, oddly enough.
Wow.
Not sure about that in a 4v2, but hey, you're the player. I'm just here.
We only talk about video games, but that one an understandable question mark. Obviously, guaranteeing yourself a round always important, especially considering their lower economy. They don't want to run the risk of many things. But with the recent buff of the neural theft, it is significantly more valuable than it used to be. In possible clutch situations or even closer rounds, that guaranteed info is something that is all so valuable. But that's not happening this time around. NAU running into trouble. Fortunately, they have every ultimate and every rifle they can use. The only disadvantage they have in this round is Amazin, who only has half shields.
Yeah, a little awkward, but I mean, still a bind nonetheless. NAU with 5 ultimates on the board. You know that Colorado's invested all theirs just to get to this point of a tie game. So honestly, that's the one benefactor you have there to say, look, I mean, look what everything they've done. They got up to us, but at what cost? Almost everything. Sure, they have money, they have buy, but we're right back to ground zero, and we still have an edge over these guys in one way or another. So, what can we do here? How can we utilize this? Well, pressing the button would be a nice little start, but you just got to find the opportunity and timing to do that. And even then, also being ready for anybody to swing at any point if you're holding an angle.
Yeah, Chidori playing a rat angle, you have to expect they're going to swing it eventually, but looking at the wall, seemingly with your hand off your mouse, maybe not the greatest of positions for you to be in. Spike plant will come through. Defensive lockdown will as well. This is a big comeback here for NAU if they can pick up the kills. The active play from Superior is shut down, and the Seekers use just the same. 3 ultimates all in quick succession. The lockdown catches nobody. Amazin will not catch anybody either, but Migd is sticking the spike. The sound cue fake off the back of a guiding light is good enough, and there's no utility. Migd just ninja diffuses on top of an illy planted spike, and Colorado lose the race to double digits.
It was really just that plant that messed up that entire round. It was the fact it was too deep, Pillar was covering it up completely, and even then you found an initial kill, so you could go ahead and just focus on that singular play right off the get-go when you see that Swaggy kind of swung out a little bit too far, and they're not actually covering with their body. So a little bit iffy there, but I mean, all things considered, I mean, it's probably getting late for these players too, so they're trying to go ahead and make sure to wrap this game up before things really start to get a little bit too antsy for them. But all things considered, though, you're 9-10. You're keeping this game close. Colorado still have 2 maps to go, and you just have to close out this one. After 2 ultimates invested in that round, they're happy to be winning it, but even then, with a nice, quick little trade there off the get-go, you have no more real initiating power besides that Sky from Colorado off the back of that.
Doc avoids the Trailblazer. Only mostly, though, so will be caught out and has to back away. Since when did the Trailblazer do damage? Did I miss a patch note?
If it hits you directly, it does 30. It's always done that.
I didn't know that. Oh. Apparently I did miss
Never
a patch
happens.
note. Back in beta. Well, note to self, avoid Trailblazers more than I used to. Colorado, that's information, but honestly not really actionable information. Obviously 2 different facets of information. You can either A, gain it and play off of it later, or B, gain it and play off of it immediately. They are doing the latter in this situation, only really knowing where Redacted was for a few seconds, but not absolutely able to find the frag off the back of it. Turns out the latter version of those series of events still works for them, though. Migd is caught out, though. Seekers being used, Guiding Light as well. They want to just send it over towards the A side, and unfortunately the Guardian shots miss. A big kill for Shared, but Migd finds a return. At least one is there, but Shady, already occupying the site, will cost them their life.
It's always the utility, man. You're trying to pop it up. You're trying to set yourself on one side, but you have to do that earlier. I mean, that's the entire thing around a KJ is getting that utility set up ahead of time to just go ahead and give yourself that coverage because you can be cut out like that. But all things aside, The spike is down. They're both pushing spawn. They know exactly where Amazing is, but even in the smoke, may not be enough covers to actually give this protection because, well, it's not a harbor. Those things don't block bullets.
No, and Amazing actually caught out with utility as well, similar to that of their comrade from just a few seconds ago. The activity will slow down for Colorado. They will no longer try to aggress over towards the spawn side. They will be happy with their 10th round and back away with their lives, which should very well be intact as the spike will explode. Everybody should stay alive here on the Colorado side. Their economy is not the healthiest, so they could use with those rifles being saved over, and they will indeed. So, 10 apiece at this point, significantly closer than what we saw on Fracture, and NAU maybe see the legs shaking a little bit on that side. Anxiousness possibly getting the better of them.
Yeah, just because, I mean, go ahead and look at the scoreboard and the way things have gone. I mean, you have a 1-2, then a 1. I mean, it only seems like NAU were able to squeeze one round out at a time, and then they're answered immediately. And even then, it doesn't matter how much they're answered, but they're answered enough. Because, I mean, at this point, you're not really going to see NAU win a round like this unless these players with the rifles start to absolutely go off. And even then, Chidori is making a big investment with this showstopper. Trying to get a kill off with that. Can't even really do that. You get a lot of damage on the Cypher, but guess what? You get a Sky and a Sage. So all that health going right back into the pool.
Redacted possibly playing for a trade here. Superior catching off Amazing first, but Redacted is still here. There's also still 2 players on the site itself. The drop onto site does not see Redacted up above, whom still finds at least 1 kill. A return, however, is not there for Swaggy, who is taken care of on the site itself. MIGD needs to get aggressive. They cannot allow this real estate to be gained for free. Unfortunately, they just don't have the opportunity. A smoke, a wall, and a very tight choke point between them and the site, and with no help whatsoever, because Chidori is going to die here. Shared is playing in the corner of mid, but I don't know if they've seen Chidori. No, they have. It's just a matter of trying to find the kill later on. That will end up being the question. The flank should work out fairly well for them, especially with that free setup, and it does indeed, as it's MIGD left alone. Another 1vx scenario for a member of NAU. MIGD this time does have help from the turret, but that may be all she wrote for this one, as Colorado are looking to take the lead.
You know, another player's up there towards heaven, possibly. Don't really want to swing that. You're able to actually get past it, place the alarm bot, and just go ahead and turn tail. Another round for Colorado. This is big. A massive turnaround, and we could be seeing the Collegiate Special once again kind of go underway. But, I mean, all things considered, this is huge for them to make sure to kind of nail things out, especially with 3 alive.
An interesting stat for you. Off the bat here, Colorado has not led this series since round 2 of map number 1, or technically round 3 when it was 2-1. Subsequently, it was tied or leading for NAU since then. This is the first time they've been leading since the early stages of Fracture.
I think that reason alone is why we're seeing NAU kind of go ahead and throw out a timeout. Because, I mean, they're just figuring out what exactly has gone wrong here. That first map was a blessing to them. Went kind of crazy there, was absolutely feeling themselves, hitting every single stride they need to, but now on a map like this where it's your home ground, once again, you do have somewhat of a buy here for everybody to some kind of extent, but I mean, you've already made sure that you are alternating these buys with that last round, with 2 investing, everybody else not. That even then, with just a single closet divide, I love seeing these situations and see what teams can do with those. I don't see enough closet divides being put out, and those teams can make or break around if you have the team that can actually play around it. But with that being the only thing right now, that's the only differentiating factor that could really give a team a chance to open something up. But you're not really hoping for that chance if you're NAU. You want to win these rounds outright. You're not fragging like you were earlier, not able to clear these corners as fast or as efficiently. But maybe a little bit of a change in the setup could give you that fresh breath of air. And honestly, as it all goes over to the A side, it could be a gamble we're taking, but it may not exactly give them everything they're looking for because that spike is moving towards somewhere else.
The problem here for NAU is even if they stack the A side, Colorado has relied on their mid control enough to where if they find pressure or enough pressure set from either side of mid, they basically just favor the opposite side. If they look to push through ropes and gain any bit of contention over towards A, they're going to immediately back away and look to just play for another day. Redacted has jumped over the tripwire. It may turn into a kill. Instead, it turns into an early grade. Cyber Cage set up here for Shared, as they will still look to play aggressive, but they're caught out as well. Chidori will look to refresh into a similar rifle, but the problem still is for NAU, they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, still holding back down towards
Gun
the
here.
spawn. Nobody really finding too much emphasis towards one side or the other just yet. And that's kind of scary of a thought for the side of NAU, but still, you got rifles, you got players, you got numbers, things are equal. It almost feels like a tie scenario, all things considered, which is a small success for NAU considering how they started this round. But they got to make sure to hold out this side as best they can because MiG is a solo survivor on site, just trying to go ahead and make things alive. If this player
Well, they
goes
know.
off right now, this could be the game.
30 seconds left.
And he's dead. Big pickup for Colorado. They will have all of B site to themselves, and a full retake now required. Cosmic Divide's the only ultimates available, and they are available for both sides. Swaggy, the only one retaking in from the B main position, looking to catch Harpiscus off of the may very well be able to do so. They do. A massive pickup. They can now look in towards the backside of sight, and they will. Guiding Light around the corner will blind both of them out, but Superior Nexus is the all-important kill to double up that man advantage, and Shady just to make sure it is a foregone conclusion. Amazing in a one versus to swing. Utility going to be used. The Gravity Well will do some damage and displace that post-plant setup, but not enough. Map point now for Colorado.
Such a big stance here for Colorado, especially at that last map. I mean, sure, things are close, but you couldn't care less about that if you're the Colorado Mavs right now. You're sitting at a point where, as you mentioned, it has been such a long time since you've even led, and now you're staring at match point, and you are guaranteed an overtime no matter what. So, I mean, you just have to close out this round. You have all the money in the world, all the resources available to you, an extra ultimate on top of that. This is insanity for them to be pulling this thing out, and I'm sure they couldn't be any more happier with the result, especially after the start of what they said, and even then at the end, kind of, I wouldn't say embarrassment, but a little bit of a wake-up call on their own map pick.
Swaggy will avoid the Guiding Light and look to back away to sight, but Superior Nexus just holds W and has that tailwind to get them forward. Cosmic Divide's now making an odd angle, to say the very least, around the site, but MiG being caught out. The aggression from Colorado, making sure they can take seemingly every fight in the game as a team, may very well lead them straight into Ascent. Doc, at least, or Redacted, my apologies, is able to catch Shared off guard and bring at least one kill back the other way. They also now have the Empress online to regenerate that health and have the ability to dismiss should they require it. The problem is, time is ticking away, but so does Superior Nexus. What a kill forward. Pink Ranger, however, she will come back, as will Colorado, as they return to sender and will move us straight to Ascent as a third map.
Second, third map tonight here, back to back. I mean, there's no really other way you could expect it, but even then, I mean, as we're kind of reaching the end of the season, especially with how close these two teams are, I mean, they won it. Just plain and simple. And they are showing that right here, right now, to show that once again, we see ourselves in a 13-10 for this map of split, and already it's going to be our last one. Over and over again. I mean, Colorado, better yet, they just kind of surprised me in this one. Sure, it was by a very narrow margin, but it was just nice for them to go ahead and kind of wake up and say, look, we're not being shut out of this yet. That last map was very unfortunate. I mean, we chose Fracture. We thought we were ready for it, but I mean, once again, it kind of felt that point to where obviously the frags were going in the direction of an AU, but it was also just the fact that, I mean, it wasn't like Split where it felt like they were a little bit more prepared on that first half. They were just fragging out more. It seemed like that they had a much better idea of Fracture. They said, honestly, thank goodness they picked it. Because there are very, very rare circumstances where there's a little bit of a map pull, and then an opponent picks something, even though that could be their opponent's main map. Like, so think of it if NAU, their main map was Fracture, Split is their secondary, and it's kind of like vice versa for the other side. Kind of showed up right here, but that's not the case with Ascent. Everybody should know this map. Nobody ever really bans it unless you know that you are facing, what, like a number 1 seed and you're number like 12. You just don't want to have that freebie in there.
Well, a freebie isn't much here on Split. 13-10, I believe the third 13-10 you've seen thus far today, Mick. We'll see if our following map is any closer. It is the last map of the day. The last map of this series is a guarantee. The decider of Ascent to decide, well, who comes out on top between squads and who takes that 6th place for themselves here in the Emergence Division. We'll find out when we come back. One more match, as Ascent is left over as our decider between this Colorado Mesa University Mavs and Northern Arizona University Junior Varsity. Yes, there are 2 juniors in their name. I'm Time to Light. Joining alongside me is still Mick for your 6th match of the day, Mick. What are you looking for here in Ascent?
I don't know. Quite honestly, we're getting to the point of the night now. I'm not quite sure because the first one we saw, I mean, both the maps are really close, 13-10s, 13-10s. Then the Ascent we got to was a 13-1. If I'm referring back and kind of looking on the past, sure, that'd be interesting to see, but I'm not really here for that. I don't want to see that. I want to see something crazy, and we do get something crazy. I'm woken up. I got a second breath of fresh air here. Swaggy is running Gecko, baby.
Been a little while since I've seen Gecko, and by a little while I mean since like Saturday afternoon. Hasn't been too long. But the notable selection on Ascent of all, and I have to say I'm a little surprised about it. Colorado Mesa at this point should have enough to answer that. I see no reason as to why a Gecko pick would really throw them off, but it's certainly out of the realm of at least quality. So is most of their lineup, to be completely honest. Omen, Sova, both understandable. Killjoy just the same. But Redacted playing on the Phoenix basically just tells me that he's going to hold W for like the entirety of the game. And Swaggy, maybe a complete opposite in that conversation, where their passiveness may pay out in droves.
I guess we'll find out. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I'm just stoked. I have not seen Gecko yet because, I mean, he had literally just come into rotation this week for almost everybody because it's just how kind of seasons work, and obviously got to have that little trial period because I know a couple hot fixes did come out for him during release. I know as a guy who loves playing initiators 9 times out of 10, I also love playing Harbor. That's kind of where I play as initiators and Harbor because he has that same kind of play style. Seeing Harbor when he came into the game was just, it was a cherry on top. It was a nice breath of fresh air, and even then Gecko's kind of doing that same exact thing. But man, are you not going to hear me complain probably about him just as much as Chamber with Wingman and what that Joker does to the game?
I'm not gonna lie. That's the one aspect of Gecko I just hate. Like, it is the weirdest freaking addition in terms of an agent ability that Hey, I'm gonna go plant the spike. Presses Q and mouse 1. Okay, I'm planting the spike while still in A main. Like, hello?
I can't
also
wait
a
to
very
see
good
some
bait, by the way.
1v1s that are just like so annoying.
Oh, that's so true. I didn't even think of that. I was thinking about a 2v1 where you have like somebody on the spike.
Oh,
yeah,
I've
you
always
only
seen
have to
that
worry about one
1v1,
player.
so where you're like you're not sure if they're
jeez.
like touching or if they're faking or whatnot. No, it's not going to be a fake with the Gecko. The Wingman will be defusing that spike the entire time.
Oh, this is going to be chaotic. Well, Ascent seems to be the place to put in some chaos. Aggression off in droves for NAU as they have not seen a singular player yet. They've covered most of the map. A or B can be both of their options. Looks like the answer is A, but from behind. The window has already broken, so their avenue of attack is open should they choose to take it. But they haven't seen anybody. Hell is occupied, as is Tree, but Tree being taken care of very quickly. Pink Ranger, she's left alone on this side of the map and cleared out of position as Amazing will find a double on the round. Peekaboo and NAU find a round victory. Shared in a 1v5 will find only one. And Colorado quickly rolled over.
Yeah, quite simply, it doesn't matter in a round like this how many players drop so long as you make it into the next round, and that's exactly what's being done by NAU here. A lot of aggression to be coming out with this because, I mean, it's not just flashes galore off the back of that Phoenix, but it's also Dizzy, who's going to be throwing all of those obstructed views right towards you. I don't know what to really call it. Goop or whatnot. I just don't know how to word it without it sounding absolutely terrible, but we're not quite sure. We'll figure it out. I'm going to wait for VCT casters to go ahead and give me those notes because I don't want to do that myself. In the meantime, though, all things considered, though, I mean, you will see a lot of good plays coming from NAU. I mean, obviously, to be whipping this thing out in a 5v5 scenario with full teams just kind of on the board and Redacted also just kind of pushing through with a Vandal. There's no real concerns for lives here, for guns, or anything else of that matter. You're just pushing onto a site. You want to get that spike down as fast as possible. And it seems like the timer's ticking down here for at least the side of NAU as they do lose one.
How is Redacted still alive after 2 shorty shots at no more than 5 meters of distance? Shared on 12 HP is left alone, and Redacted lives through 4 separate gunfights. Somebody go buy this man a lottery ticket. There's no way he should be alive right now, even including the conversation of having your own Molotov to heal you. No business living that long. Nice 4K, by the way, for them with the Vandal out in hand, and a clean, at least fairly clean, second round for NAU JJV, as they'll be pretty happy with that.
All right, I went ahead and looked it up on Valorant, where they say specifically it's plasma. So we're just gonna say it because it's like a plasma blast. So we'll just say, you know, obscure by plasma. I think that'll be the best way to put it here going forward.
I just did.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not like a full blind, but it's still like it's still technically what I don't know. It's awkward.
It's like playing Mario Kart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the little squid that you get there out of the box. But all things considered, though, the running back already employed there doesn't really get too much done. A full blind coming through. Shady with a very, very swift kill. A very good one at that as well, but even then, it isn't done yet. A second one off the back of it, looking to go and hold things down. This is this man's side.
One enemy remaining.
Fourth as well, down toward ace possibility.
Oh
Amazing left alone.
God!
Shady, a one-man army, doesn't take a singular point of damage. Seems like Shady can be left on any site they please and still lock it down. Driving force in giving Colorado Mesa map number 2 may very well be the driving force that leads them into possibilities of taking Ascent as well.
Man, what an absolute unit of a player, and I mean, even in to go ahead and get that first run of the board in an outstanding manner. I mean, flawless at that, but I mean, it's just because it was only one player that was even taking a matter into that entire round. So, I mean, that's huge here for the side of Colorado to hold on to all these guns, kind of get everything still going underway, but even then, we're seeing, once again, kind of replicated success here, once again, with that Dizzy going out very early on, trying to get somewhat of a detection. Doesn't really happen just yet, but NAU, they're looking to kind of get this poster once again. They got to pick up that globule eventually to see if they can go ahead and have that kind of second run back, but still, I want to see how they get this approach onto A through the smoke and what they really do to set it up.
Harpsicus just waiting. Patience is a virtue here for Colorado Mavs, as they will look to do just that. Surprisingly not blinded out, but still forced away. Migged caught off guard as the Shrouded Step will cost them their life. The swing forward, but Pink Ranger, even while playing Peekaboo and or Ray around, whichever one you'd consider, it still leads to a death, as does Shaird's aggression. Swaggy able to win the fight even without information to play off of. Shady again finds info, this time off the back of their Owl Drone, but it's still not a kill in their favor. Follow-up not there either, and a 1v3 here looking less than ideal, especially as they're guaranteed with that recon bolt, but they've been reviewing their sprays, and they turn it down to a 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, already going ahead and trying to go for it earlier on through that wall, but already we saw one player go ahead and kind of bite the dust in that process. We're not going to have too much of a... The mosh pit already went out, so maybe you went ahead and bought some time off the back of that! No way.
He still lost. I think he still lost. Yeah, he did. So close, yet so far. Down to a few seconds.
Less than a second.
2/3 of a second, to be more specific. So close,
Oh my God.
yet so far. Still nuts spray transfer. It's like Stewie 2K on Dust 2 up against whoever the heck he was playing. I was actually just watching recent clips of stuff like that, and that was nuts. I'm waiting for the stream delay to catch up because I want to see that again.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, Shady has, well, what's up? What's up? Shady is making a case for themselves right now. And I mean, we haven't really seen this in the series so far. Shady hasn't been a name that we've kind of really yelled out too much, but already here for a start. I mean, once you see some players kind of get back onto that Sova, Sova is, well, we could just say very easily a comfort pick for a lot of people just because of how long he's been in the game. He is the staple initiator for this game. So all things considered, though, Swaggy's going to be playing the initiator on the other side, kind of rocking that Gecko, which I'm still kind of keeping my eyes on, which I'm loving to watch here in the meantime. But all things considered, Colorado doesn't really have all that much money in the world. They can't really play for range too much. So where are you going to start pushing? Middle of the map, because that's where you find the longest engagements here inside of this map of the Sun.
Mid, fully in control of NAU. 4 of their 5 players here, and they'll take full control even further. There is a gap in that smoke. The Owl Drone will bait out Shared, but they still swing and have some help from the backside of mid as well. Superior only able to do damage though, and a 1-for-1 trade overall will still favor NAU, as they've also baited out control of the B site itself, but it doesn't matter. Shady finds a kill with the Sheriff, is forced away by the lockdown, but it's still a massive pickup, and Superior's not done. The lockdown's been destroyed, a 1v4, and they got the spike down. Their one opportunity to do so safely has foregone already, and they're dead. As soon as they swing through the spike, or through the smoke, my apologies, they will almost certainly die from one of two angles being held, maybe even before that smoke dissipates. Found a second as well, almost a third, but no, it is denied. That would have been an ace by Migd, but not so lucky, and Colorado will make up for lost time, or, in this case, the pre-round.
Yeah, I mean, big there from Colorado. A little bit of an unfortunate there start, but I mean, all things considered, with that Bucky there, just going ahead, grabbing at least one of those kills and a lot of damage off to that second. You had a big setup there. Superior, sadly, I mean, I think honestly, if they had any other gun in the game in that exact scenario, they could have gotten themselves at least 2 more kills off the back of that with how much confusion was going on there towards market, but still, NAU really biting the dust on that one, unfortunately for them. But all things considered, they do have a running back to play with in this round, but they don't really have too much of a buy off the back of it. So, I mean, that's going to be the really interesting thing to see whether or not they can actually find maybe one more eco or something else to play off of that, because already Hunter's Fury being employed, they're trying to rush Shady. They're going to get at least one in the meantime, but some good exchanges goes ahead and results in some rifle pickups.
But hold up, that's 2 rifles and the A site. If they go now, they have the A site to themselves, and there's no quick possibility of a flank as well. The Owl Drone misses, so Harspicus will still be safe for the time being. But Heaven control now theirs on this Colorado side. They took too long, plain and simple. No spike control, no spike plant other than from Wingman, and you know, that was their best bet. It still just was not enough.
Most definitely wasn't, but already 3-3 on the board. A much more even map than I would say in my last series, so I'm not concerned about a 13-1 anymore. Things are definitely going to be a little bit more. What's up?
That is the first time I have ever seen a team lose a round on kills and still get a spike plant before the spike was planted.
Yeah, I saw that, but I was like,
I was like, wait a second, hold the phone. It took me a second to process. I was like, wait, that was weird. I thought time expired. No, he just died. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, because the spike defuse was still going off once the round was done, and
Interesting.
Maybe like a perfect timing kind of thing, but regardless, though, one thing that doesn't come down to timing is going to be Shady holding down this B side once again, trying to just do it all. Migd already going ahead, being set up right there towards market, kind of pushing right through the middle of the map. You already had that alarm bot set up towards that middle of the map to see if you have somewhat of a flank coming through. Maybe a little bit of a late notification, but there goes Swaggy and Wingman to follow suit.
Oh, and Shady's not done. An Odin in hand, just as good. Unfortunately, they are taken out from behind. Shared, however, finding an immediate refrag. Too much to handle, though, in this 2v1 on the site itself. Now a 2v3 in the round overall. Redacted wanting to get aggressive, but instead patience paying off for them, as they have to play with Amazing. They cannot afford aggressive at this point. Utility available for Amazing at this current stage of the round, but the problem is time has to expire for that to become useful. Superior Nexus safe for the time being, that spray not working, and the operator shot just barely missing. Pink Ranger and Harpseekus able to catch them off guard, but Amazing now left alone in a 1 versus 1. Pink Ranger already on top of the site, and they may not know it. They don't at all. Even with the Nanoswarm on top of the spike, it's not going to matter. Pink Ranger, the aggression, and most importantly, the timing, working out in their favor, and Colorado will take the lead.
Big little round there from Colorado to go ahead and get themselves one more onto the board. A resurrection off the back of that. So many ultimates to carry on to the next. Just besides that one with the Cause of Divide, Shut Down, Blaze Storm, you name it, they probably got it unless it's a Hunter's Fury. We know what happened to that one. It was a little bit awkward. Not really sure why Shady opted to go ahead and pop it when you know how good of a fragger you are in this game so far. But hey, more credit to you. But all things considered, the fun thing I'm watching and enjoying here about Colorado is how expensive their loadouts are. They're going for the Odin, for the operator. They want to get every single expensive gun they can have, and they're going to make sure to use it to its full extent every single time because they're carrying over the majorities again and again and again. So long as you at least get one of those, you're kind of happy with the result. You're obviously going to prioritize that operator because looking at what Nexus is doing in this round so far has been pretty darn impressive.
Here looking to get aggressive in through mid, finds the bot and backs away. No real reason to over-aggress here, but still has the operator hand, so every long-range engagement is in their favor. They could have still taken that shot if they really desired, but not over-aggressing in unnecessary situations. Chidori has a scoped weapon of their own, but same goes for them. Still looking to try and take the fight, but smoke dissipates. Scene is superior in Nexus, but the re-swing a little bit wider than Chidori was expecting. That'll cost him their life. As NAU takes the site, unfortunately, this lockdown may very well cost them the same thing.
Yeah, so long as you can get the spike plane down, I mean, even then with all the guns that you're getting, you're happy with at least the credits in the meantime, but still, Colorado, they're just looking to clear everything out as fast as possible, pushing right there into spawn. What are you going to do about it? Not really too much, to be quite honest with you. You're looking to see if you can just get that defuse off, and you got all the time in the world. Just go ahead and tap that thing, get out now, run away as best you can. You don't want that operator dropping last second.
Oh, no.
But there it is, shared, knocking down the last of the players in the last second. A very, very swift conclusion there going into the next one. So, Colorado just kind of keeping their little train running along. 4 rounds down a row, all back-to-back. NAU, sure, they win these pistol rounds again and again, but Colorado does not let that stop them.
Yeah.
Colorado, again, shutting down NAU, and honestly, continuously, it's set off of correct utility usage, or at least well-timed utility, trying to set up the classic lineup, and it does so much damage onto Redacted, who was on, well, Redacted levels of HP. It's probably around like 10 or 20, maximum at that point in the attacking side. Not safe by any means. Shock dart over top. A little late, would have done a little bit of damage, but again, nothing to really write home about. But Swaggy wants to get aggressive on this B side, and if NAU's going to go, they have to go now. They are wasting a lot of time and allowing for a very quick rotation over, and it'll work out perfectly for them. Oh my goodness, Chidori none the wiser to the recon bolt above them. The swinging through mid for Superior works just the same. They're finally refragged, but is it enough? That's the real question. Pink Ranger says absolutely not.
No, I mean, it's a 4v2. Numbers are obviously going to the advantage of Colorado once more on this defensive side. They're looking very strong in this regard, really holding down every single angle to a T. Shady's doing a great job just holding down that B lobby. And then even then, you got Nexus just kind of moving around the map, kind of always switching up that spot where you see that operator being. You just know it's going to be a 50-50. In the middle of the map or over towards Catwalk and towards that A main side. You're never quite sure. You don't really care. You just know that, honestly, pushing Shady could be a better option. But after the ace earlier, that's a really big concern.
Cover going out.
What are you taking for the over-under? How many kills MiG finds this one versus 4? Honestly, I'm going to set it at 2.5, and I will very much take the over.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, it's certainly possible here for them. They find a first. Nice shot onto him. 70 HP only left over. Both dark covers still up, the second of which now only left alive. Misses. Paranoia being prepped towards the door is a correct option. The problem is if they swing it, it'll cost them their life, and anyway, it will.
Hey.
Even a kill onto Shared. I did not get correct. I set the over-under at 2.5, and I guessed the over. So, almost. I honestly thought they were going to find the third kill there as well. But either way, valiant effort. Just unsuccessful again there for the NAU clutch attempt.
I just said 2 outright because I don't gamble. I don't know how betting works. I don't know the over-under and all that terminology. I was just like, I think if you do, I think you can go ahead and cut down that much considering what happened. And, well, there you go. But still, it's not enough to go ahead and squeeze out that round. That's now a 5th in a row here for Colorado. They are making sure that this arsenal they have that's very expensive. Funny enough, the 2 players that have all the money, I mean, everybody's just kind of catering to them like a chauffeur, saying, here's your gun, madame. Go ahead and grab it over and over again. If you ever die, don't worry. We'll all be here to kind of pick it up, and we'll buy our own guns because we got plenty of cash as well. So the rich stay rich. But all things considered, though, one thing you still have that you're also just kind of holding on to that keeps you rich is these ultimates. The Hunter's Fury now is back into play. Resurrection has not been touched because, I mean, I just quite frankly don't think Colorado have ever been at a point where they have to. They're winning these rounds definitively. And the Cosmic Divide, I mean, could be good for a post plan if you're kind of waiting things out and you're going for a retake with all that utility that NAU does have, but you never really get there because you just slay everybody out in the meantime.
I've gained some information. I don't think the Owl Drone saw any, at least non-sentience. Amazing looking to aggress. Hunter's Fury now for the defensive side, though, should be able to take out that lockdown, and it won't. Instead, that may very well cost them the round. Shared is safe in hell, but the problem is they're stuck on the underside of this and being hounded from seemingly every angle. MiG able to find a kill off the back of it, and the Return Hunter's Fury for the attacking side only paying out in terms of a single tag, and that kill has already been paid upon. 2 versus 4 in the retake. That cosmic divide you were talking about earlier, no longer a possibility with the missed lockdown. At this point, Superior Nexus needs. The problem is they're going to have such a difficult time doing so. The only help they have is in terms of an Odin that's coming in from behind.
An Odin and an operator, and I'm just going to tell you, more times than not, this just don't happen. I mean, you got money for days, so you're going to go for it anyways. I mean, you really can't blame the team. You don't want to give up these really expensive guns, but they're not going to pick it up on the attacking side anyways. You're just going to kind of hold out what you got, make the round expensive for NAU, kind of shut down that door. You're going to have to leave the side eventually, and that's when we're going to mow you down. So another good attempt and another round coming up for NAU here, but Colorado barely squeaking past, but they're not really concerned about it. No matter what, they're guaranteed at least an even half.
NAU at least completing on a site take. That was their first round in 5. The only other time a team had 5 consecutive rounds in a map thus far today was the 5 straight that we saw in the later stages of the first half of Split. Rounds 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. No. 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 all went in Colorado's favor to tie it up at 6-6 before we switched halves.
I was about to say, I for some reason I thought you were just talking about collectively, not just on the side of Colorado. I was like, do you remember map 1? But I know that one obviously is that's another spree, but just a little bit more from a neutral stance. So good though, another kill trying to come underway there for Nexus, and those kills, honestly, I expect Nexus to be hitting those, but unfortunately didn't able to go ahead and get the better end of it, and instead the operator being picked up to be thrown off the map. Very good call there, because I mean, you're a Phoenix. Please don't use that.
Full control of B this time around. No possibility of an ace clutch on the site itself, and a full retake again required. Hupseeka's taking a decent bit of damage inside of that Molotov, but again, nothing to really write home about. Full site control, though, is deadly, as is the Vandal that Redacted currently possesses. A follow-up kill and a shared, and a 1 versus 5 now required out of Pink Ranger. She will find very little, only a kill into Redacted. They are fully blinded, at least their vision fully obscured, and the kill comes through. NAU turned into a follow-up as well. The B site just as successful as its A-side counterpart.
I just realized that Swaggy is 2 out of 7 on their ultimate. I don't remember seeing a single thrash in this game so far, really. I mean, obviously it's been popped, but I just didn't really see it to have an impact. More times than not, you see players typically kind of guarantee themselves something off those thrashes, but unfortunately, I guess they didn't really get enough of an impact to really take note of. But in the meantime, though, still, one thing that could have impact here is all the ultimates still decided to Colorado. They haven't really invested those at all. I understand you're never really in a situation where you're stressed for it, but problem is, when we're talking about thrashes, well, seems like Nexus is kind of handing out one.
Crashing over towards this NAU side. Fortunately, Redacted only used the run it back and will be fine, but Harpseekus will as well. Good timing on that resurrection. Superior Nexus was actually hedging through that box, and is, without the box being included in that conversation. So back to the 4 versus 3, and an important pick because, honestly, Superior Nexus has been the superior weapon thus far for Colorado.
A little awkward of a stance. Fedori with the operator on the Sova. Kind of leaning towards the middle of the map, see if anybody's going to swing them in the meantime, but that's just not going to be the case. A slow and steady push towards this B side is going to be the result of this so far. Wall goes ahead and dies down. Rotations are coming through, and Chidori may just be getting timed like absolutely nobody's business if a swing team comes through in the meantime, but that's not the case. You sniff the player out. You know what's going on here.
Bomb grenade out.
Keep on pushing that side. Because the 3v4, things are definitely doable here, but it all comes down to whether or not you actually have the health pulls. And even then with Colorado having 2 ultimates, I wouldn't blame to go ahead and just pop them all here because, well, it's the last round of the half.
Playing patient, looking for a kill possibility, but all the avenues of attack on towards the site are being covered. They're covering all their bases at this point, but they have guaranteed where this spike is being planted. The rotate is already here, but so is the shot from Amazing. Swarm Grenade out, prepped, and now being activated. A follow-up in towards Market, and that's a lot of real estate for this post-plant scenario, and more avenues of attack that they have to worry about now on this retake side. Chidori has a long angle being held towards that lockdown, and they're safe from that angle. Maybe not safe from Shady, though, as they take him out. A 1 versus 2 for Shady, though, is met by Amazin, as they will make it 6 apiece at the halftime split off the back of a very well put-together 4K.
Kind of be expected with these two teams, especially what we saw in that last map. I mean, already once again kind of tying things up, looking really good on this. I mean, back and forth, especially for NAU especially. They had themselves a pretty long drought when it came around to that first half, but now switching things up and going on to, well, the defense. This is where things could get a little bit crazy because I feel like their composition's a little bit more catered towards that attacking side, and that's where they should have started to excel and kind of get themselves that initiative. And Redacted has definitely done a very good job of that. But problem is, the two players that we saw be absolute menaces during that first map. Oddly enough, being at the opposite side of the scoreboard here for this third. So maybe it just could come as a, I don't know, a trade-off of time or just whether or not the kind of different agents they're on at this point in time. Who knows? But only time will show whether or not they actually get the opportunity to wake up.
Superior Nexus is holding W. It's actually shared to find the opening kill. Important one at that. NAU looking to hold W over towards the safe side. Do they clear out MiG? That's the real question. They do, but that's only because MiG actually tried to close the door, and it turned out to be to their downfall. Superior Nexus, their tailwind doesn't find all that much, but they have fortunately enough found control of the site, and a 3v5 retake with very little map control at this point for NAU may very well cost them the pistol.
Most definitely could, and NAU looking to go ahead and find themselves once again one more pistol, and Swag can give you the catalyst of that, but with the Dizzy being thrown out, able to go ahead and get clearance. Well, tree's now completely clear. You push through, try to get on site. It's a 3v3. A lot of initiating power here, but not really too much health on the back of it because guess what? Any ghost could basically two-shot at this point. And Amazon can even grab a kill there with the turret. A little bit of an awkward kill, though, but regardless, things are done. That spike is down. You get all the time in the world. You just got to execute.
One enemy remaining.
The execution there here for Colorado. Amazing though in a 1 versus 1.
Ooh.
Not enough to defuse a spike, though. Again, an odd scenario. It was that 1v1, but Wingman was still defusing. Unfortunately, unable to do so with the rest of the squad dead. NAU loses the round off the back of it. Again, odd selection with the Gecko. Almost paid out in droves for them. Unfortunately, just not to a round victory.
Yeah, and the kills aren't really behind it either. Not really too many assists off the back of that. We're seeing more assists from MiG. Oddly enough, compared to anything else. I mean, typically, one thing I have to note is out of the 2 assists I've seen tonight, I have not seen a singular KO. I don't know. I mean, because in the last map, we didn't see a Gecko during that last series. But, I mean, typically, you would think KOs are usually, like, guaranteed on this map. So I found it very odd that we're not seeing him. Like, he hasn't received any buffs, any nerfs. I mean, he hasn't really been touched just because of how just universally strong he is. So to know that he's not being brought in here right now, instead it's just a player just moving through the middle of the map, and that's going to be Nexus trying to push up. It's just like, I wish I'd seen more assists in this series so far.
Colorado carbon copied the previous round. They've got fairly quick site control, and again, in a 5v3. This time, NAU playing from behind twice over in terms of man count and in terms of weapon superiority. Superiority goes the way of Colorado for 2 reasons. Again, well, they have Superior on their team, and again, better weaponry. And again, I gotta say, problems mounting. Superior caught out though. Chidori getting the better of him, but only for a single fight. It's amazing in a 1v4 with only a classic and a dream, but one that may very well be woken up from shortly at this point.
Time out.
Very, very unfortunate circumstance here for Amazing. 1v4, nothing but a classic in hand. It's a little bit odd. It's not really going to get done. You can't even find one in the meantime or just shared. So there it is. Another round close here for Colorado. Looking to go ahead and shoot here soon for that double-digit kind of checkpoint for themselves. And I mean, NAU, they're looking pretty hot on the trail as well. I mean, this round is where they finally get a chance to buy these rifles. So, I mean, they can find some equilibrium or at least find an answer to show that they are kind of here, still in this game, still adamant to find something to work with in the meantime, but still going to be very difficult to really get to that point, knowing that even then the buys aren't completely full across the board. We've seen a lot of these kind of situations tonight, or kind of surrounding this, where you see some players not buying up in the full armor or not being able to kind of get that with the compensation made in terms of utility. We're not really quite sure, but I mean, we'll see exactly how it pans out for them because they're on the defense now. They have to hold these angles and they got to be ready for whatever to swing at them whenever.
Baggy trying to get aggressive. Very lucky to be alive because that aggression, our Seekers trying to shut them down. Fortunately, they only had a Marshall, and the shot was missed regardless. But shots from the Guardian, not so much. Fairly low HP, at least considering the fact they hadn't seen anybody yet early on in the round. Could cost them later on. Redacted trying to get aggressive in towards this tiles position, but shouldn't be to any avail. The turret has deactivated, the Killjoy well outside of the sphere of activity for it, and A seems to be the call. That information should be there for this defensive side. They have to make the quick rotation there. They cannot afford to give over the site for free. Unfortunately, it's already happened.
Just right under your nose. Spike plant goes down. Colorado, they have themselves the positioning of a lifetime to go ahead and just kind of get this thing going. Problem is, clock is still ticking, and they see a lot of players that are coming, just swarming out from this door. A little bit of plasma shot over there towards Generator. You know the player's stationed there, but even then, some good exchanges going down range. A 3v3 goes into 3v2. Colorado's holding this thing down. They got to play for the post. They have all the utility in the world. They got lineups ready to go, but is every single one of them going to be executable to a certain extent?
The Nanoswarm over top may very well be late, though. Shock Dart on top. Is the Nanoswarm there on time? It's not! It's just too late. The Venn diagram of utility, not good enough. And NAU are able to walk away with a pseudo-ninja defuse because of it. Colorado Mavs fall short in a post-plant for the first time in a long time. And that one could cost them because the bonus round going in their favor would have paid off in dividends.
Most definitely could have. I saw all those setups, all those players confident there towards the post plant. We were saying, honestly, I think they got this one in the bag. And it's just a little unfortunate to see that it didn't exactly work out for them. But still, it's even good to see that NAU is able to get themselves one more round of the board. So finally able to win that first round with the rifles. But man, it was by a narrow margin. I mean, they have to get themselves a lot more to work with here on the back of that. And even then, with the guns that are in hand, they don't have a perfect arsenal across the board, but they got enough to work with. They just got to play really aggressive as one of these players are working with the Bucky, swinging into a turret.
Straight in takes a casual like 30 damage, but you know, who cares? Mig avoids most of the gravity well, but not enough of it to stay alive long term. Redacted will heal themselves in the back corner of Catwalk, but still not able to do as much damage as they would please. Flash around the corner, but the flank from Swaggy, or flank from Shady, costs Swaggy their life, and clean finish in towards mid. Down to just Amazing, of whom is unfortunately on the wrong side of the map. 1v5, spike plant inevitable, and this one's looking less than ideal, to understate the obvious. Amazing is so dead. Unfortunately, even ends up goal posting Harpseekus and NECC over towards CT as well.
Yeah, now reaching that 9, Colorado looking to go ahead and start taking this thing away, and NAU just kind of calling a timeout, what I feel is like in the perfect timing. Win this game right before they hit 10. You're not really too stressed about what's going on here. You're getting things to go back and forth, but even then, I mean, the answer that you're bringing is not enough rounds to actually compensate for the kind of lead that Colorado is starting to accumulate here, so it's good lookings for them. But to know that even then, keep in mind, Colorado get the same exact timeout. And on the defensive timeouts, I gotta say, if you're not switching up your default, it's always difficult to kind of warrant these timeouts because you're saying, all right, what do we do? Just defend better? What kind of setup can we do differently? What can we kind of change around the map? And honestly, I feel like that call can be made on a whim. In the meantime, unless you're just discussing these retakes, which I really don't feel like are the problem all that much, you're just letting Colorado have a couple more seconds to figure out, hey, how are we going to switch it up this time? Because we're just going to push as a group and just slay out.
The conversation here for NAU. Obviously, the conversation really arises around giving away site control as easily as they have, and playing around one another more than they have, because the trades just have not been there. Obviously, being in a 1v5 pays out that point, or paints out that point more than obviously. But their problems could be solved from two different perspectives. Obviously, you could stack a site and play a 5v5 retake on the other one, should it be the site the opposing team decides on, or play in more conservative angles. Play for one another rather than around one another. And possibly turn those into kills. Aggression here from Superior Nexus, they find absolutely nobody, and are actually seen by the 2 scans, the recon bolt behind them. Do they clear out Chidori, though? The Owl Drone should, and given the fact they're scanned out by that Owl Drone, yeah, they're dead. That's an atrocious start to a post-timeout round.
Yeah, that's, a little unlucky. But I mean, even in the Owl Drone, that's a little unfortunate to kind of be doing it that close up anyways. You kind of get a massive takeaway to say, okay, well, this is where I am, making noise from that area. But even then, some good stances here. Exchanges on site. You're expecting Colorado to win a round like this, considering all the guns they have under their belt. Their arsenal is quite full, but so is Redacted with the run it back on top of all these rifles inside of their hands specifically. So able to go ahead and get 2 kills in the meantime to make sure things are looking a little bit more difficult, and now maybe very difficult. And even then, not even executed here for the side of Colorado, as it was a singular player that really created a lot of chaos in that last one.
That's been a consistent basis for NAU, at least in the last map and a half or so, really not including Fracture in that conversation. They've relied a little bit too much on solo plays, and not team play, of which paid off very well for them over on Fracture. If they can meld that to the previously addressed statement of play around one another and for one another in a lot of these situations, that can change, but it has to do so sooner rather than later, because if later comes, they've probably already lost the map. Only 4 rounds between Colorado and closing out Ascent.
Yeah, that's the problem, is how close this thing is. I mean, with Colorado obviously being one more round of that kind of 10-round threshold, having a shutdown available in a round like this, but even then, I mean, more so, you kind of have a very good bit of retake tools available to you for this other NAU, especially with MiG already here with that first blood underway. You have a Thrash and you have the Hunter Sphere to work off of. This is a lot of potential space here to be working off of. You're calling the thing a little bit late into that KJ shutdown, but hey, you found yourself a kill instead, or at least, you know, an assist for one, as you did do a lot of damage. Here comes the Thrash. You can get that first one off. Possibly you get a rush onto that site. It didn't get everybody, Chief. It got absolutely nobody. No detain going through. You can't even pick the thing up. And that's a spike plane going down and some kills off the back of it, but still, the round goes underway. Still 1v2. Not done just yet. Harpsicus can absolutely save this thing. You can have Wingman on spike, but you don't have the time to go ahead and throw him out there. You don't care anymore. You're throwing him off, but you're trying to bite out that time if you're Harpsicus. And I think, honestly, the Stars will do enough to get the clutch out for the double-digit checkpoint for this team.
I thought it was done. I thought we were seeing 9-9, a 3v1, but they just did not note the fact that site was completely vacant. They were over-focused on the possibility of Boathouse being occupied, and because of it, nobody checked the flank. NAU caught napping a little bit, and Colorado again catching them off guard. This is similar to that of back on Fracture, just the opposite conversation, where again, NAU is making very few mistakes, and if they are mistakes, they're very slight. But Colorado is taking advantage of them and punishing them to the fullest extent possible every time they appear.
Quite frankly, doesn't really matter what exactly goes on from this point. It just matters whether or not NAU can step things up, because Colorado are looking to really start just kind of having some fire behind themselves. They're actually having this heat well up under their rear, and they're starting to speed up the game a little bit, because I think they just want to wrap this thing up, and you really can't play with all things considered. Don't let it come back, start to surmount here. Find yourself the early picks. That's exactly what Swaggy does. Push your way onto site, and honestly, just get shut down for these players. Pink Ranger can find one there somewhere around the map, but Swaggy, once again, just holding things down. Everybody's getting their respective taste of blood, and I think it's pretty honorable here, all things considered, where Colorado can't win this thing out. NAU, they want to keep it as close as possible.
Shady's going to win this. I will call it right now, Shady wins this round. Somehow, but they win it anyway. They have spike control. They have a lot of real estate to work with. There's no utility over towards the B side. The problem is they have to get over there. Luckily, there's still a decent bit of utility here for NAU, here mainly being that turret that's protecting them from the catwalk position. But Shady has freely taken market
30
control.
seconds left.
And mid control. And at that point, CT control as well. If they can flank behind this B side, then you're maybe looking at a round victory. The problem is they're taking forever and a day to do so. This may very well turn into them losing the round because of it. Amazing. If they swing this, it's enough information. Do they clear the close corner? No, he's dead. Nope. He's so dead. MiG just waiting. He is so dead. So close yet so far. Honestly, if he finds that kill, though, a 1v2 is...
No,
Certainly
that's definitely doable. Yeah, I think that's just like, well, as you mentioned, it just took way too long to even get to that point when sight was a consideration. You're saying, oh my god, I gotta plant this literally last second. If anybody's in between me and that sight, I'm done for anyways. So that's kind of the unfortunate thing about it. Honestly, not even having an alarm bot towards the middle of the map is almost just a big enough of a kind of vulnerability, I would say, to even let that kill slip through. I mean, you would expect your KJ to kind of learn that lesson and put it there going forward, but it didn't really seem to matter all that much. Colorado hit that 10. NAU are now catching things up once more, kind of keeping this going underway. And with all the aggressive angles being pushed through, are these teams just over it? Like, they are just, I get it, you got stingers, but come on now.
Even though they both operate on the same time zone, they really do not want to do so against one another. This is late, even for them, and mid... Harpseek is caught...
No way! Okay, I was
about to say,
so help
what?
me,
How do you
God.
live that long? 10-10. We're back to even, and NAU is not done with Ascent just yet.
I don't think anybody is. If anything, I feel like this may go to an overtime. I mean, if somebody just doesn't get going right now and find 2 rounds, like, it'd have to be somebody finds match point, and then obviously just kind of keep it going in their way. But I think we're going to go probably like a 1-to-1 ratio on this again and again. Colorado finally investing this timeout, though, to kind of get themselves some emphasis, see if they can go ahead and nail that thing once more. But NAU, I'm pretty sure, I don't know why, I just have a hunch they're going to win this next round. Then Colorado's going to go the next, and then we're going to go ahead and follow that little trend there. But who knows? If I'm wrong, I'm sure one of these teams, whichever one does win, they're going to thank me for going ahead and cursing that right here, right now. But they're probably saying, why didn't you do that literally before this map started?
Honestly, taken too long to do it. Also, do want to correct myself. These two teams are not on the same time zone anymore. They were until like 2 weeks ago. But Arizona's back on Pacific time. Colorado's still Mountain time, but Mountain Daylight. Just a bit of useless information.
Wait, regions have different, like, what? Dude, I am 22 years old and never knew that, like, places change time zones like that and, like, shift over.
What? Yeah. No, Arizona, I think, is one of the only states that does it. But they switch between Mountain Time and Pacific Time. During the summer, it's Pacific. During the winter, it's Mountain.
So they don't do, like, what is it? Like, daylight savings and stuff? They just swap?
Nope. No, and everybody always gets pissed off about it.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
It's really funny.
That is. That'd be pretty nice, though, all things considered. Because, I mean, going back home, like, I'm in Central. I've been here for, like, what, now 6 years, I believe, in Central Time. To go back to Eastern Time, just, like, I don't know, a little taste of home, even if it's on the clock. It is what it is. All things said and done, though, I mean, speaking of time, it's already ticking here on the board as we do reach this 10-10, and obviously things are looking tight. And in terms of the actual timeout that was just taken, you got to see what can be done off the back of that. Colorado, you can't waste an opportunity like that. This game is so darn close, you have to execute off of it, and that's exactly what they do. Right through the middle of the map, they cut down Chidori almost immediately.
Game of peekaboo, very cleanly won, and oh my goodness, Shady finds the freest kill of their career. Surprisingly, Migd actually turned for it. Their sound cue was not fully there, and that would have been the spike, arguably round-determining, but luckily not the case. 5v3, spike plant. It will be a 5v3 post-plant in favor of Colorado for the 3rd and or 4th time thus far on this map. I think it's 3rd to be specific, but Harpseekus will just make it. What? What a shot from Swaggy. Good readjustment.
That's what I'm saying. Little picks going away, but still, you're going to have a lot more of those if you're in AU, if you want to go ahead and clutch out this round, because you're in a 3v4, you're down a man. Colorado does have a resurrection, but when you have the man advantage like this, you don't want to be wasting that for absolutely nothing. Redacted's trying to come right through that main area, trying to find those kills. Swag can get one in the meantime, so these are some pretty good kills, I'd say, from NAU if you're trying to get yourself this early start. I talked about it earlier. I called that they found themselves around 11. Will I be right? I don't think so, because it's a 2v1 now. Time is a ticking, and Swaggy, it comes down to this man specifically. Got to throw Wingman on there immediately, and I don't think he's going to even survive to get across, because then Ninja's Form and Shock Dart is both going to shut it down. So, looking to get it done. I don't think it's going to. You have no time. That's a GG. That's Colorado getting themselves the 11.
Shady the only one left alive, though. Conversations around economy are now going to start to set in, because let's take a look at the scoreboard. Very low, at least should be for both squads, and yeah, it is. Colorado's mostly broke, even with that round victory, because Northern Arizona won back-to-back rounds and completely shut them out of round 3. So Northern Arizona will be able to buy here. They'll most likely be able to buy in the following round as well, whereas Colorado, even off the back of a round victory, only slightly able to put together a purchase, and Superior Nexus is going to need an ultimate orb to do so. You'll see them holding W towards the A main one to try and pick up that Blade Storm.
Nice little influence here to be working with, especially for Colorado. Winning that last round, getting the money to work off of. Comes down to getting this match point and just kind of locking that thing down. No matter what, we could be once again kind of still looking at it overtime with the Blaze Storm now being employed from Colorado. You're expecting them to kind of have some emphasis here in this round, but once you're throwing a recon dart onto that smoke, you're not going to really learn too much off of that. You're going to know more so that the players right there behind Catwalk kind of push towards tree because you just got flashed from that exact point.
Colorado need an entry onto the site, and the problem for them is that they have a significant lack of overall utility. Owl Drone already used, Recon Bolt now on cooldown. Shock Dart's obviously still available, but those don't gain information. They are post-information plays. The opposing Recon Bolt finds all 5 players. Chidori has done their job, and the flank off the back it may very well work out for them. The problem is an alarm bot on that flank on the Phoenix doesn't actually catch them fully off guard. The point where they are able to turn a fight and a kill off the back of it. A follow-up isn't there, but they've used the run it back to make sure the redundancy is there. A 2-for-2 trade overall, but Redacted makes sure everything in the favor of NAU pays off for them. A 3K for them on the round. The resurrection is still there, so the round is far from over, but only 20 seconds left. They need to pick a site, and they need to go now.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky to go ahead and be popping there so early. I mean, even then knowing that you're not really going to have all the time in the world to get this plant down, you have to do this thing immediately. You have to find both the kills, and all within a course of 2, 1. Nah. Nope, it's right on the way. Round done.
Clean finish as well. Northern Arizona. Swaggy picks up a double on just 6 HP, by the way. Clean swing for the second. And good situational awareness for NAU. Not actively taking the fight as both players, making sure they socially distance themselves from the higher likelihood of losing the round. Very COVID of them, if I do say so myself.
Well, sitting at 11-11. It was on the opposite side of the field. I said that was going to win that first round in a little bit of a quick exchange, but I mean, I think it's only fair to see that we were going to get it eventually, because now looking at 11-11, I think it's only fair that we see the 12-12. It kind of has to come around, right? But, I mean, hey, still some time in this game. Do have a little bit of a tech pause underway. As you can see, the MiG did, unfortunately, DC in the meantime, but if anybody's going to hit that 12 first, it's got to be, obviously, NAU, because, I mean, they have the full buys, they have the rifles, they have an ultimate off the back of it as well, but, I mean, so does the other side. So, I mean, that From the Shadows not nearly as influential, but, hey, it can do some damage if you have the right omen on the back of it. And I think MiG, being that player, taking that little DC, to kind of figure out, saying, now that I'm staring into the blank black screen that is my monitor right now, how can I bind to that mentality of being one with the darkness, figuring out what I can do with this From the Shadows to really kind of set my squad up, or even the better yet, kind of use it as an answer.
This is a risky play as well. Look at NAU and their purchase. They will all be able to buy up into the next round. MiG, Swaggy, and Amazon will all be able to buy themselves, or Amazing, sorry, will all be able to buy themselves and their teammates. But Redacted is picking up the operator, and they may have to take concessions in terms of utility in the following round should they get a little overzealous and possibly lose that. On the opposite side, Colorado's playing this honestly as I'd expect. They don't want to go into a round where they could be facing map point and buy too much to where when they do face map point, they have very little to work with whatsoever. So in this round, their main objective is to try and get a spike plant, try and put themselves in a good position in the following round, maybe even pick up some ultimate orbs, have a few players get important kills. You get the general idea. The main objective for them now is set themselves up for round 24, or if they're really lucky and they have some fortuitous gunfights go their way, maybe pick up the round victory, but they understand that is not the #1 priority.
Yeah, gotta see what they can do here in terms of just kind of controlling this map a little bit more and slowing the game down, because we're seeing a lot of aggression here recently. These teams have kind of been trying to speed things up, which, I mean, I have to give props to. I think they're trying to just wrap it up, but, I mean, the one team that kind of controls the pace of the game obviously just controls the game. I mean, you can do as much as you want to, but if you catch these players off guard, if you kind of get squeezed into these spawns, if you get in these nooks and crannies and nobody really expects it because of the kind of the sneaky plays and maneuverance you're having, you can definitely set up some very, very impactful points of play here in the game. But you don't have to worry about it around like this. It all comes down to the next one. If NAU can kind of save things up, get a singular player to kind of go off here, like maybe Swaggy, maybe Redacted, just find a way to go ahead and accumulate 3 orbs or 3 ticks here towards that ultimate, that would be extremely impactful for the next one because of how much all these players of Colorado are off besides Share.
Final 2 rounds of the map, and maybe of the series, assuming this does not go to OT. And the real presence setter for NAU has to be an opening duel. Big red flag for them would be losing that opening fight and giving away a rifle. Honestly, maybe not the operator because that doesn't initiate into sights as well, but the problem would especially be if they give away a Vandal to a player that has either as half shields or honestly anybody who could frag out, because by the way, Shady is 26 and 13, and if that goes their way, they're in a great spot. Obviously not a guarantee, but certainly a risk at this point. Questions especially for NAU. If they can pick up an opening duel and set themselves up for success, they're in a good spot. But if they give away that opening duel, as previously mentioned, that's when they're going to have problems.
Yeah, I think the way this kind of entire series has been unfolding a little bit, obviously we've seen some fast games. We've seen, obviously, the last one, which is a little bit slower. But I think what this really comes down to, more importantly, is just the resources that are available. I mean, you have to think about the long term. You have to think about the long scheme of things. And honestly, I mean, unfortunately, I haven't really seen that out of Colorado. They've been spending a lot of their time, what feels like, kind of catching up. Because even in that last map of Split, it felt like they finally, there at the very end, were able to say, okay, finally have a lead, finally got a map closure. And even on this one, it feels like they've all kind of been chasing each other's tails in a circle. So nothing's really kind of been on the front mind to think of the entirety of the game what's going to be going forward. So a lot of teams have typically kind of set up for a point like this and say, look, we have somewhat of an iffy buy, kind of keep things mediocre here, so we know that for these last couple that we're set up for it. Or we just say the ultimates. But it feels like so much has been really forced into these past couple rounds because these teams are so like adamant about trying to close this thing out or find themselves a definitive lead. It's been robbed away from every single time, and it's only been choking them up. NAU has the resources to do that. I mean, you can see that right now on the scoreboard and what we were able to kind of gauge there for a second. Colorado does not have that same luxury, and I mean, that's what they're going to have to figure out how to do is how can we bounce back, but more importantly, how can we do that right now? Because can we really knock them down a notch? No, you don't have that second round of luxury. They do, even after this round, as you mentioned. The Phoenix, if you end up just sticking with an operator, you have a Vandal still after in that next round possibly. And even then, it may be a half armor. Who cares? But if you at least get enough to get that run it back, you don't care because you get all your armor back anyways, and you just go ahead and find an initial gunfight off the back of it.
Well, our match thus far has been about as back and forth as things can get. 13-5 on Fracture in favor of Northern Arizona, again on Colorado's map pick, and then Colorado brought it right back to them. 13-10 over on Split, even with a very significant streak towards the later stages of the first half. This map as a whole has already been so back and forth and so contrasting. In the first half, there were 3 separate round streaks. 2-round streak, a 5-round streak, and a 3-round streak. The 2 and 3 from Northern Arizona, the 5 back the other way from Colorado. In the second half, 10 rounds thus far have been played, only 2 streaks, each totaling to 2 rounds. So it's been just about every which way you can get, but trades of rounds back and forth are to be expected, and at this point, they may very well lead us into an overtime. Unfortunately, we have to send things to a break first, as we have an unknown internet issue, unfortunately for MIGD, hence the reason of our technical pause, so when we come back, hopefully, the conclusion of Ascent and the conclusion of this matchup. The technical issues have not been resolved. Our 15-minute technical timer is about 30 seconds or so from expiring. Unfortunately, at this point, NAU will have to play the remaining 2 rounds of regulation and subsequently the rest of the game in a 4v5, assuming again if MIGD doesn't get here in like 30 seconds. By the way, welcome back. NECC, Week 8, time to late. That's Mick. What happens to NAU on the defense? Because they're basically starting while losing an opening pick, of which has been a win condition for Colorado consistently.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Colorado already, I mean, they were the ones that were kind of robbed of resources. Now NAU, I mean, if anything, they're just kind of at an equilibrium here. But, I mean, with the 4v5, they can at least get themselves one more round. It just comes down to, once again, to whether they can actually hold things out. And once again, I mean, there could be a time where this player could join in a little bit late and kind of get back into this lobby, but that would be very, very difficult to go ahead and kind of replicate. So you do have some time here, but man, if you can win this one round right here and guarantee yourself an overtime, you at least get a little bit more clock time to go ahead and start taking away there. But we're not worried about that. We have to get on with the game that we have already thought of. Now, what are you liking in the meantime? An initiator. Thankfully, you do have a fill, so I mean that's another initiator you have as a little bit of a backup, but you're only relying on a sub and you're on the defense. So this retake is going to look very, very difficult for the squad.
You're missing your only controller. That's their big problem. Amazing looking to push forward. Wall up. Does not fully solidify, though, so still easy access onto the site. All 3 living players have now been seen on their re-aggression from heaven, and this is the round in which Colorado would have had a statistical disadvantage considering their purchase up. In goes the flash. Nobody seen other than just Superior Nexus around towards default. Shock Dart misses. The drop onto site doesn't even net them a kill. Harpseekis turns that into what is a 4 versus 2. Amazing looking to swing down, but Superior Nexus turns it into a double, and that's the round. That's it. Colorado lose a singular player in what was already a 5 versus 4. Superior Nexus will net the final kill, and Colorado, after all we said, start things off well and go on to match and series point.
Yep, here with buys to work with, guns on the back of it, don't even really concern themselves with anything at all. Really forgot it was an initiator, or that was a controller. I just see MIG, Swaggy, they both kind of have the double G's in their name. I don't know, and everybody's got that kind of tag at the start, like a COD clan tag, but regardless though, I mean, yeah, missing your omen is a lot more impactful. So every single smoke to kind of be out the game now, don't really have too much to do on the back of that in Colorado, even then winning around with nothing but pistols to be playing with. It's a little concerning knowing that now they have rifles, and they have all the time in the world to really get this thing done.
Redacted, looking for an opening pick back, making it a likely possibility they could win this round. Again, NAU still with a healthy buy, and Redacted has made it a 4v4. Do not let the scoreboard fool you. An Omen is missing via a disconnect, and Colorado is now dead even. Their advantage lost, but their money, and most importantly, their purchase into this round still more than healthy to play with.
Yeah, gotta see what can be really managed here for the side of Colorado in a 4v4. I mean, NAU, they obviously have themselves Redacted, who has been having an outstanding day so far. Able to go ahead and get so many kills in that last map, replicating things here. First map kind of being a solid solidifier, a little cornerstone for the rest of the squad. But Shady's still alive. This is the player that was able to go ahead and pick off everybody left and right. Shared is able to go ahead and pick off one right there, making sure to dwindle down the numbers even more. Now you're in a 4v3 where you see that Colorado, they have themselves all the spikes playing in the world.
That may very well be the map. Post-plant scenario, 4 versus 3, and no Omen whatsoever. The extent of ultimates left over, or utility whatsoever, is virtually just a singular nanoswarm, a couple shock darts, and a Hunter's Fury. The Hunter's Fury is removed from the site. That's the most important part of this conversation. NAU has to go, and they have to go now if they want to have any hope of winning this round, because anything else they just cannot control. Recon Bolt towards the backside of Boathouse should not find any extra information, and this time denial for Colorado is textbook to say the very least. Shock Dart being used, and run it back is as well. Superior Nexus is seen towards that side, but remember that Hunter's Fury is still available, and that may very well win them Ascent. It doesn't even have to. Superior Nexus's headshot will do just that, and that'll do it. Colorado close out Ascent. The 4v5 is certainly helpful, but that was not the determinant factor. Colorado show up when required and shut down Northern Arizona.
Yeah, very much unfortunate to see how things really started to pan out there at the end, but I mean, it is what it is, and we can't really have a game being elongated for hours on end just waiting for this to be resolved in the meantime. But I mean, regardless, so you do have a lot of opportunity there, and even in that pistol round, NAU still had plenty of chance in the world to win out that rifle round because you saw there was nothing but ghosts that won that round leading up into it, and you're typically expecting that you don't even need all 5 players to win a round like that. You don't even need 4, quite frankly. You typically see players able to go and close those kind of things out with only 3 or 2. And even then, I mean, we saw one player on an actual rifle round able to go ahead and get an ace in this game. So things were feasible there. Things were able to go ahead and be elongated a little bit more so for NAU, but it's just a little unfortunate they fall through a little bit short.
Unfortunate finish for NAU, but one their standings will unfortunately still have to deal with. Colorado move up to 4-4 thus far in regulation play. Going into the final week of play, they're looking pretty healthy. Speaking of the final week of play, that's just next week. If you're looking for some more Valorant action, come back next Monday. After that, it's playoffs time for most of the NECC. The rest of the week, still the second to last week of play for everybody, not including League of Legends and Overwatch, of whom have a 1 full week break before their final week of play. But don't forget, we still have more NECC action coming at you for the rest of the week. Don't forget Rainbow Six tomorrow, League of Legends Wednesday, Overwatch on Thursday, and Rocket League on Friday. Most importantly, Rainbow Six, because that's the game I also cast around here, most of the time at least. Massive shout out to our production staff sticking with you through all the technical issues, and most importantly, the games throughout the day. PD and Bryce running things on the observation desk and the production booth, respectively. Mick, obviously, massive shout out to this dude who's been here for now almost exactly 6 hours, if not more at that point. It may very well be more. It's kind of scary to see how long you've been going through this, Mick. But I've been time to late. That's been Mick, Bryce and PD in the background. We'll see you for Rainbow Six tomorrow.